Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2797. What scared Xiaohua the most was that Jiuxia had let nature take its course. Everything was untraceable, and Xiaohua could not help but do it. It was true that Xiaohua had intended to reveal some of his cultivation, but he had never thought of revealing everything about himself. How could Xiaohua explain the several tens of thousands of years of medicinal age of the spiritual herbs used in alchemy? However, when Xiaohua left Jiuxia's side, he came to a realization. However, when Xiaohua thought about it, it seemed that everything did not allow him to have any doubts. When Xiaohua first met Jiuxia, Jiuxia only asked for his help. She did not mention any rewards or conditions. Then, Jiuxia said that he had to come to Sword Peak. Otherwise, Fairy Hongxia would lose her life. Although he was a little doubtful, he still came. When he met Fairy Hongxia and the rest in danger, although he did not show it, he already trusted Jiuxia in his heart. After that, Jiuxia's word saved Fairy Hongxia's life and death. However, Jiuxia didn't even say a word of thanks. He even told Xiaohua very clearly that this had nothing to do with asking for his help. This was truly a righteous man. It made Xiaohua trust Jiuxia again. After that, Jiuxia took out the flying shadow pill formula that she had collected and came up with the best, middle, and worst plans to save Fairy Hongxia. This made Xiaohua shed tears of gratitude, and he had already let his guard down. However, when he thought about it again, while saving Fairy Hongxia, Jiuxia was also making use of Xiaohua to refine pills? In this world, there has never been a lack of smart people. But to be so smart, to let someone be sold and help her count the spiritual stones, and even bargain for her. How many are there? Xiaohua smiled bitterly. This does not seem to be smart. If it is the power of charm or the art of seduction, that is the real deal. Thinking of this, Xiaohua secretly released his Buddhist awareness. Sure enough, Jiuxia sat beside Fairy Hongxia, guarding her. It was fine to say that she cared about Fairy Hongxia, or that she wanted to kidnap Fairy Hongxia, but she did not notice that Xiaohua was opening up a cave. She always did the most appropriate thing at the most appropriate time, and would not let others have too much suspicion. A cultivator who can kill 5 third-grade illusory sword cultivators with one sentence actually called a late-stage foundation establishment female cultivator sister. Isn't this a bit too much? Xiaohua thought of how Jiuxia called Fairy Hongxia's sister. Previously, it was extremely intimate, but now he felt that it was too strange. But I am just Xiaohua. Even if I am nameless. What is worthy of Jiuxia's desire? Xiaohua really couldn't figure it out. With some inexplicable apprehension and caution, Xiaohua activated the puppets a little more. Soon, he hastily opened up a cave. Taking advantage of the fact that Jiuxia wasn't paying attention, he hurriedly put away the puppets. However, just as Xiaohua took out the pill furnace and was about to preheat it, Jiuxia came. Xiaohua, can I see how you refine pills? Jiuxia's smile was very beautiful, like a little sister talking to her brother calmly. Xiaohua hesitated, not daring to look at Jiuxia's face. He lowered his head and said, "This Xiao has already thought about it." One of the differences between refining pills is that when Xiao Mao first refined the parasol pill, this Xiao refined it alone, and there was no one watching. Oh? So that's the case, then I can only not watch. Jiuxia did not have the slightest bit of awkwardness or displeasure. Her voice was still very pleasant to hear. I still want to see how this first-grade pill is refined. Wait until this Xiao refines it, then you can see. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay, you refine it yourself. Jiuxia skipped out again. When she reached the entrance of the cave, she laughed and said, "Leave big sister to me. I will also tidy up that secret technique and give it to you in a while." That secret technique also targets 6th-grade pills, so it is a bit different. You and sister are the closest, so you have to help her. This Jiuxia. Should I trust her? Or should I not? Xiaohua only dared to raise his head at this time, looking at Jiuxia's graceful back, and thought with some worry. At this time, although Xiaohua was a little confused and even worried about Fairy Hongxia, his alchemy skills had reached the point of perfection, so refining the flying shadow pill was not difficult at all. He threw in the spiritual herbs one by one, and when the spiritual herbs turned into juice in the furnace, he waved a spell to quench the impurities inside. As the green smoke was produced in the furnace, wisps of medicinal fragrance rushed to his face, and Xiaohua's heart gradually calmed down again. After all, Jiuxia looked like a budding girl, but her magical powers were unfathomable. Xiaohua was definitely not her opponent. Why would someone like her, who could easily kill him, want to scheme against him? Instead of being on tenterhooks, it was better to face her calmly. Perhaps, everything was just Xiaohua's own guess? Of course, even if she coveted the flying shadow pill, he would help her refine it and get the pill formula. Why not? In addition to being extra careful, Xiaohua was really at his wit's end. Spells were cast one after another, and the Samadhi true fire was like a dragon surging outside the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace. This kind of fire control method was simply beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. Even seeing that the pill furnace was fine for the time being, Xiaohua even diverted a bit of attention to refine the jade talisman. In fact, as early as when Xiaohua was refining the fire talisman, he wanted to refine the talisman of the capital star array into a jade talisman. Unfortunately, this guy never had time to do what he wanted to do, so he had been delaying it. Until now, when refining the flying shadow pill, he had leisure. After all of the medicinal liquids had been refined, Xiaohua began to fuse the pills according to his previous understanding of the flying shadow pill's pill formula. Generally speaking, fusing pills was the key to refining pills. The amount, order, and timing of each medicinal liquid were all related to whether or not the pill could be formed. The true pill formula contained the essence of the pill refining method. Without these specific methods, the possibility of refining a pill was next to none. Fortunately, Xiaohua's alchemy skills had always been self-taught. After the spiritual herbs of the flying shadow pill were replaced by him, he was even more confident. After a few days, he managed to fuse dozens of medicinal liquids into a fist-sized pill liquid. At this time, Xiaohua understood that the part he was familiar with had been completed. The next step was to refine the spiritual blood. Xiaohua secretly released a strand of Buddhist consciousness and looked at Jiuxia. Jiuxia was still sitting next to Red Dawn Fairy, and there was no change. On the contrary, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao looked at the cave impatiently, as if they were worried about him not coming out. Especially Xiao Mao, who was sniffing from time to time, as if he was inhaling the medicinal fragrance. Red Dawn. Why hasn't she woken up yet? After so long, Xiaohua was puzzled again. Even if she was seriously injured, she should have woken up by now after taking the parasol pill. Could it be that this was done by Jiuxia? If I don't refine the flying shadow pill, Red Dawn won't be able to wake up? Withdrawing his Buddhist consciousness, Xiaohua helplessly released the spiritual fire to refine the drop of spiritual blood known as the Swift Sparrow. Xiaohua had already helped Li Zongbao refine his essence blood, so controlling the refining of this spiritual blood was not a difficult task. However, what shocked Xiaohua the most was that as the spirit fire tempered the spirit blood, a 3-foot-tall shadow gradually appeared within the rain-like spirit blood. The formation of this shadow was 10 times more difficult than the formation of the shadow within Li Zongbao's spirit blood. Xiaohua actually refined it for a total of 9 days, and after taking dozens of spiritual power replenishing pills, he finally refined the complete shadow. Lucky! Xiaohua secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Just the spiritual blood of a first-grade spirit pill is so difficult to refine. No wonder this flying shadow pill. Even Jiuxia couldn't refine it. Moreover, it's a good thing that I have already refined my essence blood. Otherwise, I definitely wouldn't have been able to complete it in 9 days. Furthermore, with my current pill refining skills, I can barely extend the time needed to refine the pill. I'm afraid that this pill will condense before I finish refining the spiritual blood, right? Go, Xiaohua urged the spiritual blood, and the shadow of the swift sparrow was about to enter the pill furnace. Quick! An indescribable cry came out from the shadow. The blood shadow of the swift sparrow that had been completely refined seemed to have gained some intelligence. It knew that the alchemy furnace was its only way out, so it started to struggle and wanted to escape from Xiaohua's control. The sound of the swift sparrow was extremely loud, and Jiuxia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao all heard it. Xiao Mao couldn't help but rush to the entrance of the cave, as if he wanted to help. As for Jiuxia, he didn't even frown, and his body naturally didn't move. He only slightly opened his eyes, and then closed them again. Li Zongbao turned around, looked at Jiuxia and Fairy Hongxia, and walked over to Xiao Mao's side, and whispered to him. The two of them knew that Xueqi was refining pills inside the cave. Although they were worried, they didn't rush in. Seeing that the blood shadow of the swift sparrow was so unruly, Xueqi wasn't alarmed, and was instead happy. This level of spiritual blood was the real spiritual blood. To deal with this kind of blood shadow, Xueqi already had a method. Hundreds of soul strands were released from his law eyes, and tightly bound the blood shadow. Swift. The swift sparrow's shadow struggled a few times, but how could it be a match for Xueqi's soul strands? Go, Xueqi sneered, and urged the soul strands to pull the 3 qi-long shadow, and threw it into the pill furnace. Immediately after, several pill refining techniques were sent in, and a formless imprisonment was born from the pill furnace, enveloping the swift sparrow's blood shadow, and forcefully dragging it into the pill liquid. Good. Seeing that the pill refining techniques were also effective against the blood shadow, Xueqi was overjoyed. Immediately after, he sent the pill refining techniques into the pill furnace, and the magic power formed ripples that converged into the pill liquid, firmly imprisoning the swift sparrow's blood shadow inside. Chapter 2798. Not only that, the blood shadow of the swift sparrow struggled a few times in the pill elixir and gradually merged with the pill elixir. So that's how it is. Xueqi's divine sense never left the pill furnace and even stayed near the pill elixir. He could clearly see that among the dozens of spirit herbs of the flying shadow pill, other than the sovereign, minister, and 5 elements, there was also the ability to melt and confine the spirit blood shadow. The different pill elixirs formed thin threads that tightly wrapped around the blood shadow and slowly seeped in. The art of alchemy is also limitless. Xueqi sighed inwardly. Big brother. Xiao Mao's voice came several times. No matter. Xueqi finally had the time to say, I'm very normal here. In a few days, I'll be able to form the pill. Good. Xiao Mao and the others heard and then nodded. On the contrary, Xueqi's indifferent face revealed some astonishment. The fusion of the flying shadow pill didn't need to be said. Because of the addition of the spirit blood, the time needed was also extended. In the end, it took a total of 49 days for the pill to be formed. When Xueqi finally sent the pill-forming technique into the phoenix pattern 3-legged vermilion bird furnace, a clear sound rang out. The top of the phoenix pattern cauldron opened by itself. A fist-sized bird flew out of the cauldron and flew out of the cauldron. Good. As expected of the flying shadow pill, Xueqi's divine sense clearly saw that the swift sparrow was a shadow. A successful flying shadow pill could actually have a shadow. This was the first time Xueqi had seen it, so he definitely didn't expect it before. Fall. Xueqi waved his sleeve and covered it with the heaven and earth sleeve. Without any suspense, the swift sparrow fell into Xueqi's hand. A pill the size of a thumb was spinning in the air. This pill was different from the ones Xueqi had refined before. On the outside of the pill, there were fine pill veins that were faintly discernible. These pill veins formed the figure of a swift sparrow, as if it would fly out at any moment. The pill was blood red, and there was a faint layer of blood-red mist inside, protecting the pill. Even Xueqi's divine sense couldn't penetrate it. The pill image of this first-grade flying shadow pill was actually so beautiful, completely different from the ugly pill that Xueqi had refined earlier. Congratulations, Xueqi. Xueqi stood at the entrance of the cave with a smile. He didn't step into the cave as he spoke loudly. I still have to thank fellow Taoist for the pill formula. Xueqi glanced at the pill furnace that was still surrounded by the true Samadhi fire and walked to the entrance of the cave. He placed the flying shadow pill in front of Xueqi and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist is interested in this pill? Xueqi did not stand on ceremony. He took the flying shadow pill and examined it. Then he smiled and said, Your alchemy skills are indeed extraordinary. It far exceeds my expectations. This pill should be a first-grade high-grade pill. Then, 5 colors once again appeared in Xueqi's eyes. After the brilliance passed, Xueqi slightly frowned and said curiously, Xueqi, although this flying shadow pill is very high quality, but it conforms to the norm. It is far from the star energy in the Wu Tsong pill from before. Is that so? Xueqi stared blankly. He couldn't help but scratch his head as his brows wrinkled. This is already not bad. Xueqi hurriedly smiled and said, This pill can already be consumed. Do you want to continue refining the second-grade flying shadow pill? Or do you want me to wake sister up and consume it? As expected. Xiaohua thought to himself, Red Cloud's body. It was indeed Josia's doing. But she just admitted it. This makes me unable to. Do you think it's better to wake her up now? Or wake her up later? Xiaohua pushed the question to Josia. Hee. Naturally it's better to wake her up later. Josia smiled and said, in this way, not only will sister have a better harvest, I will also be able to obtain a first-grade flying shadow pill. Is she really fine? Xiaohua asked worriedly. Of course. Josia nodded. Right now, sister is in hibernation. Although she is unconscious, her body is repairing itself. This kind of repair is far more effective than when a person is awake. Moreover, the effect on the body is far-reaching. Or rather, it is more in line with the heavenly Tao. That's right. Xiaohua secretly nodded. This Josia is right. Big brother, Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao spoke again after Josia. It was very obvious that Josia grasped the timing extremely well. When she should appear, she would definitely appear first. When she shouldn't appear, she would definitely not appear. And it's fine. Little brother's spirit pill has already been formed. Xiaohua looked at the two people's concern and said to Li Zongbao, Red Cloud's injury has the most basic guarantee. Little brother will discuss with Miss Josia and see if we can take another step. Stop before going too far. Li Zongbao said indifferently and turned his head. After taking 2 steps, another indifferent sentence floated over. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. If it was someone else, they would naturally think more and perhaps stop here. Unfortunately, Xiaohua had always pursued perfection. That day when he was condensing his core in the sword tomb, facing the baptism of the 3 gold lightning tribulation, he did not hesitate to take out his primordial spirit that could benefit from the light. Whatever flying sword, whatever small dipper. He gave it all out. To put it bluntly, he was a person who wanted to take advantage of the netherworld even after death. How could he stop? After resting for half a day, Xiaohua threw the second batch of spirit herbs into the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace one by one. This time, Josia did not rush him at all. Even the first-grade flying shadow pill, Josia only appreciated it for a moment before returning it to Xiaohua. She clearly said that she would definitely not accept the flying shadow pill if she did not have any extra flying shadow pills. Seeing Josia so upright, Xiaohua almost doubted his own thoughts. Looking at the gradually forming liquid pill, Xiaohua then took out some jade essence and was about to continue refining jade talismans. However, just as the jade essence melted into liquid, Xiaohua suddenly froze. How could he know how to refine talismans when he was refining the Wu Tsong pill? Other than guarding the pill furnace and meditating, there was nothing else he could do. Furthermore, he had even dozed off in the pill room of Yellow Flower Ridge. Could it be related to meditating? Xiaohua thought for a moment, then stretched out his hand and put the liquid jade into his space. He looked around himself and really closed his eyes to meditate. Outside the cave, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were comprehending the capital star array. Even Josia wanted this array, so Li Zongbao and the others naturally knew that this array was good stuff. Even though Josia was sitting beside Fairy Hong Xia with her eyes closed, looking calm on the surface, her heart was filled with an avalanche of emotions. Although Xiaohua knew how to refine pills, he did not know the difficulty of refining the first-grade flying shadow pill, let alone Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. But Josia knew. She had collected so many materials for the flying shadow pill in her storage bag. So why was she still unable to refine the flying shadow pill? The fundamental reason was that she did not trust the alchemists she knew. In other words, as far as she knew, there were not many alchemists who could refine the flying shadow pill. But this Xiaohua, this cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect whom she met for the first time, actually refined it so easily. Moreover, it was a first-grade spirit pill. In fact, when she told Xiaohua about the flying shadow pill, Josia's original intention was to take out the pill formula for the non-grade flying shadow pill. She did not plan to tell him about the remaining 6th-grade pills. But it was also at that moment, in a flash, she felt that Xiaohua was the person she was looking for, the person who could help her, who might be able to fulfill her wish. Or perhaps, she was also testing Xiaohua. If she could not fulfill her wish, how could Xiaohua help her complete such a difficult task? Although it seemed that Josia trusted Xiaohua very much and told him everything, She did not hold back the pill formula for the flying shadow pill and even took out the spirit blood she had painstakingly collected. But in her heart, she really did not have any confidence. She did not have any confidence at all. And it wasn't that she didn't want to see how Xiaohua refined pills, and it wasn't that she didn't want to peek at Xiaohua's progress in refining pills, but she knew that at this time, she could only wait. She could only obtain Xiaohua's trust without arousing his suspicion and complete her important task. That task, she felt that it was almost impossible for her to complete. Just as Jiuxia's thoughts were running wild, an inexplicable palpitation suddenly appeared in her heart. At the same time, a familiar aura appeared. Star power. Jiuxia almost did not need to open her eyes. That wild, tyrannical, and incomparably pure star power aura seeped into her body through this not far distance. Xiaohua can really draw the power of the outer realm's origin stars. Jiuxia's heart was beating wildly. Who exactly is he? Even at this moment, Jiuxia still didn't dare to pry into Xiaohua's actions in the cave. Xiaohua had given her too many surprises, and these surprises didn't seem like they should be counted as surprises. Perhaps, other than this extremely difficult matter in front of me, should also be able to land on him. Jiuxia slightly opened her eyes and looked at Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao in the distance, who did not know what was going on at all, and thought to herself. At the same time, the five-colored brilliance in Jiuxia's eyes appeared again. Outside the cave where Xiaohua was, a faintly discernible brilliance was like a pillar of light that pierced the sky. It was the endless star power that fell into Xiaohua's body. Jiuxia only took a glance and hurriedly closed her eyes. Her eyes returned to their original state. It's a pity. Although Xiaohua has such a remarkable ability, his cultivation is really too weak. The difficult task in front of me, he might not be able to complete it, let alone my matter. Jiuxia sighed slightly. I still have to wait. Then, Jiuxia restrained her thoughts, as if she did not see the starlight at all. She did not dare to spy on what kind of remarkable ability Xiaohua was using in the cave. But if Jiuxia really did spy on him, she was afraid her jaw would drop to the ground. Chapter 2799. This was because Xiaohua wasn't doing anything. He was even taking a nap with his eyes closed. The spirit blood of a second-grade flying shadow pill was a snow swallow, a spiritual bird that was 6 feet long. Although this spiritual bird was twice the size of a swift sparrow, its rebellious and struggling power was twice as strong. Xiaohua used his soul thread to drag the blood shadow of the snow swallow into the pill furnace. Seeing the blood shadow of the snow swallow fuse with the pill liquid, Xiaohua was a little confused. Jiuxia, where did this spirit blood come from? Why is every drop of spirit blood so powerful? When little white dragon's soul was sent into the mysterious dark cloud, it didn't seem to be so strenuous. I've already cultivated to the clear spirit sky. If I were still in the surrounding chi sky, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to refine a first-grade spirit pill. The time to condense the pill was similar to the first time. It also took a total of 47 days to complete. The second-grade flying shadow pill was smaller than the first-grade flying shadow pill, but the shadow of the snow swallow was twice as big. Of course, the pattern on the flying shadow pill was also a snow swallow, and its color was a little thicker than blood. Congratulations, Xiaohua. Just after Xiaohua took the pill, Jiuxia's smiling voice appeared outside the cave. Xiaohua proudly handed over the second-grade flying shadow pill and said with a smile, "Take a look. Does this spirit pill have star power?" Jiuxia took it, and her eyes flashed with 5 colors. She said happily, "This time there is star power. Xiaohua, how did you do it?" This is my private matter. Miss Jiuxia, please don't blame me." Xiaohua smiled but didn't answer. Then he clapped his hands and said, "This is a first-grade flying shadow pill. Please accept it." "All right." Jiuxia stretched out his hand and received it. At the same time, he returned the flying shadow pill to Xiaohua. "Let's go." Xiaohua took the second-grade flying shadow pill and waved his hand. "Please wake Hongxia up and let her take this spirit pill." "Oh." Jiuxia was slightly surprised. You're not going to refine the third-grade flying shadow pill?" "No," Xiaohua shook his head and said. "This second-grade flying shadow pill is already troublesome to refine. I'm afraid that the third-grade flying shadow pill will fail. This Zhao's spirit grass is simple, but Mrs. Spirit Blood is very precious. Don't be scared, don't be scared. Jiuxia waved her hand and said, although this third-grade cold goose spirit blood is precious, it can be refined into a flying shadow pill. It is perfectly compatible with Big Sister's Ice Phoenix bloodline. The effect was several times better than the snow swallow. Besides, I still want the second-grade spirit pill with star power that you just refined. You don't disappoint me and Big Sister. This. Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, this Xiao really feels that it won't be easy to refine a third-grade spirit pill. There's a 70% chance that this cold goose spirit blood will be wasted. Hee, since you have 30% confidence, why not give it a try? Jiuxia smiled. I think you can do it. I have 99% confidence in you. Seeing that Xiaohua was hesitating, Jiuxia thought for a moment and said, how about this? I'll wake her up now and teach her the secret technique. If you're able to refine a third-grade spirit pill, give it to Big Sister on the day it's completed. Otherwise, let Big Sister take this second-grade spirit pill. It won't delay Big Sister's recovery. What do you think? Xiaohua was most afraid of persuasion. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, all right, since you're not afraid that I'll spoil the flying shadow pill, what do I have to be afraid of? Good. Thank you for your trouble. Jiuxia smiled and nodded. She looked deeply at Xiaohua and turned around to wake Fairy Hongxia without hesitation. Jiuxia walked to the side of Fairy Hongxia with her back facing Xiaohua. Her eyes once again shone with the five-colored brilliance. Her right hand tapped on her forehead and pointed at Fairy Hongxia. Quick! A ray of five-colored brilliance landed on Fairy Hongxia's forehead. Ah! Fairy Hongxia moved slightly and a moan could be heard. Hongxia! Xiaohua was too embarrassed to call Fairy Hongxia his wife in front of everyone. He called out in a low voice and walked over. Xiaohua! Fairy Hongxia straightened her body. Her entire body was aching, and she felt an indescribable discomfort. There was an indescribable feeling between her bones. However, just as she called out to Xiaohua, her gaze landed on Jiuxia's face. Big Sister. Jiuxia smiled and didn't bow. She said, my name is Jiuxia. I've long heard of the rinsing flower sex Fairy Hongxia's beautiful name. Today, I finally have the chance to meet you. You truly live up to your name. Little sister is impressed. Jiuxia. Before Fairy Hongxia fainted, she only saw Xiaohua walking over on lightning. At that time, she only had Xiaohua in her eyes. Even if Jiuxia did appear, she might not even be worthy of her attention. But now when she woke up, she saw such a beautiful woman in front of her. She even called her Big Sister. How could she not be vigilant? Hee, Hongxia, this is a fellow cultivator I met when I was lost in the Huan country. When Xiaohua heard Fairy Hongxia's unfriendly tone, how could he not know what she was thinking? He hurriedly explained, Jiuxia has the ability to predict the future. I came to the Sword Edge Mountain under her suggestion. Otherwise, I would still be on my way to Drifting Cloud Lake. Oh, Fairy Hongxia frowned. Jiuxia looked very young, but her youthful vigor couldn't be concealed. When Fairy Hongxia first saw Jiuxia, her heart skipped a beat. It was an indescribable feeling. This feeling made her reject Jiuxia, but at the same time, she was slightly attracted to her. When she heard Xiaohua say that Jiuxia had an inconceivable ability, how could she not think about it? Furthermore, those 6 illusory swordsmen were killed by Miss Jiuxia. Xiaohua continued, if not for her, I wouldn't have been able to kill those 6 grade 3 illusory swordsmen. Also, Xiaohua continued, your Dharma body collapsed and your elemental energy was greatly damaged. Miss Jiuxia took out her pill formula and secret technique to treat your injuries. I am preparing to refine the flying shadow pill. At this point, Xiaohua was stunned. It seemed that he didn't need to explain so much. Wouldn't the more he explained, the more suspicious Fairy Hongxia would be? Why would he feel guilty for no reason? Oh, so it's like this. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Jiuxia. Fairy Hongxia's face was expressionless as she struggled to get up to thank Jiuxia. Elder sister, look at you. Your body hasn't recovered yet. There's no need to be so polite. Jiuxia hurriedly supported Fairy Hongxia and said with a smile, Little sister originally wanted to ask Xiaohua for help. Naturally, I had to do something for him first. Furthermore, elder sister is a peerless talent and a natural beauty. You are the leader of all the girls. Even if little sister isn't a man, I wouldn't be willing to let anything happen to elder sister. Little sister is doing something for elder sister. How could those stinky men understand? Hee. Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed by Jiuxia's words. She said in a low voice, "Little sister's looks are 10 times better than elder sister's, and your temperament is 100 times better than elder sister's. Although you haven't grown up yet, you are already so dazzling. If you become an adult in the future, won't you be a charming beauty? Elder sister can't compare to you, ah." Hee, the person elder sister is talking about. Could it be elder sister? Jiuxia smiled as she glanced at Xiaohua and said, "Only someone with elder sister's looks would have such a reputation. Huanhua Sec's Fairy Hongxia is extremely famous in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms. Little sister has never heard of anyone who can compare to elder sister, ah. I'm afraid that only an intelligent woman like elder sister can match up to a cultivator like Xiaohua. I'm afraid that Xiaohua wouldn't even look at others, ah. Elder sister, you don't know how anxious Xiaohua has been these few days." Jiuxia's voice grew softer, but Fairy Hongxia's laughter grew louder. The two of them were even whispering to each other. "How? You don't know this, but the Imperial Thunder Sect has a person who enjoys the benefits of being in a favorable position." Fairy Hongxia's words were also transmitted over. Xiaohua stood by the side in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "What are you talking about, ah?" Obviously. Just a moment ago they were still on guard. How come in the blink of an eye? It's like they have known each other for a long time. Furthermore, is this the time to whisper? Shouldn't we be discussing the matter of healing her injuries first? While Xiaohua was feeling helpless, his heart became alert again. This Jiuxia, her methods are really impressive. Although Fairy Hongxia's injuries have not healed and her state of mind is somewhat lacking, but ordinary people would not be able to gain her trust so easily. This Jiuxia's bewitching technique is really powerful, ah. Not only was Xiaohua stunned, even Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao were watching from the side, speechless. They were the same as Xiaohua, although they were bewitched by Jiuxia's beauty, they were still alert in their hearts. They had never spoken to someone so sincerely the moment they met. Who would have thought that after Fairy Hongxia woke up, she would be so intimate with Jiuxia with just a few words, far surpassing their expectations, ah. Darling Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao, not knowing how to remind him or find the time to transmit a message. Fairy Hongxia turned her head and smiled. "You should go and refine the pills. Little sister Jiuxia has already told me just now. My future cultivation will depend on darling Zhao's hard work, yo. Also, little sister Jiuxia is about to teach me the secret technique of Dharmakaya cultivation. You don't have to worry. Once I fully understand the secret technique, your pills will also be refined. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" Fairy Hongxia emphasized the best of both worlds very much, and even winked at Xiaohua. Yes. Xiaohua's face was a little red, thinking that Fairy Hongxia mentioned the best of both worlds to imply that he already knew Jiuxia. After hesitating for a while, he wanted to transmit a message to explain something. But just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly stunned, and then suddenly understood. Of course. Who is Fairy Hongxia? She is a person who is said to be on par with Li Zongbao. Even if she is seriously injured, how can she not be alert? But when Fairy Hongxia heard that Jiuxia helped Xiaohua when he killed the 6 illusory swords, she naturally had the thought of befriending her. Both sides are Dao sect cultivators, and they met in Huan country. No matter what her motive was, as long as they could support each other, she would be a strong ally. To Fairy Hongxia and the rest, to Jiuxia, it was a good thing. This is what Fairy Hongxia meant by the best of both worlds. How is this the best of both worlds in Xiaohua's little abacus? Female cultivators, not to mention who they are, which one of them is not beautiful on the outside and intelligent on the inside? Chapter 2800. I'll have to trouble Miss Jiuxia to take care of Hongxia. The trace of doubt on Xiaohua's face was also swept away. He laughed loudly and turned around to enter the cave. Li Zongbao was naturally stunned, but after a little calculation, he roughly understood. He frowned and found a place to sit down and meditate alone. On the other hand, Xiao Mao was looking at this and that. He was really puzzled. Fairy Hong Xia and Jiu Xia were whispering to each other. He wanted to ask Li Zongbao about it, but Li Zongbao ignored him. Thus, he could only helplessly sit cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, protecting Xiao Hua. A few days later, a medicinal fragrance wafted from the entrance of the cave. This medicinal fragrance wafted for dozens of days. On this day, everyone closed their eyes to comprehend their own cultivation methods. Suddenly, a loud and clear cry of a wild goose sounded from within the cave. That sound was very arrogant, but at the same time, it was also very desolate. Jiuxia heard the sound and opened her eyes. She looked at the cave and frowned slightly. This cry of a wild goose was obviously different from the previous 2 times. Others may not have heard it, but she heard it clearly. Sister, Fairy Hong Xia naturally opened her eyes and was very sensitive to Jiuxia's expression. She whispered, "Is Xiao Hua all right?" I'm afraid there is something wrong." Jiuxia didn't hide anything and said in a low voice, "Just now, Xiao Hua already said that when he was refining the 2nd-grade spirit pill, he was already somewhat unable to do it. However, in order to give Big Sister a higher-grade 3rd-grade spirit pill, he still insisted on refining a 3rd spirit pill. I couldn't stop him even if I wanted to. Sister is really lucky to meet such a deeply affectionate Dao companion like Xiao Hua. However, Sister doesn't have to worry. The worst-case scenario is that he will waste a spirit pill. Nothing will happen to Xiao Hua. Sigh, that's just how he is." Fairy Hong Xia's eyes were filled with tenderness. If he can give others 10 points, he will definitely not give 9 points. Not just me, it's the same for others. After a long time, Sister will know. Hee, how can I stay with Sister and Xiao Hua for long? After Xiao Hua helps Mimi once, Mimi will leave this place. When will Mimi be able to see Jejie in the future? Mimi doesn't even know. Jiuxia giggled. However, after chatting with elder sister for so many days, younger sister is really envious of elder sister and Xiao Hua's feelings. I like being together with elder sister even more. Then, Jiuxia's eyes became blurry as if she was looking into the distance. She muttered, "If only my younger sister had such an elder sister. How great would that be?" Seeing Jiuxia's pitiful expression, Fairy Hong Xia's heart could not help but ache. She even blurted out, "If you don't mind, it would be good for us to become sworn sisters." "Ah? Really?" Jiuxia's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. That kind of surprise was like the birth of a bright moon in the night sky, making Fairy Hong Xia's heart clear up again. "Of course," Fairy Hong Xia said proudly, "if those stinky men can become sworn brothers, why can't we women do the same?" "Good." Jiuxia did not allow Fairy Hong Xia to continue speaking. She bowed and said, "Little sister Jiuxia greets big sister Hong Xia." "Little sister, please rise." Fairy Hong Xia smiled as she helped Jiuxia up. Becoming sworn sisters is not only that, we also have to report it to the heavens and earth, and let the heavens and earth bear witness for us. I will listen to elder sister's instructions. Jiuxia's face turned red. Little sister does not know much about this. Li Zongbao naturally heard the cries of the winter geese in the cave. However, when he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Fairy Hong Xia and Jiuxia who were becoming sworn sisters. He did not know what to say. The development of this matter was far beyond his imagination. It was even a little inconceivable. If only Xueqi was here, how great would that be? Li Zongbao thought to himself for no reason. Xiao Hua was not as unaffected as Jiuxia had said. The shadow of the winter geese was at least 20 feet tall, and it covered the cave that was open temporarily. Just as Xiao Hua had expected, the moment the shadow of the winter geese was formed, a cold aura mixed with a faint savage aura seeped out from the shadow, enveloping the entire cave. Furthermore, the shadow of the winter geese flapped its wings, and a surge of energy carried the drop of blood, as if it was about to fly out of the cave above the geese's head. Xiao Hua's magic power surged, and he tried his best to control the spiritual fire, but he was unable to control the shadow. Xiao Hua had already released over 1,000 strands of spirit thread, firmly entangling the shadow. However, he was still unable to stop the shadow from struggling. Sigh, if the 3rd grade flying shadow pill is so difficult to refine, then what about the 6th grade? What about the 9th grade? Xiao Hua laughed bitterly. Looks like this 3rd batch of flying shadow pill is going to be wasted. It's really a pity for the 3rd drop of spirit blood. After all, Xiaohua was controlling the spiritual fire to use the demon realm's blood fusion technique, and his control was not too skillful. Although the shadow of the winter geese could not really escape from the capital star's formation, the fusion of the pill was at this moment. After this moment, the flying shadow pill would be wasted, and the spirit blood of the winter geese would also be wasted. Little yellow? Little white? Xiaohua thought for a moment, and felt that it was inappropriate. Little white was still weak and could not come out, and little yellow could only eat. He had never seen it spit out before. Moreover, there was Xueqi outside the cave, so how could Xiaohua expose these secrets in front of her? Just as Xiaohua was about to give up, his gaze fell on the drop of blood that was about to turn into green smoke under the shadow of the winter geese. Oh, can I give it a try? Xiaohua was a little hesitant, but soon after, he opened his mouth and a drop of essence blood flew out and landed right beside the remnant blood. In almost an instant, the other spiritual flame also flew out from Xiaohua's hand and charged into the essence blood. Within the cave, the cry of the winter geese had been heard for the umpteenth time. Not only did the cry not have a trace of weakness, it was even louder than before, as if the shadow of the winter geese had not been consumed much in the past few days. Little sister, what is Xiaohua doing? Fairy Hongxia held Xueqi's small, boneless hand and asked in a low voice. Hee, big sister, why don't you use your spiritual sense to see for yourself? Xueqi said with a smile. There are no restrictions in his cave. That won't do. Fairy Hongxia shook her head. This is Xiaohua's secret, and if I use my spiritual sense to check, it might affect his pill refining. Big sister is right. Xueqi nodded with a smile. Little sister has not checked before, and I don't know how to refine pills, so I don't know what he is doing. But thinking about it, Xiaohua is trying to subdue the spiritual bird's blood and send it into the flying shadow pill. The previous 2 times. It didn't take this long, right? Fairy Hongxia was a little worried. And the previous 2 times it was done in one go. Xueqi nodded. I'm afraid there is a problem this time. Now that the winter geese have been crying for a few days, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron must have reached its limit. If the cry of the geese is still there, this cauldron of pills will be wasted. Xiaohua is going to feel heartache now. Fairy Hongxia laughed when she heard that Xiaohua was not in any danger. Big sister, this is the spiritual blood that little sister has been collecting for a long time. Little sister's heart is aching. Xueqi rebuked. Big sister only has Xiaohua in your heart. You don't care about little sister. Good. Fairy Hongxia laughed. When there is a chance in the future, I will ask Xiaohua to make more for you. Good. This is what big sister said. I will tell Xiaohua later. Xueqi laughed and almost jumped up. Where was the awe-inspiring aura that she had when she killed 5 illusory swords with a single sentence? Seeing how happy Xueqi was, Fairy Hongxia was also happy in her heart and a smile appeared on her face. Who wouldn't like such a cute little sister like Xueqi? At this moment, the winter geese cried out in grief. It was incomparably mournful. Following that, there was a series of flustered cries. Following that, there was a buzzing sound from the cauldron. Everything returned to silence. Although Fairy Hongxia did not know how to refine pills, when she heard the commotion, her heart was at ease. A strange expression appeared on Xueqi's face. This was a rarely seen expression on her face. Furthermore, ever since she met Xiaohua, this expression had appeared many times. However, this strange expression disappeared in a flash and a smile appeared on her face again. Nonsense, if this grade 3 flying shadow pill was refined, then wouldn't the grade 2 flying shadow pill be hers? No matter what angle she looked at it from, there was no way she would not want to refine this grade 3 pill. After another 9 days, a golden light shot up into the sky from within the cave and pierced through the mountain peak. After that, it shot up into the sky from the peak and did not stop for a long time. Within the cave, a few clear sounds could be heard, as though a water buffalo was sneezing. Suddenly, Xiaohua chanted a mantra and all the golden light disappeared. A strong medicinal fragrance rushed out and Xiaohua appeared at the entrance of the cave with a smile on his face. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia walked over quickly. Her steps were light and light. Although she might not be able to use her flying technique, her recovery over the past few days could already be estimated. This is for you. Xiaohua stretched out his hand. It was not the same as before where it was just a spiritual pill. Instead, It was a jade box with a yellow talisman pasted on it. I heard from little sister Xueqi that this spiritual pill was something that you insisted on refining. Fairy Hongxia said with heartache, actually, the previous one was enough. Why did you have to waste your spiritual energy? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. Following which, he saw Xueqi sticking out her tongue from behind Fairy Hongxia. Her scarlet tongue was very eye-catching. This Xueqi is really good at reading people's expressions. Xiaohua praised. Naturally, he could not deny it. He looked at Fairy Hongxia and said, I did not take good care of you and caused you to be injured. Naturally, I have to do my best to help you recover. This grade 3 flying shadow pill is very beneficial to your future cultivation. How can I let it go? Darling Xiao, you are the best. Fairy Hongxia said while biting her cherry lips. Brother-in-law. Xueqi did not miss the opportunity to shout. Quickly let me see the pill image of this grade 3 flying shadow pill. Brother-in-law? Xiaohua was stunned. Chapter 2801. Hee. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and smiled. I have already become sisters with Xueqi. Naturally, she has to call you brother-in-law. Are you a little disappointed? Naturally, the last sentence was already similar to a voice transmission. How could I? Xiaohua did not pay attention and almost let it slip. Halfway through, he immediately changed his words and said, Great. This is the best thing that has happened to me since I entered Huan country. Congratulations. Red Cloud. Xiaohua had an indescribable feeling in his heart. The mysterious Xueqi actually called him brother-in-law. Quickly give me the pill, brother-in-law. Xueqi was like a lively child as she jumped in front of Xiaohua and stretched out her hand to ask for it. Here, Xiaohua could only pass the jade box to Xueqi first. He then turned his head and asked, Red Cloud, the secret technique that Xueqi gave you, have you comprehended it? And, previously I comprehended the second grade flying shadow technique. Fairy Hongxia's face had a worried expression, but Xiaohua actually refined the third grade flying shadow pill. I have no choice but to comprehend the third grade flying shadow technique again. Xiaohua is making things difficult for me. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was actually so cute, Xiaohua's heart was about to melt. He stretched out his hand, wanting to hold her hand. However, thinking that Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were still at the side, he was afraid that Fairy Hongxia would be shy. Who knew that when Fairy Hongxia raised her hand, she would hold Xiaohua's hand. Her warm and soft hand was really Fairy Hongxia's sweetheart. Xiaohua's hand tightened as if he had grabbed onto happiness. The hard work of the past 100 days had already disappeared along with the golden light and the medicinal fragrance from earlier. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao did not pay attention to Fairy Hongxia and Xiaohua at all. Their gazes were the same as Xueqi's, landing on the jade box. Inside the jade box was a golden pill with a pigeon egg inside. There was a layer of faint golden brilliance on it. That brilliance was so dazzling that it was like the yellow sun on the horizon. And this golden brilliance was emitted from the faint golden threads within the pill. In addition to the golden threads, the surface of the golden core was covered in fine runes, just like the previous 2 flying shadow pills. These runes formed the image of a cold goose. As the 5-colored brilliance flashed in Xueqi's eyes, an indescribable expression appeared on his face. There was even a hint of greed in his expression, or perhaps it was a longing that accompanied it. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao were purely amateurs. They stared at it for a long time, but other than the golden light in their eyes, they didn't know what was so special about it. Brother-in-law. Xueqi only opened her mouth after a long while. She stuck out her thumb and said, I don't know how to praise you. It seems like I can only give you don't know anything other than giving birth. I really can't think of any other title in this world that I can give you. Hee. Fairy Hongxia's face was slightly red. She pinched Xiaohua with one hand and covered her mouth with the other to laugh. Cough, low-key. Xiaohua coughed twice and said, It's best not to use this shocking title. Otherwise, many cultivators won't have the face to appear in the cultivation world. Ha. Xueqi laughed happily. Her laughter flowed like a mountain spring into everyone's hearts. Everyone was infected and an indescribable joy was born from the bottom of their hearts. Even Li Zongbao revealed a rare smile. Sister, brother-in-law is really interesting. Xueqi almost wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. His third-grade flying shadow pill's quality has long surpassed the third grade. However, because it doesn't have Chao Ying's spirit blood, it can't reach the fourth grade. However, the mysterious golden thread inside has already raised this pill to the outer grade. Outer grade. Xiaohua was also happy in his heart. However, after hearing Xueqi's evaluation of his pill, Xiaohua was a bit confused. The outer grade is beyond the evaluation of the ninth grade. Xueqi smiled and said, just like the Wucang pill and the second-grade flying shadow pill that brother-in-law refined earlier, they can all be classified as outer grade. However, the grades of these pills are too low, so there isn't any special distinction. How many spirit stones are these outer grade and inner grade spirit pills worth? Xiaohua's heart calmed down and he revealed the face of a miser. Spirit stones? Xueqi asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. If little sister is willing to pay spirit stones, would brother-in-law be willing to sell this outer grade golden pill to little sister? Why? Is it impossible? Xiaohua originally wanted to say, how is it possible? But he immediately changed his words. Hee. Only an alchemy grandmaster like brother-in-law can have such boldness. Xueqi praised again. This inner grade pill or outer grade pill is a rare treasure. Who would take it out to trade without permission? Brother-in-law, have you ever seen a first-grade pill in the auction of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? I really haven't. Xiaohua scratched his head and said doubtfully. Furthermore, this Xiao seems to have never heard of pills being divided into 9 grades. Xueqi did not answer his question but nodded and said, that's right. Can spirit stones be used to exchange for pills that don't even appear in the auction? Then without explaining, he turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Sister, you're lucky. With this outer grade flying shadow pill, you can practice the third grade flying shadow technique. This avatar will definitely be famous in Dawn Rain continent in the future. But, as you said, this avatar needs to be reforged. Using Xiantian true water to forge an ice phoenix avatar is a bit too difficult. Fairy Hongxia looked at the golden pill and said hesitantly, Darling Xiao, you refined this golden pill with great difficulty. Don't waste it. Hee, with brother-in-law here, what are you afraid of? Xueqi chuckled and there was a mischievous look in that smile. Lone Yin does not give birth, Lone Yang does not grow. Brother-in-law's name of terrifying phoenix is not for nothing, right? Fairy Hongxia's face turned red. She did not expect Xueqi to be able to see through this. Xiaohua's face also turned red. Looking at the sky and the ground, Li Zongbao pointed to a corner in the distance and said to Xiao Mao, Junior brother Xiao, there seems to be something wrong with the Du Tian star array. You and I have been studying the array for a long time. Let's go and take a look. All right. Xiao Mao's face was also serious as he followed Li Zongbao. That. Sister. Fairy Hongxia was a bit embarrassed but she had to say it now. Darling Zhao's phoenix avatar disappeared. Ah? How can an avatar disappear? Once the avatar is activated, if it is forced to dissipate, to the cultivator's cultivation, that brother-in-law, you can still stand here? Xueqi's smile froze. She seemed to have never heard of an avatar disappearing. Cough cough, that is indeed the case. Xiaohua could not explain in detail and said softly, My avatar seems to have fallen into the void. Amazing. Brother-in-law. You are really amazing. Xueqi was speechless and gave him a thumbs up helplessly. Xiaohua was able to throw an avatar into the void. This was probably the first time Xueqi had seen someone like that. Let's see if there is any other way first. Xiaohua smacked his lips and urged. There is indeed a way. Xueqi smiled bitterly and said, The fusion of yin and yang is the best way to create an avatar. Sister, you have the innate primordial water here, so you must have the innate primordial fire. The best way to create the innate primordial fire is the best. That is why I thought of. At this point, Xueqi shut up. Because Xiaohua was holding a golden magic bottle in which the innate primordial fire was flickering. Brother-in-law. Do you have any other innate items? Xueqi was a bit speechless. The more innate items of the 5 elements in this avatar, the better. Oh, Xiaohua raised his hand again and took out a ball of innate gold qi. He said embarrassedly, I only have these 3. Innate primordial wood and innate primordial earth. I really don't have any. Please excuse me. AI. Xueqi sighed and shook her head. I finally understand. How could I forget about this? You should have it. After he finished speaking, he actually looked at Xueqi with a profound look. Xueqi was already used to Xueqi's ability to predict the future. He did not pay attention to her gaze. Who knew that Xueqi would raise her hand again and said, "Take out your innate gold mother and innate jellyfish and let sister use them." Xueqi hesitated and was about to take them out. Sister is really amazing. Fairy Hongxia saw Xueqi nodding. How could she not know that Xueqi actually had these things that she had never thought of before? She was really impressed by Xueqi's ability to predict the future. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she said, "Xueqi has never mentioned these things to me before. You actually said it out loud. If I did not hear you say that you have such talent, I would have thought that Xueqi had told you before." Xueqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said with a bitter face, "These things are useless to you. Why would I tell you? It is even more impossible for me to tell Xueqi." He. Fairy Hongxia laughed and said, "This concubine knows. It is all because Xueqi's ability is amazing." But Xueqi waved her hand as if she did not have any intention of being complacent. She said, "Brother-in-law, please don't." "What do you want now?" Xueqi hurriedly said, "I do not have any innate fire mother. Even if you beat me to death, I would not be able to take it out." Brother-in-law, do not be anxious. Xueqi did not have any intention of coveting Xueqi's innate items. She explained, the Tao of the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. This is even more so for the innate 5 elements. Innate jellyfish and innate gold mother can produce innate primordial water and innate gold qi. When these two things mutually reinforce each other, they can produce a bit of innate true wood. Brother-in-law also has innate true fire. When combined with innate gold mother, you can forcefully produce a bit of innate true earth. Sister's Dharma body only needs to be constructed with the innate 5 elements. It does not need innate fire mother. Chapter 2802. Oh, I understand now. Xueqi nods his head, but then he is suddenly shocked and says anxiously, This kind of Dharma body. Doesn't that mean it has the innate 5 elements? Is that still a true blood Dharma body?" Of course not. Xueqi smiles like a crescent moon. This should be an innate spiritual body. Innate spiritual body? Xueqi blinks his eyes and says in confusion, "This name sounds very powerful, but what is so powerful about it? As for the specifics, I am not sure myself." At this moment, Xueqi does not say anything, as if she is trying to whet Xueqi's appetite. All I know is that this spiritual body can cultivate by itself. If there is a coincidence, just like your Dharma body, it can enter the void and be separated from sister's body. Who knows, it might be another external incarnation. This, so powerful. Xueqi and Fairy Hongxia are both wild with joy. Is there still a need to say? Even if this spiritual body Dharma body cannot be separated from the body, if this spiritual body can cultivate in the future, wouldn't it be another Fairy Hongxia? In the future, if they were to fight with others, wouldn't the two of them fight together? Sister. You really have a good family background, right? Fairy Hongxia is really full of admiration for Xueqi. She had already asked about Xueqi's background, but Xueqi did not say anything. Fairy Hongxia thought for a long time but still could not think of Xueqi's background. Now it seems that Xueqi might be a direct disciple of one of the big sects in the cultivation world. It's just Xueqi smiles, compared to the so-called I know everything except giving birth. At this point, Xueqi is stunned. It seems that only male cultivators can say such words. For a girl to say such words, it is extremely inappropriate. Xueqi rarely sees Xueqi's awkwardness and laughs. Sister, Xueqi tugs on Fairy Hongxia's sleeve, unwilling to let it go. Cough cough, Fairy Hongxia glares at Xueqi and rebukes. Sister is still underage. Look at how much she has learned from you. Sweat. Xueqi curls his lips. If Xueqi is underage, I am afraid that I am still a child. Let's go, sister. Sister, I will first tell sister the secret technique to refine the spiritual body Dharma body. Let those stinky men enjoy the wind outside. Jiuxia giggled as she pulled Fairy Hongxia into the cave, leaving the two beautiful figures in Xiao Hua's line of sight. Junior brother Xiao. Xiao Hua heard Li Zongbao's voice transmission beside his ear. This Jiuxia is full of oddities. Junior sister being so intimate with her. I'm afraid it's inappropriate. Sigh, Xiao Hua walked towards the two people and said with a bitter smile. What can we do? Perhaps Hongxia has her own plans. She wasn't a simple-minded person, so she would just treat it as if nothing had happened. Furthermore, even if Hongxia falls into Jiuxia's trap, what can you and I do? This Jiuxia is unfathomable. Looks like this little girl doesn't have any bad intentions. Although Xiao Mao can't hear the two's voice transmission, seeing Li Zongbao's seriousness and Xiao Hua's helplessness, he immediately understands that Li Zongbao is telling Xiao Hua the same thing that he has nagged him countless times. What do you know? Xiao Hua glares at Xiao Mao. Your eyeballs are about to fall to the ground. Can you tell that she has any bad intentions? This. Xiao Mao actually blushes. Looks like Xiao Hua is right. Senior brother, can you and Xiao Mao understand the array? If there is anything you don't understand, just say it. Xiao Hua looks at the cave and asks. Li Zongbao's face shows a trace of awkwardness. Xiao Mao hurriedly says, of course there is a lot that I don't understand. This is the capital star array. How can it be compared to an ordinary array? Big brother, quickly explain it to me. Senior brother Li can also tell me what you have learned. Then, the three brothers hid outside the cave, and explained the capital star array in detail. Although the two of them were a little confused, it was 100 times better than trying to figure it out by themselves. Seeing that Li Zongbao, the #1 person under the golden core stage, doesn't understand the array, Xiao Hua is somewhat pensive. This capital star array in his heart is like a piece of cake, as if he has been comprehending it for a long time. Judging himself by others, Xiao Hua understands that his aptitude is not inferior to Li Zongbao's, or his cultivation time is not shorter than Li Zongbao's. But, during the Imperial Thunder Sex apprenticeship test, the Bone Age test, didn't it show that I am only 20 years old? Could it be that the Imperial Thunder Sex spells are not good enough? Xiao Hua unconsciously thought of his background. For several days, Fairy Hongxia and Jiuxia did not come out. Xiao Hua knows that the secret technique to condense a spiritual body is definitely not that simple. So, Xiao Hua dug 2 more caves at the side. He hid in one of them to refine jade talismans, and left the other one for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. He does not dare to let the two of them stand outside in the cold wind. Who would have thought that this wait would take more than 100 days? Xiao Hua's technique of refining jade talismans is becoming more and more skillful. He actually managed to refine 2 sets of the hundreds of talismans of the capital star array. Moreover, he refined more than 10 talismans, patching up the flaws of the array. Xiao Hua tested it a little. The power of the jade talismans is indeed much stronger than the talismans. Not only is the defensive power 40% stronger, the speed of setting up the array is also more than double. If I recall all the other jade talismans of the capital star array, I won't be afraid of anyone on the Dawn Rain continent with just this array. Xiao Hua just thought of this, and he unconsciously felt a slight shock in his heart. Previously, he already had a thought, I can't be careless. The cultivator who sealed this young master must be incomparably powerful. Even with this star array, this young master was still not his opponent. Moreover, I've revealed too much in the Sword Dao battle. Just like what Li Zongbao said, even if I want to hide it, it will not be easy. I'm afraid I have to make other plans. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua raised his eyes and looked in the direction of Mount Million Meng. That Ji Peng and Qing Xian must have come from Mount Million Meng and then possessed Yin Meng here. How did they come here? Could it be that the teleportation array within the universal shifting token was able to construct a teleportation array? If that's the case, I can use this teleportation array to reach the other side of Mount Million Meng. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation is, he can't do anything to me. But second senior brother said it very clearly. This teleportation array must not be constructed successfully. Otherwise, Ji Peng will be here before I even reach there. Before this young master's enemy makes a move, this young master and second senior martial brother will be killed. Oh Zhang Luer. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked. This period of time was extremely dangerous. He had thrown Zhang Luer into the space and ignored her. Even if he occasionally took things from the space, Zhang Luer was thrown in an extremely remote place. He did not think of her at all. Fortunately, when Xiaohua's consciousness entered the space, everything about Zhang Luer was still the same. Her face was not thin or fat, and it was still the same. Fortunately, Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief. If anything happened to Zhang Luer here, I would not be able to explain it to senior sister. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. At this moment, Jiuxia's voice came from outside the cave. Alas, my cheap brother-in-law. Xiaohua smiled bitterly, responded, and flew out of the cave. Hee, brother-in-law's hands are not slow. In just a few days, you have actually created 2 cave residences. Jiuxia laughed. Of course, I can't always stay outside and drink the northwest wind. Xiaohua said unhappily. He looked at the cave and said, How is Hongxia? Can she finish comprehending it? Of course. Jiuxia smiled, stretched out her hand and said, Brother-in-law, you can give me the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill and 3 drops of spiritual blood, which he wanted to give to Jiuxia. I only want the 2nd-grade flying shadow pill. Jiuxia stretched out her hand, took the pills and said, The rest of them are useless to me. Just take it as a reward. Xiaohua knew that Jiuxia was not willing to take more benefits from him. He was afraid that if she needed his help in the future, she would not be able to ask for his help. Immediately after, he sent a voice transmission. How confident are you in condensing the spiritual body? If it fails, will it have any effect on Hongxia? Jiuxia smiled faintly and asked, Now that it has come to this, do you have any leeway to retreat? Xiaohua was startled and shook his head slightly. It seems that there is no leeway. Since there is no leeway, what's the use of asking so much? Jiuxia looked at the cave that Xiaohua flew out of and said, I will go there to rest. You can do whatever you want. I've already told her everything. When Jiuxia said this, her expression was very serious, as if she did not have any intention of joking. However, when Xiaohua heard the last sentence, his face turned red again. Facing this Jiuxia who seemed to know everything, Xiaohua felt a lot of pressure in his heart. The secret of dual cultivation, especially the secret between the Phoenix celestial body and the Ice Phoenix celestial body, this Jiuxia knew. What else did she not know? There is no array in this cave. Even if I do something, it will be like a fishbone stuck in my throat. How can I do whatever I want? However, when Xiaohua walked into the cave, he realized that he was thinking too much. He saw Hongxia Fairy flying in mid-air. Her body slanted upwards. Her hands were spread open, and her perfectly round legs were slightly raised. Her sharp chin corresponded with her legs, and her posture was very strange. It was as if she was flying, but also as if she was dancing. However, on the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, there was an inexplicable fluctuation of mana. This fluctuation flowed along the surface of Fairy Hongxia's body, from her chin to her arms, then from her arms to her back, to the tip of her feet, then from the tip of her feet to her lower abdomen, then back to her chin. Chapter 2803. Xiaohua was in such a state, and Fairy Hongxia was even more so. Seeing the sound of the explosion fading, and the hurricane calming down, her eyes were filled with exhaustion and joy. At this moment, crack crack crack, an extremely discordant sound was heard amidst the explosion, as if something had cracked. And this sound seemed to spread, rapidly spreading to Fairy Hongxia's entire Dharma body. This is bad. Hearing such a sound, how could Xiaohua not know that something had gone wrong? With a sweep of his divine will, he understood that the 5 elements item that had been gradually fusing together was now showing signs of cracks. Obviously, the fusion was not successful. What should we do? Xiaohua frowned. Fairy Hongxia was also panicking, but that panic only lasted for a moment. She stared straight at Xiaohua's face, and her body glowed with a bloody light. Shua! It was as if all the essence blood in her body had been poured into the Ice Phoenix embodiment, and all the crystals were mixed with a trace of blood. My wife is staking it all on this one throw. Xiaohua was anxious. He knew that Fairy Hongxia had started the process of condensing the crystals in advance, but he could not do anything to stop it. He could only nod slightly, as if to encourage Fairy Hong Xia. Ga. Another sound rang out, and the Ice Phoenix embodiment danced, like a bloody shadow dancing in the air. The flying shadow secret technique was like this. The bloody light in the crystals trembled along with the Ice Phoenix embodiment, trying its best to condense the 5 elements item. However, the situation was not so optimistic. The power of the bloodline could not withstand it, and with the power of the 5 elements, the cracks of the 5 elements were getting bigger and bigger. Despair, deep and bottomless despair. Whether it was Fairy Hong Xia or Xiao Hua, they both had such a feeling in their hearts. There was a limit to human strength, and this was not a lie. Sometimes they felt that with just a little bit more they could succeed. However, this little bit was like a natural moat. Even if there was Jiuxia's mysterious flying shadow pill and flying shadow secret technique, even if there was Xiao Hua's rare innate golden mother and innate jellyfish, even if there was Hong Xia Fairy and Xiao Hua's mutual love, even if the two of them were determined to die together. But all of this could not change the outcome of Fairy Hong Xia's embodiment disappearing. In fact, because of this effort, Fairy Hong Xia's physical body and cultivation would suffer even more serious damage. All their efforts had been for naught. Xiao Hua couldn't help but think of replacing Fairy Hong Xia, even though he knew that it was just wishful thinking. However, to have such thoughts was also good. Fairy Hong Xia could already feel that kind of love from Xiao Hua's anxiety. Fairy Hong Xia opened her mouth, as though she wanted to send a voice transmission. However, not a single word came out. It was as if she knew everything. Xiao Hua also knew. She understood. Xiao Hua also understood. All the words in the world were superfluous. Let's leave it to fate. All of a sudden, Fairy Hong Xia came to a realization. Opportunities were something that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. How could an opportunity that could be created be called an opportunity? Xiao Hua naturally felt the change in Fairy Hong Xia's gaze. Although his heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife, he still smiled slightly. The husband follows the wife's lead. This was probably the case. But just as Fairy Hong Xia was about to give up, the golden light within her avatar shone brightly. Fairy Hong Xia was stunned. However, her face immediately lit up with joy. Within the blood-red light, the golden threads from the flying shadow elixir were now emerging from the blood-red light. They entwined around the 5 elemental items. The golden light from the golden threads was so strong that it condensed the 5 elemental items together. Great! Xiao Hua was really ecstatic. He didn't expect that the method he used to refine the flying shadow elixir could still be used now. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia again. Her eyes were tightly shut, and she ignored Xiao Hua. The entire Ice Phoenix avatar began to tremble violently, and slowly sank into her physical body. In just a moment, Fairy Hong Xia's pure white body emitted a holy light. Within this light, the hair that had been burnt off earlier slowly grew back. Moreover, within this light, a sparkling and translucent Ice Phoenix celestial body slowly rose up. It slowly spread its wings and slowly covered the entire mountain cave. Caw! The Ice Phoenix let out a soft, gentle cry that sounded both arrogant and as if it was whispering into one's ear. Great! When Xiao Hua heard this cry, he felt as if a huge rock had fallen from his heart. He knew that the most difficult second stage had passed. Although there were still many secret techniques to refine the spirit body avatar in the future, those were secondary. Sure enough, Fairy Hong Xia no longer maintained her previous posture. Instead, she began to make all sorts of weird movements in the air. At the same time, the Ice Phoenix celestial body was also constantly changing. From time to time, it would let out a phoenix cry as if it was extremely happy. Another 81 days passed, and Xiao Hua didn't leave even a single step. He was always by Fairy Hong Xia's side. Not to mention cultivating, he couldn't even bear to blink his eyes. In the end, the Ice Phoenix avatar suddenly expanded in mid-air and entered Fairy Hong Xia's body. Fairy Hong Xia's face was filled with joy as she threw herself into Xiao Hua's embrace. A feeling of nirvana and rebirth arose in her heart, and it filled Xiao Hua's heart. Xiao Hua hugged Fairy Hong Xia, and his heart was filled with emotions. How could cultivation be done in a day? How could it be smooth sailing? Such a choice between life and death would probably be encountered frequently in the future. When Xiao Hua accompanied Fairy Hong Xia out of the cave, it was already a few days later. The entire valley was empty. Regardless of whether it was Jiuxia, Li Zongbao, or Xiao Mao, they were all hiding in their own caves to cultivate. Even if Xiao Hua didn't set up the capital star array, no one would be able to spy on them. Xiao Hua's spiritual sense swept out, and the three of them were startled and walked out of their caves. Congratulations, elder sister. Jiuxia skipped to Fairy Hongxia's side, held her hand, and said with a smile. All right, I have to thank younger sister for your secret technique. Fairy Hongxia's face also revealed a smile as she said gratefully. There's no need to thank me. Jiuxia hurriedly waved her hand. I'm still waiting for brother-in-law to help me. Don't worry. If you have any orders, this Xiao will do it. Since Jiuxia had said it so clearly, how could Xiao Hua not express it? Now that things had developed to this point, even if Xiao Hua didn't want to help, he probably wouldn't be able to decline, right? Congratulations, senior sister. Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao also came over and congratulated each other. Xiao Mao said in astonishment, Senior sister, you seem to be a little different from before. Not to mention that you are even more beautiful than before, this aura. This is indescribable. Is that so? Fairy Hongxia was the same as other female cultivators. She loved to hear others say that she was beautiful, and she couldn't help but be happy. Of course. Jiuxia said proudly. Elder sister is now a spiritual body. This spiritual body is formed from the Xiantian 5 elements, and the spiritual body is linked to the bloodline. Elder sister's physique and aptitude will also change under the influence of the spiritual body. Right now, this is just the beginning, and it is like changing to a new physical body. In the future, it will be even more different. As she said that, Jiuxia seemed to intentionally or unintentionally glance at Xiao Hua. Indeed, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener did. Xiao Hua suddenly felt his face heating up. And, a new physical body, that is indeed true. Xiao Hua almost wanted to agree. Unfortunately, brother-in-law only has 3 of the 5 elements. If you have all 5 elements, elder sister's spiritual body will be complete. Elder sister's physical body will be even more. Hearing this, Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, This is enough. There is no need to talk about complete or not. Without your blessing, elder sister can refine her spiritual body again. Hee, elder sister's state of mind is so good. Jiuxia laughed. This state of mind will allow you to go the furthest on the path of cultivation. Fairy Hongxia laughed. This state of mind was not obtained for free. It was exchanged with her life. Oh, by the way, elder sister. This flying shadow technique was given to elder sister by me. Elder sister, other than not being able to spread it to others, there is no need to avoid it from your family. Jiuxia winked at Fairy Hongxia. Elder sister knows. Fairy Hongxia blushed. However, Xiao Hua pursed his lips. He knew what Jiuxia meant, but he didn't say it out loud. He looked at the sky and said, Miss Jiuxia, we have been waiting here for more than a year. Can we go to Million Mountain Meng now? If you want to go, then go. I just want to follow elder sister. Jiuxia said with a smile. And, please keep this capital star formation that belongs to you so that we can hurry on with our journey. Xiao Hua emphasized the words capital star formation that belongs to you. Alright. Jiuxia laughed and jumped up. She kept the capital star formation's talismans one by one with great familiarity. It seemed like she had already comprehended it and wanted to keep it. Sister, how do we go to Million Mountain Meng next? Fairy Hongxia knew Jiuxia's ability and had to ask. Elder sister, just follow the previous arrangement. Jiuxia looked at her talismans happily and said casually. She was like a young girl who had obtained her favorite item. She only had her mind on the talismans. Why would she care about others? All right. Fairy Hongxia was also helpless. She ordered Xiao Mao to bring out the drifting cloud flying ship. Everyone boarded the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked at the direction and led everyone towards the drifting cloud lake. Chapter 2804. Fairy Hongxia never expected that the journey to Million Meng Mountains would be peaceful, and she was even prepared to fight. However, the journey from Sword Edge Peak to Drifting Cloud Lake was not a peaceful one. Although Fairy Hongxia had Xiao Hua and the mysterious Jiuxia by her side, she still felt an indescribable fear in her heart. Yes, it was the same as what Xiao Hua saw before he met Jiuxia. Millions of Meng Mountain soul cultivators riding on soul beasts were fighting with the sword cultivators of Huan Country near Sword Edge Peak. Although the scale of the battle was not as large as the one between Dao sect cultivators and sword cultivators, there were many battlefields. Every battlefield had thousands or even tens of thousands of people. Adding them all up, Huan Country had sent a lot of swordsmen. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao controlled the drifting cloud airship and weaved between the battlefields. From time to time, they would be attacked by the flying swords of the sword cultivators and even the soul weapons of the soul cultivators. Fortunately, Xiao Hua was on board the airship. The flying swords and soul weapons were easily blocked by Xiao Hua and covered the group as they flew towards Drifting Cloud Lake. After passing through the battlefields of the soul cultivators and sword cultivators, there were new changes on the icy plains. When Fairy Hong Xia flew over from Drifting Cloud Lake, although she was in a hurry, their impression was that there were only barren mountains and icy plains below the airship. They did not see any swordsmen of Huan Country. But now there were many figures. There were even some simple wooden huts and sheds built on the side of the icy lake. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest could tell with their divine sense that these people were no less than the sword cultivators of Huan Country. They were the kind of soul cultivators who looked dark and thin, with strange runes on their bodies and strange headwear on their heads. What is going on? Fairy Hong Xia was completely stunned. When the airship stabilized, she turned to Li Zongbao and asked. Li Zongbao also frowned. He was not like Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua did not care about the great battle of Dao and Sword and even turned a deaf ear to it. However, Li Zongbao was different. His master was a Jin Dan master in the conference hall, and he was on duty as a Jin Dan. He played a decisive role in the great battle of Dao and Sword. Therefore, Li Zongbao's vision, thinking, and planning were higher than Xiao Hua's. Of course, it could also be said that his scruples and considerations were different from Xiao Hua's. If he were to encounter Tu Hong, his methods would definitely be different. Even if he could kill Tu Hong's cultivation, he would definitely not assassinate him, because killing Tu Hong would cause irreversible damage to the war between Dao cultivators. Naturally, this was also the reason why Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zongbao instead of Xiao Hua. The sword cultivators of Huan Country seemed to be planning far ahead. Li Zongbao sighed. The change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth will not only affect my Dao sect, but also the sword cultivators of Huan Country. Not only are they eyeing the territories of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are also eyeing millions of Meng Mountains. Looks like they have suffered a setback, and were even attacked by millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains. This is what they call trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Alas, that's right. The change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is no less than an abnormal disaster for us cultivators. All of us want to break through before the change is complete, and go as far as we can. During this period of time with Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao had heard a lot of things from Li Zongbao, so he had some insights. Looks like the sword cultivators of Huan Country are even more anxious than us. Their Huan Country has very few spirit stone veins to begin with, and after failing to seize the spirit veins of the three kingdoms of true cultivators, they are now eyeing the soul cultivators. Strange. Seeing Fairy Hong Xia nod her head slightly, Xiao Hua was puzzled. Why aren't millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains attacking Huan Country? Are all of you thinking that the sword cultivators are invading Meng Mountains? Hee, junior brother. Although you see the soul cultivators invading Huan Country, there is no reason for them to invade Huan Country. Li Zongbao glanced at the silent Jiuxia and tried to explain to Xiao Hua. Facing Jiuxia, who was known to be everywhere, Li Zongbao felt a little guilty. What do you mean? Xiao Hua blinked his eyes, as if he didn't understand. It's very simple. First, junior brother, take a look at the climate around here. Is it different from the climate when we were fighting the swordsmen? Li Zongbao said patiently. Oh yes. Xiao Hua nodded. The days here are very long, and the nights are also very long. We can have a good sleep. Fairy Hong Xia didn't say anything, but Jiuxia laughed first. Her curved eyes were like an intoxicating deep pool. That's one thing. Another thing is that it's not as cold as before. There are ice lakes and vegetation on the icy plains. Li Zongbao said with a smile. This means that the closer we are to Meng Mountains, the warmer the weather. Why do you think millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains don't live in such a good place? but come to Huan country where not even a blade of grass grows. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Li Zongbao was right. This is secondary. Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, as far as I know, soul cultivators don't rely on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth or spirit stones to cultivate. The changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth have no effect on soul cultivators. Why would millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains attack Huan country at this time for no reason? If they could break into Huan country, they would have done so long ago. Huan country's swordsmen have been confronting soul cultivators for many years, and have never been at a disadvantage. If it weren't for the war between the two sides, they might not have been chased to this place. Moreover, in my opinion, when the war in Huan country comes to an end, Huan country's swordsmen will be able to concentrate on dealing with soul cultivators. The millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains will be blocked by Sword Edge Peak at most. If that's the case, the millions of soul cultivators from Meng Mountains may not be able to defeat Sword Edge Peak. Xiao Mao laughed. If Huan country is like that, those who wear such revealing clothes will definitely be frozen into popsicles. Miss Jiuxia, do you think I'm right? Li Zongbao said and looked at Jiuxia. These. Jiuxia narrowed her eyes and smiled. These are all the thoughts of you stinky men. I don't know. I'm just thinking about how to get brother-in-law to help me. Once brother-in-law solves my big problem, I'll be free of worries. Brother-in-law even gave me a second-grade flying shadow pill. I'm still thinking about using it. Oh, Li Zongbao was a little disappointed, but he didn't ask any more questions. He turned to Fairy Hongxia and said, Junior sister, if that's the case, I'm afraid our route to Drifting Cloud Lake will have to be slightly modified. I understand. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If we follow the previous route, we'll definitely encounter many soul cultivators. Their soul techniques are unpredictable. Although we have Xiao Mao to protect us, it'll still be troublesome. Fairy Hongxia took out a jade amulet and looked at it carefully for a while. Then she pointed at it and said, Let's go in that direction. Understood. Xiao Mao replied. He then activated the flowing cloud flying ship and left. Chapter 2805. Xiao Hua sat on the airship in a daze. He really couldn't understand what was the difference between going in one direction and going in another in this high altitude. Moreover, how could they come and go as they pleased in such an unfamiliar place? As Fairy Hongxia had said, the number of soul cultivators they had encountered along the way was much lower than it had been before. Xiao Hua was speechless. He wanted to ask about it, but when he saw Jiuxia's knowing smile, he thought, fine, let's not ask about it, okay? Drifting Cloud Lake was actually not a lake, but a huge deep pit. There seemed to be something strange about this deep pit. There was a lot of light smoke seeping out from the bottom and walls of the pit, covering the entire deep pit. Moreover, the light smoke was coming out from the pit and slowly drifting in the air like a cloud. That was why it was named Drifting Cloud Lake. It was night when Xiao Hua and the others arrived at Drifting Cloud Lake. The weather was a little gloomy, but it was unknown whether it was because of the dark clouds or because it was not yet time. There were no stars in the sky, and everything was quiet. Only the occasional bonfire on the ground gave out a few rays of light. Several people sat on the airship and watched the light smoke dance in the air like countless beautiful women. After admiring it for a moment, they controlled the airship to glide in the night, flying toward the mountain range in the distance of Drifting Cloud Lake. There's someone here? Xiao Hua stared at the mountain range in the distance like a monster. He felt a strange feeling in his heart, but suddenly, he turned his head and looked to the right of the airship. Everyone was shocked and turned their heads as well. Several divine senses swept in that direction at the same time. Sure enough, a few dark figures suddenly appeared in midair, heading in the same direction as Li Zongbao. As Li Zongbao and the others scanned the area with their divine will, those few figures were alerted as well, and sent their divine will over as well. Seeing that there was actually a flying boat with a few Dao sect cultivators on it, the few figures were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect to see people here, let alone Dao sect cultivators. Looking at the figures hovering in the air, Xiao Hua smiled. These people were all dressed in black, not in sword attire. However, there were faint, almost invisible sword lights flashing under their feet. If they were not sword cultivators, who could they be? What was the purpose of these sword cultivators heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night? Just thinking about it, Xiaohua felt that it was interesting. It's him. At this moment, Li Zongbao gritted his teeth with hatred. Who is he? Xiaohua was a little curious. Although these people were very far away, when he scanned them with his divine perception, he found that their faces were unfamiliar. Xiaohua had never seen them before. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Lu Ruocheng laid down the fourth sword formation of the Four Directions sword formation. Fairy Hong Xia also came to a realization as she whispered. The fourth array is a spirit array. The person in charge of the array is the one in front. That day, he came with the intention of killing all the disciples of the Dao sect who survived the spirit-devouring array. However, the sword catacomb changed, and the sword cultivator's four-square sword formation was disrupted by Junior Uncle Wu Ming's pregnant baby, and that strange dragon roar. The soul formation was broken before it could be used. Who knows where the soul cultivator in charge of the formation went? Xiao Mao gritted his teeth. I didn't expect to see him here. He's a swordsman, not a soul warrior. Xiao Hua nodded. But it seems like he knows soul techniques. They're coming. Xiao Mao was a little nervous, as if he still had some lingering fear of what happened in the sword catacomb. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua didn't have any other thoughts, and only asked coldly. This. Although Li Zongbao had a deep impression of Yiyu, but, after all, after Yiyu had appeared, he had not started killing the Dao sect's disciples before being messed up by Xiao Hua. Speaking of which, Yiyu had not really contributed in the great battle of the Sword Tomb. What troubled Li Zongbao the most was that they had come to the Huan Kingdom under the slogan of gaining experience. They had even said that they had already left the Great War of Dao and Sword, and that they could not be viewed as enemies just because of the Great War of Dao and Sword. But now that they had met their old enemies on the battlefield, how could they go back on their words and draw their weapons to meet them? Fairy Hong Xia seemed to have thought of this as well, and looked at Xiao Hua with a troubled expression. To kill or not to kill? Xiao Hua frowned. It's up to you. Let's wait and see. Fairy Hong Xia sighed, and ordered Xiao Mao to stop the flying boat in mid-air. In the night, Yiyu and the others almost blended into the night, and quietly flew to the front of the flying boat. Yiyu stopped a few feet away, and cupped his hands. Everyone, I'm Yiyu. I wonder if you... At this point, Yiyu paused, and was a little surprised. But then he asked curiously, I seem to have seen you before? Could it be that you participated in the sword catacomb battle? Hee, Yiyu. Your eyesight is not bad. Li Zongbao took half a step forward, and stood at the edge of the flying boat. He said coldly, We are the Dao sect disciples who survived the square sword formation. I'm Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction. Previously, in the spirit-devouring array, I saw you standing on the soul weapon heroically. I see. Yiyu's tone had returned to its previous calmness, and he said lightly, That was then and this is now. Back then, you and I were enemies, and any means were not excessive. It's normal for me to kill you in the soul weapon formation, or for you to kill me. And now, you all. Are you here to tour the Han country? If this Yi were to kill all of you, wouldn't that be bullying the weak? Now that you've come here, it seems that you have this idea. Xiao Mao sneered. Are you also a disciple of the Utopia faction? Yiyu glanced at Xiao Mao and said coldly, Why would I want to kill you? It's just a piece of cake. How can a few cultivators in the late stage of the Foundation establishment stage be a match for my third-grade illusory sword? Also, there's a mysterious soul cultivation art? Xiao Mao also retorted sarcastically, You're a rare genius who cultivates both sword and soul. Not at all. I'm not as good as you. Yiyu sneered. A kid in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment stage of the Utopia faction dares to be arrogant in front of me. If it weren't for your traveling, I would have killed you here. I'm Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school. Xiao Mao sneered, If you want to kill me, just do it. Don't find any excuses. Xiao Mao from the Xuanyan school? Nameless people. Yiyu glanced at Xiao Hua, Hongxia Fairy, and Jiu Xia, and asked indifferently, Who are you? We're even more nameless people. Xiao Hua said lazily, You've never heard of us even if we tell you, so it's better not to say it. All right. I've never had the habit of forcing others. Yiyu was not angry. He just cupped his hands and said, Millions of Meng mountains are just ahead. Even sword cultivators like us don't dare to enter without permission. If you want to travel, you can stop here. Sword cultivators don't dare to enter without permission. But what about you? Are you going to millions of Meng mountains? Xiaohua asked with a smile. You don't need to worry about where I'm going. Yi Yu sneered. You should worry about yourselves. I'm curious. Now that the Han country is at war with the soul cultivators of millions of Meng mountains, what are you planning to do by entering millions of Meng mountains at night? Could there be another soul formation in millions of Meng mountains? Li Zongbao asked. Do you want to die? Yi Yu sneered, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Although I don't bully the weak if I'm provoked, I won't show mercy even if it's a senior, let alone a junior. Here, Yi Yu smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, Why am I telling you so much? Whether millions of Meng mountains are auspicious or inauspicious, you know as well as I do. I'm just advising you out of kindness because I was forced to kill some creatures in the sword catacomb battle. As for where you go, it's none of my business. After saying that, he turned around and waved his hand, leading a few people who were dressed in black like him and whose faces were almost unrecognizable, flying towards millions of Meng mountains. This Yi Yu seems interesting. Xiao Mao was a little stunned. It doesn't seem as fierce as I imagined. Could it be that he was really forced to do it in the sword catacomb battle? Tisk. Just listen to his nonsense. Li Zongbao sneered. How can a soul cultivator who can control souls be easy to deal with? If that's the case, why would Lu Ruochang put him in the last layer of the four-direction sword formation? The original plan of the soul formation was to kill all the cultivators of my Dao sect. He, Li Zongbao is right. Jiu Xia, who had been silent for a while, said with a smile. You've been in the sword domain for a few years and killed so many third-grade illusory swords, and Xiao Hua was able to escape from the hands of a transformed sword. This Yi, you didn't care about it before, but now that he met you, how could he not know where you came from? How could he not plan how to deal with you? Your fierce reputation forced him to take the initiative to come here. He was afraid that you would take the initiative to attack him, and he felt that he couldn't win against you. That's why he talked to you as a powerhouse, to make you feel that you can't fight with him. That's true. Xiao Mao suddenly realized. Humph, if it weren't for senior brother Li's kindness. Xiao Hua sneered. Who cares what he said? Kill them all. It's not that easy. Jiu Xia smiled. Before he came, he had already planned it out. Didn't you hear him mention your training? First, he cut off the reason for you to attack him. This person is so cunning. Fairy Hongxia was shocked. He only stopped in midair for a moment, and he actually thought of so many things. This person is really powerful. In the future, when we fight with him, we have to be careful. That's all there is to it. Xiao Hua sneered. If it was me, I would directly kill him without a second word. Brother-in-law. Jiu Xia rebuked. Sister is right. Things in this world can't be solved completely by killing. Just like this sword battle, why don't you just take out your transformed sword and nascent soul, and you kill me and I kill you? Why do you have to separate Jin Dan and illusory swords, nascent soul and transformed sword? Why do you need spirit stone veins and other schemes to lure the snake out of its hole? Chapter 2806. Jiu Xia spoke up for Fairy Hongxia, but Xiao Hua and the rest did not know how to reply. This was because Jiu Xia was always able to convince people with her words, leaving them speechless. Xiao Hua was helpless and said half-heartedly, however, all schemes and tricks are useless in front of cultivation and strength. Brother-in-law is right. But in this world, who dares to say that their strength is unrivaled? Jiu Xia seemed to be hurt by Xiao Hua's words as she said faintly, even those who can step into the tribulation stage and Mahayana stage would not dare to be as arrogant as brother-in-law. After all, there is always someone better than you. If you are careless. Jiu Xia's voice was so sad that everyone felt sorry for her. Fairy Hongxia quickly reached out her hand and said, Sister, sigh. It's all my fault. Jiu Xia quickly plastered a smile on her face as she looked at Yi Yu, who was disappearing into the night, and said, Of course, if brother-in-law was facing this weak soul cultivator, he would be able to say the same thing. Jiu Xia's forced smile made everyone's heart soften. No one had the heart to say anything. Jiu Xia blinked her eyes and said, However, this is the time when sword cultivators and soul cultivators are fighting. Yi Yu is heading to Million Meng Mountains in the middle of the night. Brother-in-law, aren't you going to follow him? Xiao Hua and the rest came back to their senses. After thinking for a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "This Yi Yu is so mysterious. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no reason for me to go looking for trouble. Besides, he is a swordsman. His dealings with soul cultivators have nothing to do with me. We still have important matters to attend to." Fine. Little sister was a little curious at first. However, since elder sister and brother-in-law are not going, I will not go either. Xueqi said with a smile. Her smile made everyone happy. Let's wait for a while. Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and said, "We will enter Million Meng Mountains after Yi Yu leaves. Can't we go somewhere else?" Xiao Hua casually pointed at other places. Aren't they all mountains? There is no difference. Million Meng Mountains is a taboo for sword cultivators and soul cultivators. There must be something powerful about it. That is what is recorded in the jade of my Kai family. It is better to follow orders. Fairy Hongxia shook her head slightly, denying Xiao Hua's risk. Big brother, after thinking about it, I feel that this night rain is a little strange. While they were waiting, Xiao Mao whispered to Xiao Hua. He is a sword cultivator, a great enemy of ours. Although he has some misgivings and doesn't dare to attack us, Millions of Meng Mountains is a dangerous place. How could he kindly warn us? He's probably looking forward to us dying here, isn't he? I reckon he's just a hypocrite. Fairy Hongxia whispered back. This night rain. He wants us to follow him into Million Meng Mountains. Xueqi said calmly. How is that possible? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. No matter how stupid we are, we can't possibly follow him. That's right, this is where Night Rain's trick lies. Xueqi said, since we are standing in front of Drifting Cloud Lake, there are two possibilities. One is that we are just passing by, and the other is that we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains. However, there are two possibilities for entering Millions of Meng Mountains. One is that we already know the route, and the other is that we are here by chance. Then, if it is an ordinary enemy who wants to take our lives, but is afraid of dying, he will naturally have to borrow Millions of Meng Mountains. But everyone knows how dangerous Millions of Meng Mountains are. Even if he wants to bewitch us, we won't enter Millions of Meng Mountains. Therefore, the enemy didn't even mention Millions of Meng Mountains, and was even vague about his purpose. And just now, Night Rain didn't even hesitate to tell us that Millions of Meng Mountains is in front of us, and that it is extremely dangerous. He doesn't want us to take the risk. Firstly, it gives us the demeanor of an elder, and secondly, it's a way to show off. He can go to such a dangerous place, but we can't. If there are people with extreme personalities, they will definitely rush into Millions of Meng Mountains on impulse. Of course, we are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, but we don't necessarily have a safe route. Now that he has warned us in advance, the hint in his words is that if he can enter Millions of Meng Mountains, he has a safe route. Even if we don't want to go the same way as him, we might already agree with his route in our hearts, and most likely follow him in. Outside of Millions of Meng Mountains, he might not be able to deal with brother-in-law's divine ability, but once we enter, he might have a way to deal with us. We are going to enter Millions of Meng Mountains, so of course we have a route. Why would we follow him? Xiao Mao said disdainfully. It wasn't easy for him to have a chance to refute Xueqi. He can't read our minds. Of course, he won't know what we are thinking. Xueqi said with a smile. Why doesn't he try? Besides, if we don't follow him, he will know that we are really going to Millions of Meng Mountains, and have other matters to attend to. We are not just passing by, and we are not going to train in Huan Kingdom like you said before, right? So, that's the reason. Fairy Hongxia was suddenly enlightened. Night Rain's words were full of schemes. Even people like Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao didn't seem to think so much. But everyone was confused again. Li Zongbao asked, are we that important? But even if we don't have a route in advance, we won't go with him. Xiao Mao said, still unconvinced. Maybe. Xueqi shrugged. His manner was similar to Xiao Hua's, but he looked much more carefree than Xiao Hua. He is just taking a gamble. Whether you can go or not, he might not even care. Xiao Mao was speechless. Xueqi was not easy to convince. Besides, This is just some idle chatter while we are waiting. I hope you don't mind it. After Xueqi concluded, Xiao Mao almost fell to the ground. Let's go. Fairy Hong Xia urged at an inappropriate time. Night Rain has nothing to do with us. No matter what he is thinking, we have nothing to do with him. Don't bother with him. All right. Xiao Mao was a little unwilling, but until now, he still couldn't pierce through Xueqi's mask of omniscience. He had no choice but to follow Xueqi's instructions and fly towards millions of Meng mountains. Just as Xueqi said, after Night Rain flew into millions of Meng mountains, he didn't go far. Instead, he used his divine ability and hid somewhere, as if he was waiting for Xiao Hua and the others. After a long time, one of the subordinates became impatient. He asked tactfully, Master, wait, why are we waiting here? If Master is willing, you could have just killed these Dao sect cultivators at Drifting Cloud Lake. Why do you have to go through so much trouble? Humph. What do you know? Yi Yu laughed icily, but there was no trace of impatience on his face. These Dao sect cultivators are clearly the terrifying Phoenix and the rest who have recently become famous in the Sword region. I don't have any confidence in being able to kill them. Can you do it? Hee, even with Master's ability, you don't have the confidence. How can we do it? That person smiled charmingly and whispered, however, Master's eyesight is really sharp. You only saw these people once in the Sword Catacomb battle, but you have such a deep impression of them. You really make us admire you. Humph, what do you know? Night Rain sneered. During the Sword Catacomb battle, there were hundreds of thousands of Dao sect cultivators. How can I recognize each and every one of them? I'm just trying to deceive them. If I don't take the initiative to go over, they will really attack. The situation is worrying. How is that possible? Another swordsman was unwilling to fall behind. He hurriedly came over and whispered, I heard from the side that Master has been enduring silently. I've made preparations to kill them all. You. Night Rain sneered. I'm afraid even 10 of you are no match for them. But they saw our whereabouts. How can we let them go? The swordsman from before was somewhat puzzled. Perhaps we don't have to kill them. They will die on their own? At this point, Night Rain's expression was somewhat absent-minded as he looked into the distance. Master, do you think they will follow us? Another person asked with some apprehension. I'd rather they follow us. Night Rain hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice. Then, he said in an even lower voice, if they don't follow us, then it will be troublesome. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiao Hua's airship still hadn't appeared in their field of vision. Yi Yu didn't dare to release her divine sense, so after thinking for a moment, she ordered another person. Go back and check their whereabouts. Quickly report back. Yes. That person did not dare to delay. He hurriedly stepped on his flying sword and flew into the distance. Not long after, that person turned back. Night Rain obviously attached great importance to this matter. He hurriedly asked, How is it? Master. There are no traces of those cultivators near Drifting Cloud Lake. If they did not leave Drifting Cloud Lake and go to the other side of Sword Domain, then they must have entered Million Mountain Meng. Humph. How could they have gone to Drifting Cloud Lake for the so-called travel? Night Rain sneered. It seems that he has discovered the secret. He has already come to Million Mountain Meng to find the clues of that year. Master. The few people were somewhat puzzled. Forget it. Since he dares to chase after us, how can I let him go? Night Rain sneered. How many years has it been? Finally. At this point, Night Rain stopped abruptly. He looked at the sky and said coldly, Let's go, we are going to Shibai Inner Stockade. Master. Without waiting for Night Rain to fly up, the two swordsmen hurriedly said, Shibai Inner Stockade. Is it a place where Master can go now? Right now, Million Mountain Meng is at war with Sword Domain. It is already not easy for Master to come to Million Mountain Meng. If you come in contact with the people of Shibai Inner Stockade, you will be easily used by the other swordsmen of Sword Domain. That's right, Master. It was not easy for our Flying Dragon Sword sect to revive in Sword Domain. It was not easy for us to get the dragon platform in our hands again. This great situation did not come easily. You must think more about it. When Night Rain heard this, he also hesitated. Besides, Master does not see G-Man for the new year. G-Man did not seem to have summoned Master. If Master does not summon G-Man, I am afraid it will be disadvantageous to Master. Chapter 2807. Humph, she's just a G-Man. Does she really think she's a princess? Yi Yu sneered. I've only taken a fancy to. Hee, my lord, you're thinking too much. Before Yi Yu could finish, another swordsman hurriedly interrupted him. We have an important matter to attend to today. My lord, please think about it carefully. Fine. Yi Yu frowned slightly and whispered, 6. You have some connections in the Meng Mountains. I'll entrust this matter to you. Find out where these cultivators are going and follow them closely. Remember, don't let them discover you and... Then he whispered a lot more. Hearing this, the other swordsman avoided him, not daring to listen carefully. The swordsman named 6 listened for a long time and nodded a few times. Then he stepped on his sword and left. Yi Yu and the others continued to move forward, but obviously, Yi Yu was not as calm as before. Occasionally, he would look back, as if he was thinking about something. Little did Xiaohua and his men know that their trip to Meng Mountains had actually caused Yi Yu a great confusion. The 5 of them had been flying on the flying ship for nearly half a day, but they still didn't see any ambush from Yi Yu and his men. When they saw a mountain range filled with withered branches in front of them, they stopped the flying ship. Fairy Hongxia looked ahead and pursed her lips. It seems, we shouldn't enter the Meng Mountains like this, right? Haha, of course. Xiaohua looked at himself, then at the others and laughed. We are obviously cultivators of the Dao sect. Won't we be targeted if we enter the Meng Mountains? But what if we change? Xiao Mao was a little distressed. I've never seen the appearance of the soul cultivators in the Meng Mountains. But at this point, a strange expression appeared on Xiao Mao's face. Who said they had never seen them before? Along the way, they had seen many soul cultivators and swordsmen fighting each other. How could they not know what a soul cultivator looked like? However, if they had to dress up in such a strange manner, how could they do it? Can we? Li Zongbao was still a little hopeful. If we sneak in like this, they might not know. Let's change our appearance. Jioxia smiled. The divine abilities of soul cultivators are not something we can guess. Flying in the air is far safer than hiding in the Meng Mountains. Modification. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Jioxia smiling as she took out some clothes that didn't look strange, he came to a realization. According to what I know, within these millions of Meng Mountains, there are not only those weird-looking savages. There are still some people who look normal to us. Jioxia said with a smile. I collected these clothes in my early years. They're similar to those worn by soul cultivators, right? Not to mention Xiaohua, even Xiao Mao, after looking at the clothes in Jioxia's hands, couldn't believe what Jioxia said. After all, Jioxia's ability to predict the future was too powerful. Xiao Mao almost thought that Jioxia had predicted that they would definitely enter Million Men Meng Mountains. Let's just wear it. Fairy Hongxia was not suspicious at all. She took the clothes from Jioxia and said, Didn't you see that night's rain? His clothes are also different from ordinary sword cultivators. What he's wearing should be what soul cultivators usually wear. When everyone changed into their clothes, they were all elated. Li Zongbao and the others were wearing jackets on their upper bodies and ordinary trousers on their lower bodies. However, the trousers were shorter than the ordinary ones, exposing their feet and calves. Furthermore, he was wearing something that looked like a sack on his head, which made him look very strange. Fairy Hongxia's clothes were different. She was wearing a beautiful red robe with many folds. On the folds, there were patterns of nymphs and eggs. Although the patterns were strange, the colors were colorful. Coupled with the green skirt and the exposed snow-white calves, it was exceptionally beautiful. Good, seeing Fairy Hongxia finish changing, Jioxia clapped her hands and laughed. Big sister, after changing into these clothes, you look very similar to G-Man in Hun Stockade. You're incomparably beautiful. After saying that, she slapped her forehead and took out a red flower crown from her storage pouch. She called out, Big sister, don't forget this. As she said that, she put it on Fairy Hongxia's head. The flowers on the flower crown were extraordinarily beautiful. Together with Fairy Hongxia's snow-white skin, a strange kind of beauty arose spontaneously. Good, Xiao Mao praised, senior sister, after dressing up. You look even more beautiful than before. If the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains were even 10% as beautiful as you, the cultivators of Dao sect would not see them as barbarians. What's Ji-Man? Li Zongbao glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and asked Jiu Xia. Also, is Hunstuckade a place where soul cultivators gather? These, you don't know? Jiu Xia was slightly surprised. Fairy Hong Xia's face was flushed with shyness. She said in a low voice, we came to Million Meng Mountains based on the records of our clan's Yuzong. We thought it would be like the 10 perilous lands in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. We could either use our cultivation to force our way in, or secretly follow the route recorded by our ancestors. But we didn't expect that soul cultivators would fight with sword cultivators. We also didn't expect. I understand now. Actually, you didn't prepare well. I'm afraid you used the opportunity of the Dao Sword War to come to Million Meng Mountains, right? Jiu Xia said with a smile before Fairy Hong Xia could finish. That's true. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and smiled. Besides, the soul cultivators in Million Meng Mountains are really far away from our Shi Kingdom. We can't meet them normally. The records of our clan are missing. Fairy Hong Xia stopped talking. Xiao Hua knew that even if the Kai clan of Qingyang had a complete record, Fairy Hong Xia might not be able to see it. Actually, I don't know much about Million Meng Mountains. Jiu Xia said with a smile. It's just that I've always liked to hunt for novelties. I've read a lot of ancient books, so I know a little about it. As she said that, Jiu Xia stretched out her little finger and made a small fingernail. The crescent moon on the fingernail was unusually beautiful. Then tell me. Fairy Hong Xia said with a smile. Save us the trouble of not knowing what Million Meng Mountains looks like after coming here. Million Meng Mountains is huge. As for how big it is, no one seems to know. The corners of Jiu Xia's mouth curled up slightly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. He said, but on the side adjacent to the sword domain, there are many natives gathered. Everyone has seen how these natives look like before. They are the kind that fight with swordsmen. These natives are different from sword cultivators and cultivators. They're born with the power of soul cultivators. Almost every one of them is a soul warrior. It's just that the distance they can go on the path of soul cultivation is different. All of the natives live in a village. This village is called the Soul Village. Actually, according to the records, soul cultivators are not called soul villages, but shaman villages. Among the natives living in shaman villages, not all of them are uncivilized. After so many years, many of them have learned etiquette, shame, and how to cultivate. Those who walk in front of the ordinary natives are called shamans or soul warriors. In the battle we saw earlier, the commander should be the so-called shamans. These shamans are the real soul cultivators. Every shaman village naturally has a leader, just like the clan leader of a Taoist family or the head of a sect. They're called shaman elders. Shaman elders have supreme authority in the shaman village and can do whatever they want. No one can control them. Jiu Xia said again, besides shaman elders, the most respected person in the entire shaman village is Ji-Man. This Ji-Man is usually the daughter of shaman elders. If shaman elders don't have a daughter, they have to appoint a woman to be Ji-Man. Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, since Ji-Man is the most respected person besides shaman elders, then what happens after shaman elders die? Or the next generation shaman elders? Who told you that shaman elders have to be a man? Jiu Xia laughed. Shaman elders can also be a woman. Oh so. Ji-Man became shaman elders when she grew old. Xiao Hua suddenly understood, but then he asked again, shaman elders are women, Ji-Man is also a woman, then, where did they come from? What about Ji-Man's father? I didn't say that shaman elders have to be a woman? Jiu Xia said slyly again. Shaman elders have both males and females. The male baby that Ji-Man gives birth to will be shaman elders in the future. The female baby that Ji-Man gives birth to will be Ji-Man in the future. When Ji-Man grows up, she naturally has to find Fu-Man. The child of Fu-Man and Ji-Man is shaman elder or Ji-Man. When shaman elder grows up, he naturally has to find Fu-Ji. The daughter of shaman elder and Fu-Ji is shaman elder or Ji-Man. Jiu Xia's words were like the tinkling of a clear spring. What Ji-Man, Fu-Man, Fu-Ji, shaman elder. Although Xiaohua heard it very pleasing to the ear, his mind was already in a mess. He was already vague about the seniority, and now he was even more confused. But Jiuxia still didn't let them go, and continued, also, I heard that in some inner village, that G-Man is even more important than shaman elders. G-Man's daughter, stop. Xiaohua didn't wait for Jiuxia to finish, and hurriedly waved his hand and said, please, whatever they do in the shaman village has nothing to do with us. They can do whatever they want. Ha ha, Jiuxia covered her mouth and laughed, almost rocking back and forth. What else? Fairy Hongxia also covered her mouth and laughed, then asked. Unexpectedly, looking at everyone's questions, Jiuxia said in a serious tone, there are other things I don't know. That's all? Xiao Mao couldn't believe it, and blurted out, yes. Jiuxia shook her head and said, when I saw this, my head felt like it was going to explode, so I didn't continue reading. You didn't make a copy of the jade slip? Xiao Mao asked with a look of disappointment on his face. The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are really far away from Xi. Normally, we can't even meet. Why would I make a copy of this jade slip? Jiuxia imitated Fairy Hongxia's words, and said word by word. Chapter 2808. Looking at Jiuxia's adorable face and her slightly strange eyes, how could Xiao Mao blame her? Forget it, let's go. Li Zongbao waved his hand and said, this shaman village has nothing to do with us anyway. We just need to follow the previous route and slowly find. It's all there is to it. Hee. Jiuxia held Fairy Hongxia's arm and both of them landed on the mountain range. Li Zongbao and the other two landed in front of them. The place where the five of them landed was a vague mountain path with some soil and sand. However, the place where they landed was soft and seemed to be unusually damp. This million Meng Mountains is indeed a little strange. Xiaohua looked down and squatted down. He raised his hand and grabbed a handful of soil to examine. This soil was extremely loose. It seemed to be in the form of granules. Every slightly larger granule had some faint green color. It seemed to be moss, but also like green plants. As for the sand mixed in the soil, it also flickered with a faint green color. It seemed that there were some crystal grains within. However, when Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, there were no fluctuations, it was just ordinary sand. Big brother, what are you doing? Xiao Mao did not land on the ground, but stood in the void and asked in confusion. Nothing. I just saw the withered branches all over the mountain and saw that the soil was very damp. I felt strange. Xiaohua threw away the soil and sand in his hand and stood in the air. He clapped his hands and said calmly, the trees should be lush in a damp place. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Xiao Mao did not ask any more questions. After all, cultivators already knew a lot about spiritual herbs. How could they know about agriculture? However, Jiuxia, who was flying behind the group, trembled violently and a strange look flashed across her eyes. Fairy Hongxia naturally felt Jiuxia's strange movement and turned to look at her strangely. However, Jiuxia only smiled sweetly and did not explain anything. The group flew slowly for 2 hours and did not meet any soul cultivators, nor did they encounter any danger. The faint path under their feet became more obvious, and beside the path, there were more withered plants. Unlike the mountain ranges in the kingdom of Xi, these millions of Meng mountains did not have a lot of green grass. Instead, they were filled with thorns that stuck to the ground and stuck close to the ground. These thorns had some thorns, but at the same time, there were also some green leaves. Among the green leaves, there were even some fruits that were smaller than grains of sand. There weren't many large trees in the mountain range. Occasionally, there would be some trees that were slightly taller, but they were not taller than a foot. The tree trunks were extremely thick, and there were many branches on the tree trunks. However, these branches were somewhat dry, and were faintly dyed with a withered yellow color. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Behind them, a wisp of white appeared on the horizon. The sun was about to rise from the horizon. The rotation of day and night in this place has returned to normal? Xiaohua turned his head and gazed towards the east, suddenly coming to a realization. Aya, brother-in-law. Jiuxia rebuked. We've already flown very far from here from the Sword Edge Peak of the Sword Domain. In terms of direction, we're leaning towards the southwest, so we're naturally far away from the extreme north of the Sword Domain. Where is the polar night and polar day? Oh, so it's called Polar Night and Polar Day. Xiao Hua nodded his head. It sounds quite similar. Of course, Jiuxia curled her lips, no longer paying any attention to Xiao Hua, this directionally challenged idiot. Everyone continued to fly forward. When the sun rose, the road beneath their feet and what they could see with their naked eyes didn't change much. These millions of Meng mountains were really big. Although they didn't fly with all their strength, after flying for nearly 2 hours, they could only see continuous hills rising and falling one after another. There were also endless peaks in front of them, as if there was no end to it. Chirp chirp. A few sharp cries came from the valley to their right. With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiao Hua saw a few wild beasts that were slightly bigger than hamsters burrowing out from the ground of the valley. They were extremely fast as they skimmed through the sand and rushed to the front of those withered plants. They stuck their heads out to look around, then opened their mouths and bit onto those tiny fruits. Chirp chirp. A few more cries rang out. Not far from these wild beasts, a few more similar beasts appeared. They were also burrowing out at an extremely fast speed, but their target was a few short plants. These few plants were only as tall as a palm, and there were 2 strands of something that looked like wheat growing on them. Those things were also withered, but these wild beasts didn't mind biting them in half, then opened their mouths and carefully ate them. With these wild beasts, I'm afraid there will be natives or soul warriors appearing soon. While thinking, Xiao Hua slowly released his Buddhist sense. However, after releasing it for a few miles, he found something strange. He immediately retracted his Buddhist sense, then looked at Li Zongbao, who had been silent all this time, and said, "Senior brother, there are a few millions of natives in Meng Mountains ahead. How should we deal with them?" Since entering the millions of Meng Mountains, Li Zongbao didn't speak anymore, as if he had something on his mind. Now that Xiao Hua asked him about it, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Jiuxia, who was flying behind him. "You should ask the ubiquitous Miss Jiuxia about this. We are ignorant and inexperienced. How can we know?" Actually, Jiuxia looked ahead and said in a low voice, "We should go and meet them. After all, there will be more natives in the future. However, at the very beginning, it's better for us to hide ourselves." After saying that, Jiuxia pulled Fairy Hong Xia and flew to the side of the mountain path. With a wave of her hand, a strange light flashed, and the 2 of them disappeared. "All right, I heard that the millions of natives in Meng Mountains, no matter if they are soul warriors or not, can sense the aura of living people. If you want to avoid them early, you should also stay far away from the mountain path." Jiuxia's giggling voice was far away from where they disappeared. "Let's hide first." Xiao Hua looked at Li Zongbao and said in a low voice, "Actually, we don't need to prepare for this." Li Zongbao hesitated for a moment, then said, "We should speed up and fly low. Doesn't Junior Sister have the route in the Jade Amulet? We won't meet these natives." Jiuxia might have her reasons for doing this. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "The situation in Meng Mountains is different from before. It's better to be cautious." The millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains have pushed the front line into Huan Kingdom. Now that we're already within the millions of Meng Mountains, we're right behind those soul cultivators. There's no need to be so cautious. Xiao Mao said in an unconvinced tone. "Let's wait and see." Xiao Hua was still very impressed with Jiuxia's ability, so he could only wave his hand and say. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao naturally had invisibility talismans. After flying far away from the mountain path, they casually activated them and their figures slowly disappeared. Xiao Hua was beside them, also using invisibility talismans. After half a meal's time, several natives similar to the ones they saw before appeared in their field of vision. These aborigines held wooden poles in their hands. Their stature varied, but they were all dark and skinny. Their dark skin didn't have any patterns like the aborigines who were fighting. However, their exposed waists and abdomens were clearly protruding ribs. Their thin and skinny legs didn't seem to have any flesh, only a layer of skin. Furthermore, there was a skull wrapped in a layer of skin. It looked very frightening. As these natives got closer and closer, a burst of unintelligible whimpering sounds came from the distance. Moreover, these natives were constantly gesturing, as if they were arguing about something. When these natives were about to pass by the place where Xiao Hua and the others were flying, they all stopped at the same time and looked around inexplicably. Their noses were even twitching as they pointed in all directions. Suddenly, these native skeleton-like faces showed joy at the same time. They turned towards the direction of Xueqi and the others and threw out the wooden poles in their hands almost at the same time. 4 to 5 wooden poles drew beautiful arcs in the air and landed between the vines of the mountain path about 100 zhang away. The wooden poles' heads pierced deeply into the mountain path, and the entire wooden pole was still shaking in the air. Woo-woo! The natives let out strange cries and quickly rushed over from the mountain path. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws, looking extremely terrifying. When these natives arrived at the place where the wooden poles were, they each reached out and pulled out their own wooden poles from the ground. Among the 5 wooden poles, 3 of the sharp points were poked into the mouse-like wild animals that Xueqi and the others had seen before. At this moment, these wild animals were still struggling, powerlessly twisting on the sharp points of the wooden poles. Black and red blood dripped down the wooden poles. The 3 natives who picked up the wooden poles reached out and grabbed the wild animals in their hands. They held them tightly and then greedily stuck out their tongues, licking the blood that was still flowing from the sharp points of the wooden poles. After licking the wooden poles clean, the natives raised their hands again. Their mouths were at the places where the wild animals were poked by the wooden poles, and they sucked with all their strength. Traces of blood seeped out from the natives' mouths, looking extremely terrifying and disgusting. The wooden poles of the other 2 natives were empty. Clearly, they didn't catch any wild animals. The 2 natives looked at the 3 natives sucking the blood of the wild animals with envy. Then, they squatted down and carefully looked at the thorny vines. Then they carefully picked the small fruits from the vines. They took out a few fruits and put them in their mouths to chew, and kept the others in their bosoms. Gee gee goo goo goo. The 2 natives chewed and said a few strange words to each other. Then they said a few words to the other 3 natives. It seemed like they were saying goodbye. Then, the 2 natives left and walked on the mountain path, heading into the distance. After drinking the blood, the 3 of them looked very satisfied. One of them even opened his mouth, revealing his white teeth, and bit off the wild animal's head. Crunching sounds could be heard as he chewed it in his mouth. The native also drank the blood that flowed out from the decapitated head. The 3 natives held the wild animals in their hands and looked around for a moment before returning to the mountain path. However, they didn't chase after the 2 natives. Instead, they turned back and went back to where they came from. Chapter 2809. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the figures of Xueqi and the other 4 appeared not far away. The 5 of them had different expressions. Xueqi and the others had a look of disbelief on their faces. Even Xiao Mao's face was a little pale, and there was an unconcealable strangeness in his eyes. Fairy Hongxia bit her lips tightly and frowned. She had an extremely disgusted look on her face. Jiuxia's eyes were bright as he looked at the dried-up blood on the ground. No one knew what he was thinking about. Let's go. Li Zongbao's face was calm as he said, "These millions of people of Meng Mountain are indeed uncivilized. This is obviously a common wild rat. Even the people of the secular world might not eat it raw. They actually ate it so directly. Sigh, I wonder if they will eat people." Xueqi's heart was also disgusted. If it was any other wild animal, it would be fine. But this rat's appearance was really unbearable. He really could not imagine that someone would eat a rat raw. Looking at Xiao Mao's somewhat panicked expression and his pale face, Xueqi did not ask anything. He knew that he had never seen such a disgusting scene. The 5 of them did not say anything after that. They quietly hurried on. Obviously, their flying speed had increased. They all wanted to leave the place where the natives gathered. However, on the mountain path, there were more and more natives. Xueqi and the others had to avoid them from time to time. Although they did not see any wild rats being eaten raw, Xueqi and the others were still somewhat impatient. But when they looked at Jiuxia, he still seemed to know what was going on and was not in a hurry. Seeing this scene, Xueqi was really puzzled. He could not understand what Jiuxia was planning. The sun was getting higher and higher. It was already close to noon. The 5 of them had only flown for about 200 miles at the speed of a turtle. And within their divine sense, Xueqi and the others saw about 20 people rushing towards them. They had no choice but to avoid them. At this moment, the sun was about to reach the top of their heads. Under the direct sunlight, an indescribable heat was born from the bottom of their hearts. Although Xueqi had an invisibility talisman on his body, there was an indescribable feeling of irritation in his heart. Those 20 or so people were the same as before. They all held wooden poles in their hands, and the wooden poles had a very sharp point. These people spoke very loudly. Although Xiao Hua and the others were separated by several tens of feet, they could still hear them clearly. They were also arguing about something. Although Xiao Hua couldn't understand what they were arguing about, Xiao Hua could tell from the expressions of these people. However, as they walked, one of them suddenly fell to the ground, and the wooden pole in his hand was thrown far away. Immediately after, the remaining natives were stunned. The noisy noises came to a halt as they stood there like nails, glaring at the person who had fallen to the ground. That person was lying on the ground, motionless. The sunlight shone on his dark skin, reflecting a bright color. Quack, 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 quack. One of the Aborigines suddenly spoke, causing a commotion among the Aborigines. Then, the Aborigines who spoke just now reached out and pulled up the Aborigines who were lying on the ground. The Aborigines who were lying on the ground weren't tall and were also very thin. Being carried by the Aborigines, they were actually very light. Ao. Seeing that the Aborigines dragged the Aborigines across the mountain path and went to the mountain rocks far away from the mountain path, the remaining 10 or so Aborigines also cried out. Each of them waved their wooden poles and chased after the Aborigines. When everyone arrived at a depression, the Aborigines threw the Aborigines they were dragging onto a large boulder. The boulder was somewhat white from the sun's rays. When the Aborigines landed on it, their bodies trembled slightly, and they curled up as if they were awake. Even their eyes were slightly opened. However, they only opened for a moment, and then closed again. Woo 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 woo. The Aborigines who were standing at the side threw the Aborigines aside and waved their wooden poles around the boulder. As they waved, they mumbled something. Among the 10 or so Aborigines who were following closely behind, except for a few who were hesitant, the rest of them surrounded the wooden poles and began to dance. This strange situation only lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before everyone's voices became softer. All the natives raised the wooden poles in their hands at almost the same time. The sharp ends of the wooden poles were pointed at the natives lying on the crouching ox rock. Just as Li Zongbao had guessed, they were really going to eat the Aborigines. However, at this moment, wang wang. A series of chaotic noises came from the entire mountain range. The thorn-like withered branches on the slopes and ravines broke inch by inch into countless small segments. These small segments made strange noises under the bright afternoon sun, and the noises could be heard all over the mountain. Then, countless small segments floated in mid-air, and the withered segments actually grew to an inch long. They were all strange insects with pitch-black carapaces. As the strange insects flew up, countless inexplicable waves rippled throughout the entire millions of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua and the others appeared in mid-air. Moreover, their bodies involuntarily fell towards the slope. Obviously, these waves had a very serious effect on their transcendence energy. Moreover, as Xiao Hua and the others appeared, countless strange insects began to fly towards the 5 of them, as if they were attracted by something. When the strange insects flew up, the Aborigines who wanted to eat the Aborigines didn't pay any attention to them, as if they were used to it. Moreover, the strange insects didn't pay any attention to these Aborigines. However, when Xiao Hua and the others appeared, these Aborigines were stunned. When the strange insects began to gather, these Aborigines' faces were filled with panic. Sister, quickly use your innate true water. Although Xueqi had landed on the ground, she didn't panic at all. Instead, she whispered to Fairy Hong Xia, "These are beetles that are unique to millions of Meng Mountains. They can produce strange waves that can break through cultivators' transcendence energy and swordsman's sword energy. They can only detect innate objects." Alright. Fairy Hong Xia agreed, but she didn't activate her innate true water. She looked at Xiao Hua with a smile. Xiao Hua didn't dare to hesitate. Looking at the beetles that covered the entire mountain range, he also felt his scalp tingle. A pool of clear water emerged and enveloped the 5 of them. The strange ripples disappeared as soon as they entered the innate primordial water. The beetles that were charging over seemed to have not seen the innate primordial water. They began to circle around the area, and many beetles actually pounced on the natives. The Aborigines turned pale with fright. While making strange sounds from their mouths, they didn't have time to regenerate their cannibal meat. Instead, they waved their wooden poles and fled towards the mountain path. The Aborigines' pronunciation was very strange. It was really powerful. The beetles approached the Aborigines, but they didn't dare to get close to them. The Aborigines' soul cultivation didn't seem to be very strong, so they couldn't drive the beetles away. Therefore, while they were in a stalemate, they ran far away. On the contrary, the Aborigines who were lying quietly on the rock weren't attacked by the beetles. They were like sacrificial offerings placed on the rock. When the beetles were far away, Xueqi pretended to keep the innate true water. Looking at the bare ground, he smiled bitterly and said, "I thought these plants had something to do with the soil. Who knew? They were just some strange insects. What a joke." Hee, brother-in-law wasn't wrong. Xueqi laughed and said, "These beetles are insects in the afternoon, and vines in the morning. There's such a strange thing." Xueqi looked at the invisible beetles in the distance. He didn't dare to look at them with his divine sense, for fear of attracting them. Meanwhile, Li Zongbao looked at the man on the rock and said indifferently, "Aborigines. They are Aborigines. They are really eating humans." "Xueqi, are we still going to move forward like this?" Xueqi frowned and looked at the man, then raised his head and asked, "Hee, brother-in-law, you have great magical powers. Of course, you can hide from the beetles' prying eyes, but we can't." Xueqi smiled and said, "Even the innate true water is only useful against the beetles. If we fly deeper into the Meng Mountains, there will be more strange soul beasts. Even the innate true water can't hide the ripples of magic power. Can we just walk on the mountain path?" Xueqi didn't understand. "Don't we also have ripples of magic power?" "It's not the same." Xueqi laughed and said, "If you fly in the sky, you will be targeted by all. If you walk on the mountain path and don't use magic power or fly slowly, the chances of being discovered will be much smaller." "Is that so?" Xueqi looked at Fairy Hong Xia. Fairy Hong Xia shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she did not know either. Her shoulders that were exposed outside of her robe were very fair. "All right, that's the only way." Only now did Xueqi feel the ferocious teeth of the Meng Mountains. No wonder it was a forbidden land for cultivators and swordsmen. Even Xueqi was regretting that he had recklessly come to millions of Meng Mountains this time, and did not make any thorough preparations. If they hadn't met Xueqi on the way, they would have been discovered by the Aborigines and even surrounded by the beetles. But soon Xueqi shook his head. There were very few cultivators who came to the Meng Mountains. Even swordsmen wouldn't come to the Meng Mountains for no reason. Even if he wanted to make any preparations, it wouldn't be easy. "Let's go." Xueqi waved his hand. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that Xiao Mao, who had a bad expression, had walked to the side of the rock and lowered his head to look at the Aborigine curled up on it. "Big brother." Just as Xueqi was about to speak, Xiao Mao whispered, "This person isn't dead yet." "Yes, I know." Xueqi nodded. "He just fainted." "But..." Xiao Mao's voice was lowered again. "How can we wake him up?" "I just gave him a strand of magic power." Xueqi was a little puzzled by Xiao Mao's actions. However, he still walked over and carefully observed for a while. He reached out his hand and placed it on the Aborigine's wrist. After a while, Xueqi said calmly, "He fainted from hunger. It's better to give food than magic power." Chapter 28:10. As he spoke, Xueqi waved his hand and took out some grains, intending to put them into the Aborigine's mouth. "Brother-in-law, wait a moment." Xueqi had been watching attentively. When Xueqi took out something, her eyes lit up. When she saw the thing in Xueqi's hand, she seemed to have thought of something and quickly shouted, "This thing! The Aborigine can't eat it." "Why?" Xueqi held a small handful of grains in his hand and was a little stunned. "This is the rice that the mortals often eat. These Aborigines should be able to eat it too, right?" "Brother-in-law, you don't know." Xueqi's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile as she explained. "The food that these Aborigines eat is from the millions of Meng Mountains. That's why their physique and cultivation are different from ours. This rice is a food in the cultivation world, but in the millions of Meng Mountains, it might be a poison. I think it's better if brother-in-law doesn't give it to him." "Then, what do these Aborigines eat?" Xueqi helplessly put away the fine seeds and asked while releasing his divine sense. "It seems like the millions of Meng Mountains Aborigines eat millet." Xueqi, who always knew everything, was a little hesitant. If it's blood food, then it's wild animals. Oh, the fruits of those beetles before they turned into worms can also be eaten by the Aborigines. The beetles have already turned into worms. How can they? Xiao Mao was a little helpless and also released his divine sense. Sigh, wait a moment. Xiao Hua sighed and flew down the hill, burrowing into the ground. Not long after, he came out with a wild animal that looked like a mouse. When he returned to the side of the big rock, he threw the wild animal to Xiao Mao and said, "You can do it yourself." All right. Xiao Mao took the wild animal without hesitation and poked it with his hand. A stream of blood flowed out from the wild animal's neck. When Xiao Mao put the wild animal near the Aborigine's mouth, the blood flowed into the Aborigine's mouth. Just as Xiao Hua said, when the blood entered the Aborigine's mouth, the Aborigine's throat moved and swallowed mouthful by mouthful. Brother-in-law is really amazing. It is said that this item is hidden several hundred feet deep in the mountains. It is very difficult for ordinary people to find it. Brother-in-law, you were able to catch it on your first trip. This little sister admires you. Although Xueqi said that she admired Xiao Hua, when she looked at Xiao Mao, she was not surprised that Xiao Hua had this ability. Instead, she was curious why Xiao Mao was so meddlesome. Actually, Xueqi was not the only one who was surprised. Even Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia were surprised. This was because along the way, Xiao Mao had always followed suit. Whatever the others did, he would do. Whatever the others asked him to do, he would do it. He had never been so proactive before. Moreover, it was the life of an uncivilized native. After drinking the wild rat's blood, the native seemed to have regained his strength. He rolled his eyes a few times and tried to open them, but the strong sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes. Just as the native tilted his neck slightly, Xiao Mao placed the wild rat into his mouth again. The Aborigine bit down on the wild rat. He stretched out his powerless hand and grabbed the wild rat. He greedily and eagerly chewed on it without opening his eyes again. Let's go. He should have come back to life. Li Zongbao said indifferently. Before he wakes up, we should leave as soon as possible. Li Zongbao was worried that this native would wake up and summon other natives, so he urged. Senior brother, please wait a moment. Xiao Mao raised his head and responded with a strange look. He did not have any intention of leaving. Since he did not want to leave, the others could only wait patiently. After a while, the native finished eating the wild rat. He licked his lips and opened his eyes. When he saw Xiao Mao and the others clearly, his face revealed an extremely respectful expression. His legs were slightly bent, his hands were placed in front of his chest, and his mouth was mumbling some strange words. Needless to say, this native had obviously treated Xiao Mao and the others as spirit warriors. He was saying some words of thanks. When Xiao Hua heard this, he was surprised. The native's words were similar to the Green Seal script, but there was a huge difference. Naturally, he would not say it. Therefore, Xiao Hua turned his gaze to Xueqi. He did not know if this little girl who claimed to know everything knew the language of millions of Meng mountains. However, Xueqi did not pay any attention to Xiao Hua. Instead, she looked at Xiao Mao. What shocked Xiao Hua the most was that Xiao Mao was actually speaking to the native. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and looked at Xiao Mao in disbelief. He could not believe that Xiao Mao could speak the language of millions of Meng mountains. Not to mention Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao and Fairy Hongxia were also stunned. Their gazes were somewhat dazed. On the other hand, Xueqi's expression was still calm. She seemed to be a little surprised, but it quickly disappeared. However, when she heard Xiao Mao's words, he was stuttering at the beginning. His face was even flushed red and he could not say anything. However, gradually his words became more fluent. Although it was not as fluent as the native, it was obvious that the native understood him. Furthermore, his face became more and more respectful. In the end, the native actually raised his head to the sky and raised his hands above his head. Woo woo ya ya, he said a lot more. Then, he respectfully bowed to Xiao Mao again and pressed his forehead tightly against Xiao Mao's toes. Xiao Mao. What's going on? Xiao Hua was stuttering at this moment. He really did not understand. This strange situation was even more strange than when he saw Xueqi come to Han country to look for him. Sigh. When Xiao Mao heard Xiao Hua's question, an awkward expression appeared on his face. He looked at the native who was kneeling in front of him and seemed to be ashamed. He sighed and said, "Big brother, didn't I tell you before?" When little brother was young, mother had taught little brother a local language, but little brother never paid much attention to it. But today, after listening to the language spoken by these millions of natives of Meng Mountain, it is very similar to the local language taught by mother. Although they are not exactly the same, but they can understand what little brother is saying, and little brother can also understand what they are saying. Ah? So that's why. Xiao Hua was enlightened. He turned to look at Li Zongbao. What Xiao Mao said was the truth. Before entering Han country, Xiao Mao had confessed this matter. However, everyone had noticed Xiao Mao's encounter and his mother's matter. No one cared about the local language that Xiao Mao's mother taught him. However, this local language was the most important thing. Then, Xiao Hua came to a realization. Since Xiao Mao's mother was a native of Meng Mountain, it was normal for his soul to have a green seal script talisman. Looks like Xiao Mao. His background is not ordinary. Xiao Hua saw that the native was kneeling on the ground and did not get up. His hands were even grabbing Xiao Mao's leg and not letting go. Xiao Hua was puzzled and asked, "What are you talking about? What is he doing?" "That, big brother," Xiao Mao answered unwillingly. "He is inviting me to their Wu stockade." "Why would he invite you?" Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. "He doesn't know you?" "That," Xiao Mao said awkwardly. He said that I am the descendant of great god Shibai and their master." "Damn it, you are so honorable?" Xiao Hua laughed. "How did he know? Could it be that Xueqi gave you clothes? Why didn't he come find me?" As he spoke, Xiao Hua tugged at his collar and looked down curiously. "Big brother, don't mock me." Xiao Mao's face was red. "I really didn't expect that I am a native of Meng Mountain. This man is called Xueqi. His words are similar to what I said, but they are definitely different. He knew that I am the descendant of some great god Shibai from what I said. Oh, no wonder." Xiao Hua immediately understood why Xiao Mao's mother didn't teach him anything but this language when he was young. It turned out that this language was a symbol of status, a representation of honorable status. When he thought of the painstaking efforts of Xiao Mao's mother, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with melancholy. Although Xiao Mao's parents had passed away, he knew his own origin and had come to his homeland. But what about himself? Where was his origin? What was the situation of his parents? Cough cough Xiao Mao. When he thought of this, Xiao Hua coughed twice and said, "A person's origin is not something he can choose. But he can choose his own life. He doesn't need to feel ashamed of his origin, and he doesn't need to feel proud of his origin. His origin is given by his parents. No matter if it is lowly or honorable, it is all his own, and it exists. The most important thing is still himself. This is the path he has to walk in the future. Only when you understand your own origin and understand your own path, will you be able to walk further in the future. That way, you won't have any more knots in your heart." Yes, Big Brother is right. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua. When he heard Xiao Hua's words that struck his heart, he had mixed feelings. Before this, he had thought about the origin of his parents more than once, and also hypothesized about his own origin more than once. But he had never thought that he would be the same as these uncivilized soul cultivators of Meng Mountains. Not only did these natives of Meng Mountains have no etiquette, not only did they have no face, they even ate wild rats alive. What made him most ashamed was that these natives ate other natives. When he thought about how these natives were actually of the same origin as him, Xiao Mao wanted to drill into the ground of Meng Mountains and never meet Xiao Hua and the others again. This was too shameful. He couldn't make up for it. In fact, when the first group of Aborigines walked past them, he had already heard the meaning of their conversation. He already knew that he had something to do with them. He had been holding it in all this time, trying to hide this matter. But in the end, when the unconscious Xueqi was about to be eaten by the natives, he didn't plan to do anything. He was deeply ashamed of it. He closed his eyes and prayed that these things would pass quickly. But when Xiao Hua told him to leave, he hesitated again. After all, Xueqi was a human life, and he was lying in front of him. This was someone who said the same thing as him. Especially when Xiao Mao thought about his journey. It was as if an invisible hand had sent him to Mount Million Meng. He could even feel his mother's aura. It was as if it was his mother who had pushed him to Mount Million Meng. If he ignored Xueqi, who might be a clansman, could he face his dead mother? Chapter 28:11. This was also the reason why Xiao Mao saved Xueqi. However, what he thought and what he did were completely different from what he faced in reality. Facing Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and Fairy Hongxia, who came from a Taoist clan and sect, Xiao Mao felt inferior and less shameless for no reason. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xiao Mao took a deep breath and nodded. Million Mountain Meng is mother and father's home, so it's naturally my home as well. Little brother might be able to find the footsteps of father and mother here. That's right. Xiao Hua smiled. If you want to find the roots of your parents, you naturally have to follow Xueqi. Otherwise, how would you know who great god Shibai is? Where are your parents originally? Little brother naturally knows that this is the best way. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. But little brother is now a Taoist cultivator. Big brother and the others don't understand Million Mountain Meng. Once we meet the soul warriors of Wu village, we'll be exposed. This is extremely risky. That's true. Xiao Hua hesitated. It's fine. Seeing Xiao Hua hesitate, Jiuxia smiled. Now that you're their master, how can they make decisions for their master's actions? Didn't you see how that night rain could enter Million Mountain Meng? Maybe it's related to some descendant. Now that there are cultivators who secretly learn from soul warriors, there are naturally cultivators who practice soul arts. Perhaps your parents went to the state of Shi specifically to cultivate the Tao sex magic arts. In my opinion, nothing will happen. Even Jiuxia, who claimed to be omniscient, gave her assurance. Xiao Mao also nodded. However, when Xiao Hua heard Jiuxia call him master, he felt inexplicably uncomfortable, as if he didn't like this title. Moreover, Xiao Hua was also somewhat puzzled. Looking at Jiuxia's actions, it was obvious that she wanted Xiao Mao to go to Wu village to find out his origins. Could it be Jiuxia's goal, or she has something to do with Million Mountain Meng? Xiao Hua was suddenly startled and looked meaningfully at the smiling Jiuxia. That smile that was even more brilliant than spring flowers was truly reflected in his eyes and heart. The person she's looking for in Huan country, is Xiao Mao? It's not me? Or did Jiuxia find Xiao Mao through me? Although Xiao Hua's comic hand had not made any progress, he had gained some understanding of the Tao of Karma. Seeing that Fairy Hongxia was supposed to come to millions of Meng mountains, and Xiao Mao, who was supposed to be a training ground, had appeared, he naturally knew that Xiao Mao had become the main character of this trip to millions of Meng mountains. With Jiuxia's ability, he must have figured out that the person he was looking for was Xiao Mao, and not Xiao Hua. Doesn't she feel disappointed? She had always wanted my help and ignored Xiao Mao. Now that she realized that Xiao Mao was the person she should be looking for, shouldn't she be looking for Xiao Mao instead? Why hasn't her expression changed? Xiao Hua thought to himself. Sure enough, when he saw Xiao Hua looking at him, Jiuxia slightly turned his eyes, and his left eyelid actually blinked a few times at Xiao Hua. Wah! Xiao Hua hurriedly turned his head. Every blink was like a bolt of lightning striking his heart. His delicate little heart. He should leave it for Fairy Hongxia. Damn, I forgot. Xiao Hua was stunned. Xiao Mao calls me big brother. Doesn't Xiao Mao have to listen to whatever I say? If she finds me, isn't that the same as finding Xiao Mao? However, when Xiao Hua turned his head, he saw Xiao Mao's gaze. Obviously, Xiao Mao had the same thought as him. He still wanted to listen to his opinion. Go. Xiao Hua could still stop him if he took it. This was the best opportunity for Xiao Mao to find his origin, and he had no reason to stop him. As for the dangers inside, Xiao Hua believed that with his cultivation base and the little white dragon in the mysterious dark clouds, there shouldn't be any big problems. Moreover, there was also Jiuxia who needed Xiao Mao's help. When Xiao Mao saw that Xiao Hua had agreed, his face was immediately filled with joy. He nodded and muttered a few words to the one called Jiuxia. When the strange words came out from Xiao Mao's mouth, they were different from what the millions of natives of Meng Mountain said. There were even some pleasant syllables, like the chirping of birds. Unfortunately, other than the vague syllables of Jiuxia, Xiao Hua couldn't understand anything else. The native called Jiuxia suddenly jumped up from the ground, giving Xiao Hua a fright. Then, he saw that the native's face was filled with tears. Some were crying, some were laughing, and some were dancing around Xiao Mao in a strange way. Where was the miserable state that he had just fainted? Xiao Mao smiled bitterly, looking at Xiao Hua and the others helplessly. However, there was a sense of pride in his eyes. Xiao Hua naturally knew that this was a ceremony of the natives to express their respect and joy. Only after the native finished the ceremony, with sweat dripping from his forehead, did he respectfully use the thumb and index finger of his right hand to pinch Xiao Mao's lapel. On the sleeves of Xiao Hua and the others, there was something similar to a tassel, and it fell into the hands of Xueqi. Xueqi raised the tassel to his forehead, then carefully bent his waist and walked in front of Xiao Mao, as if he was leading the way. However, when Xiao Hua saw that Xueqi was having a hard time walking, as if he was walking sideways, and didn't even dare to raise his head, Xiao Hua was really worried for him. However, when the native looked at Xiao Mao, his eyes were filled with pride and respect, as if it was his life's honor to lead the way for Xiao Mao. All of a sudden, Xiao Hua felt a little absent-minded. Wasn't it the same when Fei Yunshu, Zhong Zhan, and the others saw him in the past? Although Xueqi was leading the way, Xiao Hua and the others' journey was much slower. This wasn't the worst. After walking for about 10 miles, they heard the roar of beasts from afar. Even the slightly soft ground under their feet started to shake. Oh! Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment before carefully releasing his Buddhist sense. But after a few kilometers, he could see that on the mountain path ahead of him, there were a dozen or so large soul beasts. Under the control of a dozen or so soul warriors, they were madly charging towards him. Behind the soul warriors, there were several hundred natives that looked just like Xueqi. In their hands, they held all kinds of strange-looking wooden staves as they rushed forward in a frenzy. Xiao Mao saw them as well. Lowering his head, he said a few words to Xueqi. Xueqi respectfully replied with a few words. Xiao Mao turned his head and smiled. "Big brother, it's fine." Xueqi said that the soul warriors from the stronghold are coming. It's probably those natives that saw us suddenly appear and rushed back to report it. It's fine. Xiao Hua nodded. The soul beasts ran very fast. In a short moment, they appeared in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Xiao Mao and Xueqi were walking on top of a mountain. The soul warriors controlled their soul beasts to see Xiao Mao's clothes, then to see the revived Xueqi, and Xuexia's incomparably respectful appearance. They couldn't help but be stunned. One by one, the soul beasts stopped at the bottom of the mountain. They were stunned. Ji woo woo. Xueqi raised his head and shouted. His voice traveled very far and every word was said in a loud voice. It was very different from what the cultivators of the Taoist sect usually said. Damn it, it seems like the words of millions of Meng mountains are used to shout. Xiao Hua smiled and looked at Li Zongbao. The two of them stopped and quietly watched. Hearing Xuexia's shout, the dozen or so soul warriors were extremely shocked. In an instant, the shock disappeared and was replaced by ecstasy. The dozen or so soul warriors exchanged a few words with each other. Two of them jumped down from their soul beasts. Just like Xueqi, they bowed to Xiao Mao and then jumped back onto their soul beasts. They urged their soul beasts to turn around and fly away. Clearly, they were going back to the shaman's stronghold to inform the other soul warriors. The remaining dozen or so soul warriors also jumped down from their soul beasts and drove their soul beasts to the side of the mountain path. They bent their bodies, bent their legs, and raised their hands high. They were extremely careful as they welcomed Xiao Mao. When they arrived in front of Xiao Mao, they surrounded Xiao Mao as if they were sobbing. They raised their arms and legs and actually started to dance. Xiao Mao smiled. Seeing the joy in the eyes of these soul warriors and the longing expression on their faces, he felt an indescribable warmth from the bottom of his heart. He opened his mouth very naturally. Although it was a mouthful, the words he said were pleasant to the ears. When the soul warriors heard this, they became even crazier. It was as if they had eaten a spirit herb that boosted their sex drive. They danced even more vigorously. Damn it, senior brother, Xiao Mao came to the right place this time. Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Mao and turned to Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently. His expression was somewhat cold. Compared to the excitement in front, everyone felt that he was an outsider. Xiao Hua slightly raised his eyes and looked at Li Zongbao with a strange expression. It seemed that after the Battle of the Sword Tomb, Li Zongbao's expression became slightly richer. From time to time he could also smile. But now, Li Zongbao began to return to his previous indifference. He didn't care about anything anymore. Could it be? Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the immortal killing whip. When the immortal killing whip was still the immortal piercing whip, Li Zongbao was cultivating the emotion-parting treasure mirror. He used the immortal piercing whip to kill the 7 emotions and 6 desires of a cultivator. Later, it seemed that when the immortal piercing whip was destroyed, his cultivation method was also affected? But now, could it be because the immortal slaying whip had been repaired? Sometimes, good intentions may not be able to do good things. When Xiao Hua thought of this, he couldn't help but feel some regret. If he hadn't repaired the immortal killing whip, perhaps Li Zongbao would be better right now? Just as he was thinking, the hundreds of natives also appeared in the distance. Weren't the ones in front the ones who were preparing to eat Xueqi? However, at this time, there wasn't the slightest bit of shame on their faces. It seemed that they had already received the message from the 2 soul warriors. Each and every one of them had disbelief and ecstasy on their faces. However, when they saw the living Xueqi with their own eyes, as well as the respect of the dozen or so soul warriors, each and every one of them was overjoyed. Chapter 28:12. However, contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, these natives didn't rush over as he imagined. Instead, they directly fell to the ground as if they were kowtowing. Then they stood up, walked a few steps, and fell down again. Just like that, they slowly walked towards Xiao Mao. The hundreds of natives were divided into groups and were extremely orderly. Faith. This is faith. Behind Xiao Hua, Xueqi sighed and said, "The power of faith. Sometimes, it is the greatest and most direct power in this world." Faith. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He turned his head to look at Xueqi, but he saw that the always calm Xueqi had a confused look on her face. However, she was also looking at Xiao Mao, who was slowly walking in the distance with some envy. "Xiao Hua, don't you think, even if you have the strength of a nascent soul, compared to thousands of natives, you are still somewhat insignificant? Oh, even if these tens of thousands of natives are considered small, what about 100,000, 1,000,000, or 10 million? Xueqi saw Xiao Hua looking at her and said, "This Xiao Mao doesn't need to be too strong. He only needs to point his finger and those 10 million natives will go against you. Do you think you are their opponent? What you said doesn't seem to be faith." Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat and he refuted. Xueqi's eyes turned and looked at Xiao Hua. She nodded and said, "Brother-in-law is right. This can't be considered faith. It is only a kind of obedience, a kind of reliance. However, according to what I know, the ancient Almighty could borrow the faith of these 10 million natives to form a great divine ability. That is faith, that is the true power of faith." Speaking up to here, Xueqi regained her smile and said, "Hee, brother-in-law, you've also heard of faith?" "No." Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. "However, I just feel that what you said might be a bit wrong." "Is that so?" Xueqi raised her eyebrows and her eyes flashed with a trace of brilliance. At this moment, Xiao Mao had already gone down the mountain under the protection of 10 soul warriors and arrived at the place where the soul beasts were scattered. Although the hundreds of natives walked slowly, they still reached Xiao Mao's side. Wu Yaya. It was another kind of exhilaration. All the natives cheered and surrounded Xiao Mao in layers on the mountain path that wasn't too narrow. They kept jumping and jumping around. Sigh, such a torment. I wonder how long it will take for us to reach the nearest shaman stockade. Fairy Hongxia said softly, feeling a little bored. "Elder sister, you don't know. The grander it is, the more guaranteed our safety is." Xueqi said with a smile, "At this moment, even if Yiyu comes again, he definitely won't dare to touch Xiao Mao. These millions of natives of Meng Mountains are not to be trifled with. The problem is, even if Xiao Mao is really the descendant of some great deity, he doesn't know any spirit arts. If something were to happen, if the witch elder or G-man from the witch stockade were to see Xiao Mao and expose him." Fairy Hongxia was still worried. "Don't worry, sister." Xueqi smiled and said, "Little sister already said that Yiyu cannot be touched. Elder Wu and G-man might not be able to touch him either. Besides, didn't you see? This Xiao Mao is indeed the descendant of some great deity. There's no mistake about it. You don't understand the power of faith. You said a few words to Xiao Mao just now, but elder sister really didn't understand. Fairy Hongxia admitted. To put it simply, elder sister, do you believe in immortals? Jiuxia smiled. Of course, if there are no immortals, why would we cultivate? Fairy Hongxia was stunned. His face was full of arrogance and his hands were tightly gripping the tassel. Big brother, Xiao Mao smiled apologetically. This formation is really out of my expectations. However, I have asked just now and this is necessary. I heard that it is compatible with my identity. Congratulations! Xiao Hua gave him a thumbs up. Big brother is sincerely happy for you. There are so many natives who love and respect you. But at this point, Xiao Hua did not know what to say. Yes, Xiao Mao had found his identity in the millions of Meng Mountains, but he was still a foundation establishment cultivator from Xuanyan School. What was the use of these natives loving and respecting him so deeply? Thank you, big brother. Xiao Mao knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and said with a smile. In this world, the only person who is truly good to me is big brother. If I did not have the bloodline of some great god, if I did not have the identity of my mother and father, they would definitely not care about me. But even if I am a beggar, big brother will still be good to me. Haha, that's right. Xiao Hua patted Xiao Mao's shoulder and laughed. Woo. Xiao Hua's action of patting his shoulder first provoked Che Sobbing's dissatisfaction. He bared his teeth and roared at Xiao Hua a few times. Immediately after, the dozen or so soul warriors and the several hundred natives also clamored. Gigi Gaga, Xiao Mao said hurriedly. His voice was extremely fluent, like frying beans. When Xiao Mao spoke, the group of natives all quieted down and listened very respectfully. There was even an expression of intoxication on their faces, as if Xiao Mao's words were like fine wine. It was unknown what Xiao Mao said, but with a boom, the group of natives all knelt down towards Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia, and Jiuxia. Although they were not as respectful towards Xiao Mao, they were still very polite. Get up, get up. Xiao Hua was so happy that he could not close his mouth. He stretched out his hand and signaled everyone to get up. Unfortunately, how could they pay attention to Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua's hand was stretched out very awkwardly. Kagan. Xiao Mao opened his mouth. With a swoosh, everyone stood up in unison. Let's go, big brother. Let's sit on the soul beast. Xiao Mao said to the soul beast that was taking a stroll. If we walk like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach their Bibe stronghold by nightfall. Xiao Hua nodded. He also knew that they could not use the flying technique now. If they walked like before, they would be even slower than ordinary people. Xiao Mao then gave a few more orders. The dozen spirit warriors did not dare to delay, and quickly led the soul beast to the front of the group. This time, Che Xiu was not willing. His face was full of tears and he was unwilling to let go of Che Xiu's tassel. A spirit warrior berated him a few times. Che Xiu was very wronged and did not dare to talk back. However, he carefully withdrew his hand and pinched the tassel between his fingers. Xiao Mao said a few words with a pleasant expression. Che Xiu immediately became happy and immediately bent down beside the soul beast. Xiao Mao was stunned. However, when the spirit warrior reminded him, Xiao Mao understood that Che Xiu was to be a stepping stone. Xiao Mao could not help but feel moved. Seeing Xiao Mao hesitate, Che Xiu became anxious. He stretched out his hand and wanted to pull Xiao Mao's leg to his back. However, he did not dare and cried out with a sobbing tone. Ai! Xiao Mao sighed and stepped on Che Xiu's back. The bony Che Xiu's leg hurt, but Che Xiu's face was full of joy. Xiao Hua and the others naturally did not receive this kind of courtesy. They placed their hands on the soul beast's back and floated down. The 5 soul warriors walked in front of the 5 soul beasts and clapped their hands together. The 5 soul beasts roared to the sky and began to gallop forward. The 5 soul warriors were actually galloping in front of the soul beasts. They weren't any slower than the soul beasts in the slightest. Looking at the native named Che Sobbing, he actually spread his legs and chased closely behind the soul beast that Xiao Mao was riding. He didn't look like he was going to give up. The other dozen or so spirit warriors did not dare to ride their soul beasts. They only dared to run behind Xiao Hua and the others. As for the hundreds of natives, they were all shouting and yelling as they chased after the soul beasts like crazy. Xiao Hua was riding on the soul beast. Seeing this strange scene, he could not help but smile bitterly. However, when he saw that whether it was the spirit warriors or the natives, they were all running extremely fast, he was astonished. He did not know if these natives were born this way or if they had cultivated this way. Chapter 28:13. Xiao Hua and the others flew at high speed for nearly an hour. After turning around a high slope, they saw a large expanse of black tree branches that covered the entire mountain peak several li away. Wang wang. Several loud beastly cries rang out in front of them. It was very deafening. Immediately after, jie. Several bird cries came from the sky. They saw over 10 ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size. They spread their enormous wings and flew over like dark clouds covering the sky. Furthermore, there were also several tens of ferocious beasts that were 30 meters in size that rushed down from the mountain peak. These ferocious beasts had small heads like poisonous snakes. Behind their thin necks was a body that was 20 meters in size. Under their bodies were eagle talon-like claws that swayed in the air. There were soul warriors standing on the backs of these ferocious beasts. The soul warrior in front was actually an old man. His hair and beard were snow white and his face was full of wrinkles. Although he was a bit short and thin, his skin wasn't black. He looked somewhat similar to the cultivators of the Three Kingdoms. Looking at the ferocious beasts, they were several times the size of the soul beast under Xiao Hua. Their 4 legs were as thick as pillars. When they opened their mouths, fangs protruded out. They had a long tail that was at least 3 meters long. Furthermore, there were sword wings that were several feet long behind their tails. They looked exceptionally ferocious. There were also a few soul warriors standing on top of these ferocious beasts. These soul warriors were dressed similarly to the soul warriors on the ferocious beasts. However, their skin was slightly yellow. They were completely different from the natives running behind Xiao Hua. Of course, after these soul warriors and ferocious beasts, the natives that covered the entire mountain rushed out. No one knew how they appeared. In short, after a few bird cries and beast cries, these natives appeared on the left side of the mountain peak. Needless to say, the one standing on top of the ferocious beast was the Bai and Stronghold's Elder Wu. As for the one standing on the back of the ferocious beast, it was naturally the Bai and Stronghold's G-Man. When the soul beast under Xiao Mao saw the ferocious beasts flying over from afar, it immediately stopped. The soul beasts of Xiao Hua and the others also stopped. Furthermore, the soul beast that Elder Wu and G-Man were standing on couldn't help but tremble when it was only a few dozen feet away from Xiao Mao's soul beast. The soul beast's 4 hooves began to kneel down, and its entire body collapsed onto the soft mountain path. With Xiao Mao's skills, nothing out of the ordinary would happen. Xiao Mao only floated slightly and stood firmly on the ground. Caw, Wu. The 2 enormous soul beasts stopped. One flew in the air, and the other stopped in front of Xiao Mao. The rest of the soul beasts all stopped in their respective positions. Dozens of enormous soul beasts lined up together, and it was a spectacular sight. An almost tangible aura was emitted from these soul beasts as it enveloped Xiao Mao's body. The might of this soul beast seemed to be different from the usual auras in the Dao sect. It wasn't the kind of pressure that a high-tier soul beast exerted on a low-tier soul beast. Instead, it was more of a pressure on the soul. Xiao Mao stood proudly. Although the talisman within the mysterious dark clouds wasn't activated, this might actually didn't have any effect on him. Although Xiao Hua, who was behind Xiao Mao, wasn't the center of the soul beast's might, he was still the closest to Xiao Mao. An indescribable sense of danger emitted from the mysterious dark clouds, causing Xiao Hua to be greatly alarmed. Although he had seen the battle between the soul beasts and the sword cultivator, he wasn't the first one to bear the brunt of it. Now that he was facing it head-on, he truly realized how powerful the soul beasts were. Xiao Hua was already so nervous, and the pressure on Xiao Mao was even greater. But when he looked at Xiao Mao, he really seemed to be fine. Thus, Xiao Hua also gave up on the thought of helping Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao's figure was very insignificant in front of so many soul beasts, but he stood there and blocked all the soul beasts like a giant. In an instant, the fervent gazes of all the soul warriors and natives were ignited. The entire mountain slope was silent. Everyone forgot to make a sound, and even the dozens of enormous soul beasts were silent. Qiu was the first to come to his senses. Wah wah, it was unknown what he was saying, but with a putong sound, he once again knelt in front of Xiao Mao's feet, offering his incomparably respectful gift. Wah wah, all the natives spoke at the same time, and all of them knelt on the ground. As the natives knelt, an indescribable solemnity filled the entire place. Elder Wu and Ji-man, who were on top of the soul beasts, couldn't stand still anymore. They were clearly more suspicious than the natives, and they knew more than the natives. They were very suspicious of Xiao Mao, the descendant of the so-called great god Shi Bai who suddenly appeared. However, before they could ask a single question, and before they could hear Xiao Mao say a single word, the entire atmosphere was broken by Xueqi. Of course, although they hadn't determined Xiao Mao's identity yet, to be able to stand in front of dozens of soul beasts, this Xiao Mao was definitely not an ordinary person. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-man jumped down from the soul beasts and bowed slightly towards Xiao Mao. Their etiquette was very different from the natives, and it was similar to the etiquette of the Dao sex cultivators. Following which, Elder Wu and Ji-man exchanged a few words, and it seemed like they were greeting each other. Xiao Mao had a smile on his face, but he didn't return the greeting. His expression was as if Elder Wu and Ji-man were his juniors, and he also spoke. However, after hearing Xiao Mao's words, Elder Wu and Ji-man's eyes were filled with shock. They looked at each other, and their shock was replaced by realization. Naturally, there wasn't a trace of dissatisfaction on their faces. Following which, Elder Wu looked at Ji-man, and he was a little hesitant. However, Ji-man nodded slightly, and Elder Wu reached into his robes again. When his skinny claw-like hand came out, it was a fist-sized pearl. This pearl was very ordinary, and it was also transparent. From the front of the pearl, one could see Elder Wu's fingerprints when he held the pearl. Elder Wu muttered a few words to Ji-man, then walked in front of Xiao Mao, and said a bunch of incomprehensible words. Following which, he passed the pearl to Xiao Mao. Xiao Hua was depressed when he heard this. He didn't understand at all, but from the looks of it, it seemed like Elder Wu wanted to use the pearl to check Xiao Mao's identity. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, he didn't hesitate at all, and he reached out his hand to take the pearl. However, when the pearl landed in Xiao Mao's hand, there was no reaction at all. Not only did Xiao Hua's heart skip a beat, even Xueqi, who was behind Xiao Hua, who was known to know everything, had a disappointed expression on his face. Elder Wu's expression changed slightly, but Ji-man beside him took a step forward and whispered a few words in Xiao Mao's ear. Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Following which, Xiao Mao placed the pearl flat on his palm, and the index finger of his other hand similarly stretched out and placed on the pearl. Slowly, a drop of blood was forced out by Xiao Mao, and it landed on the pearl extremely slowly. Once that drop of blood landed on the pearl, it seeped into it, and in an instant, the entire pearl was covered in blood veins. Both Elder Wu and Ji-man's eyes were fixed on the pearl, and their eyes were filled with fervor. With a pang sound, the bead immediately reacted. The entire bead rushed into the air, and the blood threads in the bead began to rotate strangely, forming a thumb-sized hurricane inside the bead. As the hurricane grew larger, a dark green color appeared from the bottom of the hurricane, and along with the hurricane, it filled the entire pearl. When the entire pearl turned dark green, the dark green color overflowed from the pearl, and slowly, like a fountain, the dark green color filled the air, forming a dense cloud. Woo! It was unknown where a strange cry came from within the dark green cloud, but the entire dark green cloud started to rapidly swell. Soon after, a strange shape appeared from within the dark green cloud. This shape was a monster that was half human and half beast. This monster's head was a human's head, and its facial features were very clear, and it was incomparably ferocious. This monster's body was that of a wild beast, and this wild beast was like a bull, incomparably strong. Moreover, on that human's head, there was a pair of large ears, and on those ears, there were two large snakes that looked exactly like each other. Hiss! It was unknown what the others were thinking, but when Xiao Hua saw this, he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this monster wasn't real, with its huge body and ferocious expression, one could tell that it wasn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid it's that great god Shi Bai. Xiao Hua thought to himself. Moreover, Xiao Mao's blood essence actually revealed great god Shi Bai's appearance so clearly. This bloodline must be extremely pure. Looking to the side, Xueqi's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, and then he seemed to have thought of something. With the appearance of this enormous monster, Elder Wu and Ji-man didn't dare to stand anymore. With two putong sounds, they both knelt on the ground. Their reverence and piety were comparable to crying. Naturally, they were kneeling on the monster's image. However, Xiao Mao was right in front of the monster's image. So what was the difference between kneeling and kneeling on the monster's image? When Elder Wu and Ji-Man knelt down, all of the soul warriors knelt down as well. What shocked everyone the most were the dozens of soul beasts. The flying beasts that were flying in the air had long since landed on the ground. Their entire wings were curled up, and their bodies were trembling as they collapsed. As for those that were previously standing on the ground, their 4 legs were bent as they knelt on the ground. These soul beasts could feel the power of this strange image even more than the natives. The most pious of the natives had their teeth chattering, but their eyes seemed to be burning with flames. They pressed their heads tightly against the ground, trying their best to stabilize their trembling bodies. After a moment, the enormous monster's image began to boil violently again. The entire beast's body seemed to be swaying, and the human head also raised its head to make a long howl. The 2 large snakes beside the large ears also spat out their tongues and rushed straight into the air. Whoosh, a huge wind sound rang out, and the monster's image rapidly shrank. Suddenly, it fell into the pearl in the air. As the pearl spun, the dark green color gradually disappeared, and it returned to its normal transparent state. Xiao Mao's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. Only when the great god Shibai's image appeared did a trace of shock appear on his face. Now that he saw the pearl return to its original state, he stretched out his hand and caught it. Chapter 28:14. Xiao Mao turned to Venerable Wu and Ji-Man and said a few words. Only then did both of them stand up respectfully, turned around and shouted at the barbarians and soul warriors. Immediately, all the millions of Meng Mountain's people on the hillside were roaring and yelling, looking like they had gone mad. Even that extremely terrified soul beast flew up into the air, flapping its huge wings along with the crowd's crazed shouts, as if it was expressing its joy. Elder Wu and Ji-Man turned around and said a few words to Xiao Mao respectfully with smiles on their faces. They stood on both sides, as if inviting Xiao Mao to go first. Xiao Mao turned around and smiled. "Big brother, let's go. This is Elder Wu and Ji-Man of Bai and Stronghold. They invited us to their stronghold." "That." Xiao Hua nodded and said with dissatisfaction, "You chatted so much with them, what are you talking about? We don't understand a single word that you're saying. You can ask them if they can speak the language of Xiaoyu continent." "Oh, all right." Xiao Mao smiled and turned around to ask a few questions. As expected, Elder Wu and Ji-Man hesitated for a moment, then nodded slowly. They looked at Xiao Hua and said with a stuttering or jerky voice, "Welcome, honorable guests, to my Bibe and stronghold. I will send a message to the surrounding shaman strongholds." Elder Wu and Ji-Man, inviting them to attend the banquet together. "Congratulations to the descendant of great god Shibai. Don't." Xiao Hua heard and quickly shouted, "Don't spread the news of Xiao Mao's return." "That's right." Xiao Mao reacted and quickly ordered, "You must keep the news of Xiao Mao's return a secret. Don't leak it out." Why? Jiuxia said anxiously. "Xiao Mao is the descendant of great god Shibai. Although he can't command everyone in Meng Mountain, but what?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Little sister Jiuxia, could it be the matter you want Xiao Mao to help you with is in Meng Mountain? Tell me, what do you want Xiao Mao to help you with? Don't worry, as long as your request is reasonable, I can guarantee that Xiao Mao will definitely help you." "Sigh, it's not as simple as you think." Jiuxia sighed. "I thought I was looking for your help, but now it seems like I'm looking for your help for something else." "What? Just how many things do you have?" Xiao Hua was stunned. "I can't explain it clearly for the time being," Jiuxia said calmly, then regained her composure. "Anyway, it's best for Xiao Mao to reveal his identity now. With old Wu and Ji-Man from the Bibe and Stronghold, and so many natives." "Absolutely." "Absolutely what? Can I help you?" Xiao Hua sneered. "Have you ever wondered why Xiao Mao ended up in the state of Shi? Do you think a citizen of Bailu Stockade can guarantee Xiao Mao's safety? The bloodline of God Shibai. Do you understand?" Jiuxia said in exasperation. "Look at the piety of these natives, look at the fear of these soul beasts. This is the reaction of Xiao Mao when he appeared in the Million Meng Mountains. He is going to return to the Million Meng Mountains. He is the ruler of the Million Meng Mountains." Is this great god Shibai the only great god in Meng Mountains? Xiao Hua seemed to have thought of something, as he turned and asked Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao was slightly stunned. He shook his head and said, I don't know either. Let me ask. Then, Xiao Mao whispered a few words to Old Wu. A strange expression flashed across Old Wu's face, but he still answered respectfully. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, Big brother, Old Wu said that other than this great god Shibai, there are 11 other great gods in Meng Mountains. So many. Xiao Hua was shocked. Yes, not only these 12 great gods, there are also many smaller great gods. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. Look. Xiao Hua turned to look at Xueqi and sneered. He is just a descendant of great god Shibai, and he dares to be arrogant here? Maybe Xiao Mao's parents are. At this point, Xiao Hua stopped talking. Xueqi gritted her teeth and didn't say anything. Fairy Hongxia asked curiously. Then who are the other 11 great gods and the smaller great gods? Okay, I know. Xiao Mao said, I didn't ask. The 11 great gods are Great God Hutu, Great God Gonggong, Great God Zhurong, Great God Dijiang, Great God Xianming, Great God Chongliang, Great God Julong, Great God Gomang, Great God Rushou, Great God Jihai, and Great God Tianwu. They are all as strong as the great god Shibai that you transformed into? Fairy Hongxia was shocked. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. I don't know. Xiao Mao whispered. I don't dare to ask too much. I'll slowly find out about this in the future. Okay. Fairy Hongxia nodded. If that's the case, I think you shouldn't leak this information out for the time being. After all, there are so many descendants. Who knows which one is your enemy? Humph, what do you know? Although there are 12 great gods in Meng Mountains is so big. Who knows how far away they are from each other? Near Sword Domain, there are only a few descendants of Great God Hutu and Great God Shibai. Xueqi said with disdain. Humph, why? Xiao Hua said with disdain as well. For Xiao Mao's safety, for him to stay alive and help you, I won't let him expose his whereabouts. All right. Xueqi thought for a while and said, if that's the case, then I'll make it clear. I can follow Xiao Mao. When he has the ability to help me, he must agree to help me. Even now, you still haven't said what he wants to help you with. Who knows if he can help you? Xiao Hua asked. I can't say it now. Xueqi shook her head. But I know that Xiao Mao can definitely help me. All right. Xiao Mao nodded. Miss Xueqi has saved our lives, and even helped my senior sister heal her injuries. I agree to your conditions. Then, Xiao Mao turned to Elder Wu and Ji Man and said a few words about Meng Mountains. Elder Wu and Ji Man didn't understand, but they didn't dare to disobey. They replied to Xiao Mao respectfully. Xiao Mao nodded and raised his voice to speak to the surrounding soul warriors and natives. The soul warriors and natives all nodded respectfully and then raised their voices to speak. One by one, they passed on Xiao Mao's words to everyone. Elder Wu and Ji Man said that although they can command these natives and soul warriors, the effect is definitely not as effective as what I said. Xiao Mao explained to Xiao Hua and the others with a smile. Then, Xiao Mao stepped onto the soul beast that Elder Wu was sitting on. Xiao Hua and the others also sat on the soul beast and flew towards Baiban's stronghold. Baiban's stronghold was naturally on top of the mountain behind them. When Xiao Hua and the others flew closer, they realized that those mountain peaks covered by withered branches were actually simple wooden houses built on top of the mountain peaks. This is Baiban's stronghold? Xiao Hua asked Fairy Hongxia in a low voice. It seems different from what I imagined. Yes, it's also different from what I imagined. Fairy Hongxia said in a low voice, I thought that it would be similar to the mountain strongholds in the country of Xi, where a group of aborigines gathered together and surrounded by a sturdy mud wall or wooden wall to form a large stronghold. That place should be the stronghold that we were talking about. While the two were talking, the soul beast flew past the mountain peaks and arrived at the peak. This was a flat land that was dozens of miles in size. Rows of wooden houses were arranged in an orderly manner, somewhat similar to the strongholds commonly seen in the country of Xi. Of course, the wooden houses here were really simple and crude. A few huge tree trunks poked into the ground, and a few feet above the ground were piled up with thatch and other materials. There was a little space that could be used as a wooden house. Not to mention that there were many places where there were dozens of wooden strips on top of the large tree that could also be called a wooden house. In front of these wooden houses, without exception, there were some soul warriors standing there. Although these soul warriors were dressed a little strangely, their skin had an additional dark color. However, there were some places where the soul beast landed that were quite large. On the left side of a huge open space, there was a courtyard that was dozens of feet tall. Thick wooden pillars and hanging beams formed a rough and extremely spacious wooden house. In front of the wooden house, on the left side of the open space, there were hundreds of men and women of various ages waiting respectfully. When they saw the soul beast land, these men and women prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted something. Xiao Mao jumped down from the soul beast and stretched out his hand. Similarly, he spoke the language of Meng Mountain that Xiao Hua and the rest did not understand, causing these men and women to shout. Master, distinguished guests, please. Elder Wu and Ji-Man landed after them and respectfully invited Xiao Mao, Xiao Hua and the rest to enter the huge wooden house. Xiao Mao nodded slightly and was the first to enter the wooden house, followed by Xiao Hua and the rest. After walking up a dozen or so steps made of thick logs, what entered everyone's eyes was a wooden house that was dozens of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. They saw that the entire wooden house was made of thick logs. The logs were neatly stacked together, and there were no gaps for wind to pass through. In the middle of the wooden house, there were dozens of thick tree trunks that supported the wooden house. On the tree trunks and the logs around the wooden house, in addition to the tree's inherent texture, there were many patterns that were drawn with dark green paint. These patterns looked like talismans, but also like green seal characters. It looked like they were right, but they were not. Furthermore, on the roof, there were many strange drawings. These drawings were very simple, and the lines were very clear. They looked like figures and human figures, and there were also simple square and triangle patterns. What made Xiao Hua feel the most different was that everywhere in the wooden house, there were skeletons, white bones, and beast skins hanging there. Of course, these white bones were not very big, and were far from the white bones he was looking for. Those skeletons were also of different sizes. Some were clearly human skeletons, and some were beast skeletons. At the top of the wooden house and to the left, there were many beast skins. In front of the beast skins, there were some thin logs that were stacked in a triangular shape. Chapter 28:15. Master, please. Elder Wu respectfully invited Xiao Mao to take a seat, while Ji-Man invited Xiao Hua and the others to accompany him. Xiao Mao did not stand on ceremony. Under Elder Wu's instructions, he sat on the best beast skin. After waiting for Xiao Hua and the rest to sit on the beast skin, Old Wu and Ji-Man walked in front of Xiao Mao and started to chant. Their voices were low and long, and the two of them started to dance at the same time. As the two of them began to dance, among the hundreds of people who had welcomed Xiao Mao outside the wooden house, another 100 or so older men and women also walked in respectfully. They danced along with the two of them. Although it was very strenuous for everyone to dance, and their arms and legs were not very flexible, their faces were filled with joy. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the crowd finally stopped. As Elder Wu and Ji-Man waved their hands, a dark green light flashed past, and the wood in front of Xiao Mao was set ablaze, making crackling sounds. Then, the 100 people all began to move. Not only did the wood in front of Xiao Hua, Li Zongbao, and the others burn, the rest of the wood was also ignited. Old Wu, Ji-Man, and the 100 people all slowly walked behind the bonfire, saluted Xiao Mao, and slowly sat down on the beast skin. As the wood slowly burned, the entire wooden house began to heat up. Thin wisps of smoke also slowly filled the entire wooden house. The flames flickered, illuminating everyone's faces. "Milord," Elder Wu stood to Xiao Mao's left and spoke in Soul Cultivator's language. When he saw Xiao Mao frown, he hurriedly corrected himself. "Please wait for a moment. Some of the people in the village will come to pay their respects to you. After that, this lowly one will invite Milord to taste the banquet of our Bai and stronghold." "It's all right." Xiao Mao smiled. "We'll wait." At this point, Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment before changing his tone. "Elder Wu, you don't have to be so courteous, Xiao Mao. I want to see what soul cultivators eat. Even if you don't eat it, I still want to eat it." Jiuxia's voice sounded in Xiao Mao's ear. Elder Wu said respectfully, "Master, how can you not eat when you come to my Bai and stronghold? If other people knew that his lord came to my bai and stronghold without drinking a single drop of water or eating a single mouthful of millet, how could I retain my face? Please understand, master. Hee, all right. Xiao Mao took advantage of the situation and said, you don't have to make it too complicated, just make it simple. Yes, thank you for your understanding, my lord. Elder Wu nodded and gave Ji-man a look. Ji-man hurriedly stood up and excused himself from Xiao Mao. It was obvious that he was going to make arrangements personally. Just as Ji-man walked out of the wooden house, he saw over 10 abnormally old aborigines walking in. My lord, these are the leaders of the people of my Dark Eye stronghold. They represent their clans to come and greet my lord. Elder Wu explained softly with a smile on his face. Xiao Mao didn't know what a clan was and didn't expect there to be so many leaders under Elder Wu. However, he didn't ask much and just nodded with a smile. Those 10 aborigines had white hair and beards. Their bodies were almost all bones and no muscles could be seen. However, these aborigines' eyes were clear and were even filled with piety and tears. When they saw Xiao Mao, they immediately knelt down and almost crawled forward. How could Xiao Mao sit still? He hurriedly got up and wanted to help them up. However, these aborigines didn't seem to let him and kept mumbling. Xiao Mao also replied. When those words fell into their ears, they were even more excited. The tears in their eyes fell with a swish. When these 10 old aborigines left, Xiao Mao thought that there was no more. However, in the end, several batches of aborigines came one after another. There were almost 100 of them. In other words, in this bai and stronghold, other than Elder Wu and his subordinates, there were over 100 leaders and hundreds of different clans. And the number of aborigines in these hundreds of clans must be even more massive. Although Xiao Mao didn't have the time to ask Elder Wu about the situation in Million Mountain Meng, from what he heard, this bai and stronghold wasn't considered a big stronghold. There were even bigger strongholds further in. Furthermore, the stronghold that could detect Xiao Mao's origin was even bigger than these ordinary strongholds. Wouldn't that mean there were even more people? This was just the descendant of one great god. What if there were 12 great gods' descendants? No wonder Million Mountain Meng was a forbidden area that Taoist sects couldn't afford to offend. It was really huge. My lord. Elder Wu was constantly observing Xiao Mao's expression. When he saw that Xiao Mao was deep in thought, he immediately smiled and said, My lord, you must be tired after returning to Meng Mountains today. No. Xiao Mao smiled and said, I. Just as he said this, Elder Wu quickly smiled and said, My lord, you can't call yourself I. Didn't you notice? What you called yourself, didn't this lowly one mention it? This. Xiao Mao frowned and turned to look at Xiao Hua. Of course, he could communicate with Elder Wu using the language of Million Mountain Meng, but Xiao Hua and the others wouldn't understand. Tell me, what should I call myself? Naturally, Xiao Mao couldn't call himself I or I. Allow this lowly one to think about it. Elder Wu was also in a dilemma. He wasn't good at the language used in Xiaoyu continent. If Xiao Mao didn't know, how could he know? But he didn't dare to disobey Xiao Mao's words, so he could only rack his brains. Soon after, some aborigines and soul warriors whose identities Xiao Mao didn't know came to visit him. Thus, he put this matter aside. Finally, when no one else entered the wooden hut, Ji-man walked in with 3 women who were dressed in very little. The 3 women were holding a white box in their hands. The box seemed to be made of white bones. At this moment, Elder Wu slapped his forehead. His face was filled with joy as he quickly said, My lord, this lowly one has an idea. Tell me. Xiao Mao was surprised. Just now, he sent a message to Xiao Hua and the others. Xiao Hua and the others couldn't think of a good title, but Elder Wu, a Million Mountain Meng soul cultivator, could think of one. My lord, you can call yourself I, or I. Elder Wu smiled apologetically. In this lowly one's memory, you seem to be the only person in the world who can be called like this. This is exactly the right title for my lord. I? Hearing this, Xiao Mao was puzzled. He asked curiously, How come I've never heard of this title? My lord, this is an ancient legend. This lowly one has seen it in the shaman scroll or shaman canon in the village, so I can't be wrong. My lord, please call yourself. Elder Wu was very excited that he could find an answer for Xiao Mao. All right. I'll listen to you. Xiao Mao laughed. Greetings, my lord. While they were talking, G-Man walked up with a smile on his face. He waved his hand, and the three girls walked to the bonfire in front of Xiao Mao. They kneeled on the ground and raised the bone box high above their heads, saying, My lord, when you first arrived in Meng Mountains, you came to my Baiban village. This lowly one and Elder Wu are overjoyed. Although my Baiban village is one of the 360 villages belonging to the descendants of the great god Shibai of Meng Mountains, and we don't have any rare items in our village, it's our honor to have my lord here. These 3 shaman items were obtained by my Baiban village in the early years. They should have been offered to Shibai and village to my lord. But Shibai and village has always. Therefore when my lord came here today, this lowly one wants to offer these items to my lord. Please accept them. This. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. G-Man's words were vague, and he didn't reveal the key point. How could Xiao Mao accept it? My lord. Seeing this, Elder Wu quickly said in a low voice, It's been a long time since a descendant of the great god Shibai appeared. Now that my lord has returned to Meng Mountains, it's our great fortune. It's also my Meng Mountains' great fortune. By offering these items to my lord, my Baiban village is showing my lord our sincerity. My Baiban village will not submit to anyone who isn't a descendant of the great god Shibai and village. Please have mercy, my lord. Hiss. Elder Wu didn't say much, but he revealed a lot of information. Xiao Mao sucked in a breath of cold air and thought to himself, looking at the situation, this Elder Wu must have some inside information. He's offering these items to show his loyalty. How can I not accept them? Sure enough, Xiao Hua's voice came into his ears. Damn it, you still don't want the items that are delivered to your doorstep. Hee, I know what you're trying to do. How can I not accept them? Xiao Mao nodded. He raised his hand and took the 3 bone boxes. When G-Man heard Xiao Mao call himself he didn't understand at first. Then, he was overjoyed and bowed down again. This lowly one congratulates my lord. I hope that my lord can take control of Shibai and village soon. When the group of soul warriors saw G-Man bowing down, although they didn't know what G-Man was talking about, they didn't dare to neglect him. They walked out from behind the bonfire and bowed down, saying something that Xiao Hua couldn't understand. When Xiao Mao heard what G-Man said, he felt a little unhappy, as if he was being forced to do something beyond his ability. But what could he say at this moment? He raised his hand and murmured a few words, asking everyone to stand up. Standing at the side, Xiao Hua smiled. Initially, he thought that these millions of natives of Meng Mountains were not very civilized, and even the brains of soul cultivators might not be useful. But, judging from Elder Wu and G-Man's actions and words, how could they be any worse than the cultivators of Taoist sect? With just a few words, they had shown their loyalty to Xiao Mao, the descendant of the great god of Shibai, and even praised Xiao Mao to a new height. They had even placed the responsibility of taking control of Shibai and village on his shoulders when Xiao Mao wasn't on guard. If Xiao Mao really took control of Shibai and village, what benefits would Elder Wu and G-Man get? Even if Xiao Mao couldn't take control of Shibai and village, what would they lose? What about the 3 white bone boxes? They were meant to be given to Shibai and village. Even Xiao Hua understood. So how could Jiuxia not understand? Jiuxia's eyes were curved from smiling. My lord, please have a seat. G-Man stood up. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to speak, he respectfully asked Xiao Mao to sit down. He smiled and said, My lord, this is your first time in Meng Mountains. This lowly one has prepared the delicacies of my Baiban village. I hope that my lord and my lord's old friends can enjoy them. Chapter 28:16. Good, Xiao Mao nodded and smiled. I also want to see the delicacies you've been waiting for. At this point, Xiao Mao suddenly realized something. G-Man seemed to know that this was his first time in the Million Meng Mountains, and Elder Wu had also vaguely mentioned it. Could it be that they knew he had always been outside the Million Meng Mountains? Could it be that they knew about his parents? G-Man glanced at Elder Wu, and without giving Xiao Mao a chance to speak, he clapped his hands and shouted something. Immediately, a bird's cry could be heard from outside the wooden house. Everyone's vision darkened as the spirit beast they saw earlier flew in from outside the wooden house and landed in the wooden house. On the back of the spirit beast stood an old spirit warrior. Its several zhong long wings flapped slightly, causing all the bonfires to sway. This is... Xiao Hua saw the spirit beast fly in and was rather puzzled. He looked curiously at Elder Wu and Ji-Man, not knowing what game they were playing. The spirit beast landed on the wooden plank and walked in front of the bonfire. Its fist-sized eyes looked at Xiao Mao, and an indescribable feeling came from within them. The spirit warrior on the spirit beast jumped down and bowed in front of Xiao Mao. Then, he jumped back on the spirit beast's back and patted his hands. The spirit beast crawled on the ground and its head landed in front of the bonfire. The spirit warrior reached out and took out a foot-long black soul weapon from his waist. He moved it along the spirit beast's neck and towards its head. "What are you doing?" Xiao Mao couldn't help but ask. "Master." Ji-Man was just about to speak. Caw. Another bird's cry could be heard. Another spirit beast that was twice as big as this one flew in, but this one didn't have a spirit warrior on its back. This spirit beast saw the spirit beast in front of it fall to the ground and cried even more mournfully. Its entire body rushed into the wooden house and its fluttering wings blew all the bonfires back. "Evil creature." Ji-Man saw the spirit beast rush in and his face changed. He pointed his hand at his forehead and the spirit beast's body trembled violently, as if it was suffering from intense pain. However, the soul beast didn't change its direction. It continued to charge towards the soul beast in front of it, and landed next to the smaller soul beast in front of it. Its head, which was larger than the soul beast in front of it, was also in front of the bonfire. "Ga." The small soul beast let out a small cry and tilted its head to the side to bump against the large soul beast's head. Tears began to flow from its eyes. "No matter what's going on?" Xiao Mao said anxiously. "My lord." Old Wu said helplessly, "The brain matter of this green witch feather is the most effective for the advancement of our soul spells, especially the brain matter of these 5 years old. My Bai Lu Stockade doesn't have anything special. I can only invite you to taste it." "What about this Qing Shi Wu Yu?" Xiao Mao looked at the one beside him and asked without changing his expression. "This little blue witch feather is the child of that big blue witch feather." Old Wu sighed and said, "Maybe it found out about this, so it specially came to replace its child." Even soul beasts have such affection for their children and are willing to sacrifice their lives for it. "Why can't we eat it raw?" Xiao Mao said coldly, "Even if I obtain a soul spell because of this, how can I be at ease? My lord is merciful. This lowly one is truly inferior." Old Wu's forehead was covered in sweat as he hurriedly knelt down. "Listen to my orders." Xiao Mao looked at the two soul beasts in such a miserable state and waved his hand. "From today onwards, we Bai's descendants are not allowed to eat the green witch feather's brain matter raw. No one dares to disobey my lord's orders." Ji-Man was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted. Following that, he began to mumble to the crowd again, and the crowd began to shout loudly. "Sigh, Xiao Mao, you're sinking deeper and deeper." Xiao Hua sighed as if he could see Xiao Mao walking step by step onto the high platform arranged by Ji-Man and Old Wu. Xiao Hua understood. So how could Xiao Mao not think more? However, Xiao Mao also did not understand whether the matter of the green witch feather just now was arranged by Ji-Man. However, looking at the gratitude and affection in the two green witch feathers' eyes, Xiao Mao's heart did not hurt. He understood that even if he knew the inside story, he would definitely stop this matter. "My lord," Ji-Man said very apologetically, "just now, the green witch feather was indeed this lowly one's thoughtlessness. Please punish me, my lord." "No need. I'm not a careful person." Xiao Mao waved his hand. "I know your intentions, but I hope that the following delicacies will not only be mine alone. Since it's a banquet, we should all eat it. Instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together." Ji-Man clearly did not understand what "instead of enjoying it alone, it's better to enjoy it together" meant. However, she still smiled and said, "My lord has wronged this lowly one. The meat of the green witch feather was originally given to my lord's old acquaintance and us lowly ones to use." Xiao Mao nodded. Then, Ji-Man ordered the spirit warriors to deliver more delicacies. This time, as Xiao Mao said, a small cauldron about a foot long and half a foot tall was presented in front of everyone. The small cauldron had a lid on it, so no one could see what was inside. Moreover, there was some residual heat on the small cauldron, and a sweet fragrance was emitted from the small cauldron. This sweet fragrance was extremely strange. When smelling it, It seemed to enter the depths of one's soul. An extremely comfortable feeling was born from the bottom of everyone's heart. The feeling of floating, the impulse to dance involuntarily arose. Others did not know, but Xiaohua raised his eyebrows. This fragrance was somewhat familiar. It was actually somewhat similar to the fragrance of the twilight moon. However, the fragrance of the twilight moon was extremely faint and very long. This fragrance was somewhat thick and fishy, and even made Xiaohua feel that it was somewhat domineering. Looks like this old witch feather really took out something good. Xiaohua smiled. However, before he could lift the lid in front of him, he heard Fairy Hongxia, who was not far away, let out a cry of surprise. Xiaohua turned his head and saw that Fairy Hongxia had already lifted the lid of the cauldron. One of her hands was holding the lid, while the other hand was covering her mouth. Her eyes were also looking at Xiaohua, and those eyes were filled with disgust and surprise. Immediately, Xiaohua became very curious about the item in the cauldron. Oh no, could it be that this cauldron? Xiaohua's hand touched the lid of the cauldron, and he felt the warmth of the cauldron lid. A bad feeling arose in his heart. These millions of natives of Meng Mountain can eat raw human flesh, and just now, that G-Man even offered up his soul beast. Huff! When Xiaohua lifted the lid of the cauldron, a gust of hot air rushed into the air, and a thick fragrance gathered without dissipating. It actually formed a light mist that seemed to have the shape of a human. However, when Xiaohua saw the item in the cauldron, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Suddenly, many goosebumps appeared on his body, but his heart was still at ease. Fortunately, after all, it's not a native's baby. Inside the small cauldron, there were beetles that he saw on the mountain path. There were probably hundreds or even thousands of beetles. The black shells were placed next to each other, and the tiny feelers and antennae were clearly visible. With so many beetles piled together, even if there were a few stalks of dark green grass in the middle, at first glance, it was naturally an indescribable feeling of disgust. Fortunately, Fairy Hongxia saw it first, and Xiaohua was already prepared. Moreover, his preparation was the worst, so the disgust he felt when he saw the beetles was nothing. When he looked at Xiao Mao again, his face was also showing a difficult expression. Master, Old Wu said with a smile. The grass in the cauldron is the resurrection grass, which is only found near the Baiban stronghold. This item is not very useful, but if it is paired with these beetles, it will be an excellent item. Master, please use it. As he spoke, he opened the lid of the cauldron in front of him, took a deep breath, and inhaled the human-shaped light mist. He closed his eyes slightly, obviously enjoying it very much. Xiao Mao raised his head and looked at the others. They had all inhaled the light mist, and then looked at him eagerly, obviously waiting for him to consume it first. Xiao Mao was helpless. He took a deep breath first, and as Old Wu said, the previous aroma had already made him feel happy. When he inhaled the light mist, a feeling of liveliness appeared in his mind. However, looking at the disgusting beetles, Xiao Mao still could not swallow them, and did not even want to stretch out his hand. Master, G-Man said with a smile. Master, even if you are not used to eating this, you have to eat it first. Otherwise, the others will not consume it. If this item is cold, it will no longer be effective. Since you have already made it, don't waste it. Old Wu also advised. Moreover, these people have not tasted it for a long time. Today, thanks to your presence, they have a chance to taste it. Master, don't disappoint them. All right. Xiao Mao knew that they were not afraid that others would understand them if they used the language of the three kingdoms. He nodded and said, I will only consume one. I will bestow the rest to you. As he spoke, Xiao Mao pointed his finger, and a beetle floated up and landed in his mouth. Immediately, a fishy and unpleasant taste came from his mouth and tongue. It was far from the aroma he had smelled before. Xiao Mao used his saliva to wrap the beetle and forced himself to swallow it. He opened his mouth and uttered a series of words. Immediately, the whole wooden house was filled with jubilation, and everyone greedily ate the beetle. Even Old Wu and G-Man stretched out their hands, grabbed the beetle from the small cauldron, and swallowed it into their stomachs. Xiao Mao turned his head and looked at Xiaohua. How could these Dao sect cultivators have the appetite to eat beetles? They all had bitter smiles on their faces. Xiao Mao smiled and waved his hand. The small cauldron flew up and landed in front of Old Wu. However, before he could speak, Old Wu stopped swallowing and hurriedly said, Master, This is the territory of my Meng Mountains. It is best to use less of the Dao Sect's tricks. Xiao Mao frowned slightly. Old Wu felt that his words were a little harsh, and hurriedly smiled apologetically. Master is the descendant of my great god Shibai. How can you use the Dao Sect's insignificant tricks? Let's not talk about the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. If you use them in Meng Mountains, not only will you lose your noble status, others will also. Chapter 28:17. Hee, so you know I know the Dao Sec spells. Hearing Elder Wu's words, Xiao Mao snickered in his heart. However, before Elder Wu could finish speaking, a faint buzzing sound came from afar, and it was extremely fast. In a moment, it grew from small to loud, and in the end, it actually felt like it covered the sky and covered the earth. When Xiao Hua heard it, he had already released his Buddhist sense. When he understood what was going on, his expression changed slightly, and he smiled meaningfully. Xiao Mao, this meal of yours is really something. It's really interesting. Just now, that soul beast hasn't even eaten yet, and its mother has already found it. Now, these beetles haven't even eaten yet, and their parents and aunts have already found it. Of course, just outside the stronghold, the beetles that filled the sky swarmed over from all directions, as if covering the sky and covering the sun. They were even more ferocious than what Xiao Hua and the others had seen before. How could Xiao Hua not be shocked? Elder Wu, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Mao's expression changed greatly. How could he not hear the sarcasm? He originally treated these millions of natives and even these soul warriors of Meng Mountains by and stronghold as his family. But now, his bottom line was being challenged again and again. How could he not have other thoughts? Master. Although Elder Wu didn't have the divine sense of Xiao Hua and the others, he still had other divine abilities. Just that familiar buzzing sound alone was enough to know what had happened. Elder Wu couldn't care less about swallowing the beetles and hurriedly got up. Ji-Man was even more shocked. She thought even more and hurriedly jumped out from behind the bonfire, prostrated herself in front of Xiao Mao, and cried, Master, I definitely don't mean anything. Eating the green witch feather is the most suitable for the size of the 3-moon ridge. But in these few decades, the production of the green witch feather has decreased, and even the resurrection grass is almost extinct. And that green witch feather from before is the youngest soul beast of my Bai and stronghold. I sincerely want to invite Master to taste it. I definitely don't have any distracting thoughts. As for that old green witch feather, it's no longer a soul beast of my Bai and stronghold. It's only placed near the stronghold because the number of soul beasts in the stronghold has decreased. I didn't expect her to be able to break in here. I'll give the order right away to kill this Qing Shi Wu Yu. Humph. Xiao Mao became even angrier. Did we say so much just to have you kill this thing? Who do you think I am? Yes. Ji-Man panicked. It's all my fault. I know that Master is a benevolent person and would never vent his anger on the soul beasts because of this matter. It's all my fault. This lowly one is willing to accept the punishment. Please quell your anger. Seeing the old Ji-Man crying and begging for mercy, Xiao Mao couldn't bear it and said, Then what's with the beetles outside the village? My lord, the beetles that my lord consumes are all raised together with the resurrection grass. Only in this way can the two achieve the best results. The beetles outside the stronghold are definitely not here because my lord consumed them. Seeing that Xiao Mao's tone had softened, Ji-Man hurriedly explained. Woo! Just as Ji-Man was explaining, a loud bird cry came from outside the wooden house. Several tall and thin spirit warriors appeared at the door. The faces of these spirit warriors were filled with anxiety and fear. They quickly walked up to Xiao Mao and respectfully saluted him. Their mouths were muttering strange words. Hearing this, Xiao Mao's expression changed slightly. He opened his mouth and asked a few questions. These spirit warriors answered honestly. Then, Xiao Mao lowered his head and looked at the bonfire in front of him thoughtfully. Beside him, Elder Wu and Ji-Man's expression changed drastically when they heard this. They looked at Xiao Mao nervously. Big brother. Xiao Mao suddenly raised his head. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled. Is it very difficult to handle? Sigh yes. Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. I've just set foot in the Meng Mountains. The joy of knowing my background hasn't faded, and these beetles are already causing trouble. With Big Brother's innate true water, we won't have to worry about survival. Why worry? Xiao Hua replied with a smile. Xiao Mao shook his head. We can escape. But what about these soul cultivators? What about those aborigines? Little brother. I suddenly feel like I can't let them go. A few days ago, when Xiao Mao saw millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountains, he didn't even frown when he killed hundreds of them with a single spell. But now, knowing that these people might be his own people, how could he bear to let them go? Even if he had to face the disgust and embarrassment of those aborigines, he wouldn't feel it anymore. Little brother wants to borrow big brother and senior sister's beetles. Xiao Mao suddenly said, but what he said made Xiao Hua stunned. Take it, take it. Xiao Hua waved his hand in confusion. How could he eat something that Xiao Mao didn't want to eat? While murmuring, Xiao Mao said a few more words to those few spirit warriors. Those few spirit warriors had a look of disbelief in their eyes, while Old Wu and Ji-Man had a wry smile on their faces. Plop, plop, plop. Several spirit warriors prostrated themselves on the ground. This time it was different from before. Several spirit warriors crawled across the bonfire until they reached Xiao Mao's feet. Sobbing, they placed their heads in front of Xiao Mao's feet and raised their hands in front of him. They were absolutely pious. Xiao Hua was stunned. He already knew that Xiao Mao had given these few cauldrons to these few spirit warriors, but he didn't expect them to be so grateful. After Xiao Mao said a few words, those spirit warriors took the small cauldrons from Xiao Hua and others with tears of gratitude, then carefully walked out. Master. Old Wu hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, these beetles are different from usual today. There are too many of them. My spirit warriors. I'm afraid they won't be able to resist them. Master, you should avoid them for now. Avoid them? Xiao Mao frowned and asked in confusion. Why are these beetles flying here? Where can we avoid them? If we leave, what about the people of the Bite and Stronghold? Old Wu's face turned awkward, but Ji-Man hurriedly said, Master, you don't only have so many people in the Bibe and Stronghold. In the other strongholds, there are as many as the hairs on an ox. Of course we won't leave, but Master, you have to. This situation is very dangerous. If Master doesn't leave now, then after a while, even if Master and Master are old friends, I'm afraid it won't be good. Let's go, we'll go take a look. Xiao Mao ignored Ji-Man's anxiety and stepped over the bonfire. Old Wu and Ji-Man were helpless, but at the same time, there was a strange look in their eyes. The 100 or so spirit warriors in the wooden hut also knew the reason for this. Their faces were filled with fear, as if these little beetles were extremely powerful. Seeing Xiao Mao stand up and leave, everyone followed behind Old Wu and Ji-Man. As soon as they left the wooden hut, they saw the layers of beetles covering the entire sky above their heads. They were slowly pressing down on the entire Bai and Stronghold. Hiss! Old Wu, Ji-Man, and the others all gasped, and their expressions changed again. Earlier in the wooden hut, they heard the spirit warriors report and knew the situation was urgent. But when they saw so many beetles, they knew the situation was far more serious than they thought. With the beetles covering such a large area, where could they escape to? If they escaped, what would the natives of the Bibe and Stronghold do? Right now, in the sky, other than the beetles, there were hundreds of soul beasts cruising in the sky. This should be the Bibe and Stronghold's defense. However, before these beetles could even get close, the continuous waves of energy that surged like waves covered the entire Bai and Stronghold. These waves were like silk, as if they wanted to entangle all the natives and soul warriors in the Bai and Stronghold. My goodness, Xiao Hua said in a low voice. Did this Bai Lu Stronghold's Elder Wu eat too many beetles? These beetles are here to avenge their fellow sufferers. Old Wu, what is going on? Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Xiao Mao whispered. These beetles are commonly seen in Meng Mountains. They don't usually attack people. Why is there such a large formation today? Master, you don't know. Old Wu hesitated and whispered. Master, what you know is all in the past. These beetles usually don't attack people, but, in these dozens of years, they have changed a little. They often attack people in the stronghold. And every once in a while, they will attack the stronghold in large numbers. But, they have never attacked on such a large scale. I'm asking for the reason. Xiao Mao asked directly when he saw that Old Wu was being vague again. Well, Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua and the others and smiled bitterly. Master, Please grant me the reason for this. After this is over, I will report it to you alone. All right. Xiao Mao thought for a while and said, Go and command them quickly. Don't worry about us. Yes. Old Wu looked at Ji-man. Both of them waved their hands and gave a few orders. 2 birds landed. Both of them stepped on one bird and soared into the sky. Big brother. Xiao Mao looked around and saw that there was no one around and whispered, How much innate true water do you have left? How many spirit warriors can you protect? Alas, of course I have a lot of innate true water. Xiao Hua sighed, but there are more than 100,000 spirit warriors and natives in this Bibe and stronghold. Big brother can't protect them all. You should think about how to disperse these beetles. Miss Jioxia. Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua's innate true water could only treat the symptoms but not the root cause, so he turned around and said, I don't know what you want, but if you can disperse these beetles, even if it's something I can't do, Old Wu and G-Man of Bibe and Stronghold will agree. Jioxia's expression didn't change. Hearing Xiao Mao's question, she said indifferently, I want to disperse them, but do you think I have the ability? If I had the ability, why would I ask for your help? Jioxia. Xiao Mao begged again, at least, you know the weakness of these beetles better than us, right? Chapter 28:18. Unfortunately, Jioxia shook his head. I only know that these things are called beetles. I only know that they can break through cultivators' magic power and swordsman's sword energy. This is the first time I've seen them, so how would I know their weakness? If you ask me, isn't that like asking a blind person? Sigh, Xiao Mao didn't believe that Jioxia, who knew everything, wouldn't know the weakness of these beetles. He sighed, thinking that Jioxia would be happy to see these beetles break through the Bai and stronghold and kill all the soul warriors and natives. In the face of so many beetles, the Bai and stronghold soul warriors and soul beasts were too few. Hundreds of soul beasts split up and only blocked a portion of the stronghold where Xiao Mao and the others were. They didn't have time to worry about the rest of the mountain. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. In the midst of the beetles, a chanting sound could be heard. At first, this sound was very weak and almost inaudible, but after a while, it became louder and louder. At the origin of this sound, a faint green color could be seen. The entire Bai and stronghold seemed to be shrouded in this green color. Xiao Hua's eyes narrowed. He could clearly see that the 100 or so soul warriors that had been standing behind them had now run to the plaza in front of the wooden house. There were many soul warriors and many soul beasts that couldn't fly had already gathered there. They seemed to be in different formations as they began to dance and make strange noises from their mouths. This sound was similar to what Xiao Mao said before, but it was completely different. Following this chanting and dancing, strands of dark green light could be seen coming out from between the eyebrows of the soul warriors and natives. They gradually converged and shot into the sky. Hearing this, Xiao Hua was shocked. Aren't these the syllables of the Green Seal script? When Xiao Hua was traveling in Meng, he met Yun Tengyu of the Misty Cloud School. Yun Tengyu actually knew how to pronounce the Green Seal script. Xiao Hua also learned this secret technique and even knew how to summon clouds and summon rain. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had seen Yun Tengyu use a few of the Green Seal script and immediately overdraft his body's essence. How could he do something so harmful to himself? Therefore, he had been searching for a secret technique to use his soul strands to release the Green Seal text. But now, they heard that the soul warrior of the Bai and stronghold could actually recite the seemingly right but actually wrong syllables of the Green Seal script. Moreover, it seemed that not only the soul warrior, but also all the natives of the Bai and stronghold could understand it. How could they not be astonished? Layers of dark green light soared into the sky, gradually converging and covering the entire mountain peak. However, how could the beetle's fluctuation be easy to deal with? Before the dark green brilliance could be born, it was disturbed by the ripples. When it was born tenaciously and gathered together, the ripples continued to wreak havoc in the sky above the stronghold, constantly destroying the brilliance. However, the natives and soul warriors of the Bai and stronghold were obviously well trained. They were far superior to those unintelligent beetles. Gradually they began to gain the ability to resist. Of course, under the suppression of the ripples, the dark green brilliance could not reach high enough. It could only stop at a low altitude. In the midst of the stalemate, facing the seemingly endless number of beetles, Elder Wu finally launched his attack. Elder Wu waved his hand and took out a foot-long white bone staff from his chest. At the top of the bone staff, there was a human skull the size of a fist. It revealed an indescribable terror. Ga. The soul beast under Elder Wu's feet let out a long cry and soared into the sky. The other several hundred soul beasts cried out at the same time. Under the command of the soul warrior, they all flew in different directions like a soul formation. When the beetles came close, Elder Wu felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The space between his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. He secretly felt bitter. It wasn't like the beetles hadn't attacked before. Elder Wu knew in his heart what kind of beetles the Bive and Stronghold could withstand and what kind of numbers they couldn't. He knew very well that the number of beetles today had already exceeded the limit of what the Bive and Stronghold could withstand. Other than giving up and temporarily hiding, there was no other way. Although the price of giving up the Bive and Stronghold was great, it was still better than dying here, right? However, facing Xiao Mao, the descendant of God Shi Bai, he didn't dare to say anything. Could it be that this is also a curse? Elder Wu suddenly woke up. It's fine if he doesn't set foot in Meng Mountains. But once he sets foot in Meng Mountains, is he really going to be killed? Could it be that the descendants of God Shi Bai? However, before Elder Wu could think any further, a seemingly solid imprisonment gradually appeared around him. Not only did it trap him, even the soul beast under his feet was struggling to flap its wings. Gulp! Elder Wu uttered an inexplicable syllable in green seal script. A faint brilliance emerged from the space between his eyebrows and landed on the bone staff he raised. Whoosh! Instantly, the entire bone staff turned from snow white to dark green. There were even 2 spots of green light vaguely appearing between the eyes of the human skull. Following that, Elder Wu very sensitively waved his hand, and the human skull rushed downward. 2 faint brilliance shot out from the skull's eyes and landed on the dark green brilliance that looked like ripples in water. Like a stone thrown into a lake, the brilliance created ripples. At the same time, as Elder Wu waved the bone staff in his hand again, the bone staff seemed to be extremely heavy and extremely slow. A brilliance that was dozens of feet in size followed the green brilliance and rushed up into the sky. However, just as the brilliance surged up, it was disturbed by the fluctuations of the beetles. The periphery of the brilliance shook violently, and it quickly disappeared. When the brilliance reached Elder Wu, it was already dozens of feet in size. Boom! There was a low and heavy sound as Elder Wu waved his bone staff, and the brilliance of the light struck the beetles in front of him. Swoosh, 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 with a series of crisp sounds, the beetles within a few dozen feet, as well as the beetles within 100 feet of the light pillar, were all shot down by the light pillar. Tens of thousands of beetles fell from the air like pitch-black raindrops. But there were simply too many beetles. Before the brilliance of the light dissipated, more beetles from dozens of feet away came surging over and began to fall from the sky. Of course, every time a swarm of beetles fell, a patch of green light would be consumed. In just a moment, the pillar of light that soared into the sky was melted by the swarm of beetles, and gradually disappeared. Looking at Elder Wu's left side, the spirit warriors on the dozens of soul beasts were also using their respective soul armaments. Beams of light flew up and struck the beetles in different places. But their beams were clearly smaller than Elder Wu's, and the beetles they struck down were much less. The beetles struck down by the spirit warriors were a lot, but compared to the beetles that covered the sky, it was just a drop in the ocean. It was truly insignificant. Troublesome, Xiaohua watched from below and sighed. The fluctuations of the beetles were so powerful that it blocked his Buddhist sense. He couldn't pass through it all, and the fluctuations could even corrode his Buddhist sense. Xiaohua didn't dare to release too much of it. The innate primordial water can avoid the beetles. I wonder if the innate jellyfish can drive them away? With the innate primordial water, Xiaohua was confident that he could safely bring Xiao Mao and the others out of Bibe and Stronghold. But the consequences were also very serious. Xiao Mao would lose the hearts of the people he had just gathered in Bai and Stronghold. If he wanted to be the emperor again, it would be extremely difficult. Maybe I should use the Samadhi True Fire? Or maybe a Soul Fire? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he pondered. It was easy to see that there were too many beetles. But with Xiaohua's strength, even if he had a powerful soul fire, he wouldn't be able to kill all of them. Maybe I can only use Xiao Dou. Xiaohua saw that his last hope was on Xiao Dou. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't know how to use Xiao Dou. When he held it in his hand, It was no different from the small cauldron in front of him. Thinking back and forth, Xiaohua didn't seem to have any ideas. But when he looked at Jiuxia, he saw that she still had a calm expression on her face. It was as if she had a card up her sleeve. Jiuxia, what method do you have to drive these beetles away? Xiaohua raised an eyebrow and asked. In Jiuxia's eyes, Xiaohua wasn't comparable to Xiao Mao. Jiuxia couldn't help but ask. But she still shook her head and said, the beetles may be small, but there are too many of them. Even if a Yuaning cultivator came, if he didn't have a special ability, he wouldn't be able to drive them away. How can little sister have a way? But, from your expression, you don't seem worried at all. Xiaohua laughed. Hee, with brother-in-law here, what is little sister afraid of? Jiuxia laughed, then looked at the frowning Xiao Mao in front of her and said, besides, the person little sister is looking for is someone who can help little sister greatly. Little sister firmly believes that Xiao Mao will be able to drive these beetles away. You mean, his bloodline? Xiaohua knew about Xiao Mao's background, but other than his bloodline, Xiaohua really couldn't think of anything else he could use. His bloodline. I'm afraid it's the main culprit that attracted these beetles. Jiuxia chuckled. If it's used to drive the beetles away, it's possible. But he can't use the power of his bloodline, so how can he drive the beetles away? Then you still think he can? Xiaohua asked, puzzled. This brother-in-law doesn't understand. Jiuxia pursed her lips and smiled. Little sister can naturally sense that he can do it. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaohua nodded slightly. Unfortunately, although his Kama hand had made some progress, there was already some profound understanding in his mind. If he used it here, he still couldn't use it. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, high up in the sky, the soul warriors of Bai and Stronghold launched another attack. Ji-Man, who hadn't made any movements until now, directly rushed to the front and stretched out her hands. Her palms emitted a faint jade-green color, while Elder Wu and the others were below her. Ji-Man chanted softly, and a faint brilliance similar to green seal characters flew out. Ji-Man immediately danced on top of the soul beast, and the brilliance of the green seal characters followed her dance and wrapped around her. Chapter 28:19. Cuckoo. Elder Wu and the other spirit warriors spoke a strange melody at the same time. Once again, they swung their spirit weapons in unison. Dozens of huge pillars of light shot up into the sky, but this time, they flew towards Ji-Man and not the beetles. All the pillars of light that hit Ji-Man were absorbed by the green seal text on her body. Then, they spun rapidly and formed a huge ball of light. This ball of light was dark green in color. Inside it, there were emerald green soul text flowing everywhere. Although the beetles in the sky pressed down slowly, they were still gradually approaching. When the ball of light around Ji-Man formed, the beetles were already in front of the ball of light. Countless beetles surged and formed different patterns. It really looked like a strange giant face, laughing evilly as it pounced towards the ball of light. Woo, with a loud vibration, the ball of light around Ji-Man rushed out and turned into a light screen several hundred feet in size. The light screen spread towards the beetles in the sky. Every thin light was like a murderous sword, piercing through the beetles that blocked the sunlight. A gap of nearly 1,000 feet appeared in the tide of beetles. Good. Seeing this, Xiao Mao couldn't help but applaud. Looking at the spirit warriors and natives on the square, they all jumped up and seemed to have won. However, before they could celebrate, the remaining beetles didn't disperse. Instead, their attacks became even more ferocious. The beetles near the gap of 1,000 feet were almost 3 times faster than the tide hitting the shore. They quickly filled up the gap. The light that appeared in the sky quickly disappeared. The entire Bibe and stronghold became dark again. Coo coo coo. The natives' clamor began to grow louder. Clearly, this situation was beyond their expectations. They were afraid that when the beetles attacked the Bibe and stronghold, they were all defeated by Ji-Man and Elder Wu. Looking at the sky again, Ji-Man collapsed on the back of her soul beast. She seemed to have no strength left. The soul beast under her was also exhausted. It flapped its wings and seemed to be unable to hold on. At this moment, the swarm of beetles was already above Ji-Man's head. Perhaps because these beetles had gained intelligence, or because they were moving too fast and too many, thousands of beetles were squeezed out of the swarm and pounced on Ji-Man. The beetle's actions were obviously out of G-Man's expectations. She didn't even notice it until Elder Wu shouted. However, it was too late as the beetles were already in front of her. G-Man didn't hesitate to jump off her soul beast's back. She couldn't control her soul beast in time and it was instantly surrounded by the beetles. When G-Man's eyes landed, how could Xiao Mao still stand there? The mana in his body surged as he flew up rapidly. However, Elder Wu's soul beast let out a long cry and rushed towards G-Man. It flew under G-Man's body and caught the weakened G-Man. Xiao Mao hesitated slightly. Just as he was about to fly down, Xiao Hua's voice rang out beside him. "Let's go and take a look." "Yes, big brother." Xiao Mao replied and followed behind Xiao Hua, flying into the air. "Master." Elder Wu saw Xiao Mao flying over and smiled bitterly. "It's all because of my incompetence that I made Master worried. Let the Lord reveal his cultivation." "No matter." Xiao Mao didn't mind. "Things are urgent. How can I care so much? My people are my people. It has nothing to do with my cultivation." Then, Xiao Mao looked at G-Man and asked with concern, "How is G-Man now?" Although G-Man's face was as white as paper, she didn't exhaust her essence like Yun Tang Yu when she chanted the green seal text. She said softly, "Thank you for your concern, Master. I will rest for a while. However, this is already the limit of what I can do. Master, it's better to hide first." Saying that, G-Man's body suddenly trembled rapidly. Dirty blood gushed out from her mouth and nose like spring water. "This is..." Xiao Mao was shocked. Before he could ask, a mournful wail came from high up in the sky. Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua hurriedly raised their heads and saw that the soul beast covered in beetles was silent after a cry. Its wings also stopped flapping and its body fell from the sky. The most frightening thing was that when the dead soul beast landed near Xiao Hua and the others, the flesh on the soul beast's corpse had already been greatly reduced. In many places, white bones could be seen. When the corpse landed on the ground with Xiao Hua and the others' gazes, the corpse had already completely turned into white bones. Where the corpse landed, there were already soul beasts and soul warriors waiting. Wherever the green light went, the beetles were destroyed one by one. Some of the natives nearby were unavoidably injured by the beetles. "Sigh, Master," Elder Wu said softly. "You saw it too. There are too many beetles. It's definitely not something that we can handle. Master's strength is still weak. It's best to avoid them." Elder Wu. Xiao Mao was still somewhat lucky. He asked, "Do these beetles have any weaknesses? Could it be that there's no way to restrain them? Moreover, these beetles grew in the vicinity of the Bai Lu stockade. Could it be that they can't be killed before they become beetles?" "All right, Master knows." Elder Wu knew that Xiao Mao was unwilling to give up. Looking at the unconscious G-Man, he smiled bitterly. "These beetles naturally have weaknesses. If Master Soul technique is perfected and can use the power of a great god, these beetles won't be a problem. But if Master Soul technique is not perfected, nothing can stop these beetles." Then, Elder Wu looked up at the dense swarm of beetles and said, "These beetles are herbivores. After midnight, they become grass and only at noon the next day will they become beetles. When they become grass, they aren't scary and are often our food. Even when they become beetles, they will only move out on a sunny day. Occasionally, they will attack the Wu village in groups. They aren't much of a threat. We only need to hold on until midnight and everything will disappear. But now, because of the drought, these beetles have become withered branches after turning into grass. When they turn into beetles again, they are much more powerful. Of course, just as my lord has seen, these beetles can also bear fruit, and these fruits are our food. We can't kill them all." Previously, the beetles have attacked Bai Lu village countless times, but under G-Man's attack, they all scattered. They even retreated in defeat before they could use this move. Who knows why there are so many of them today and why their attacks are so fierce. Now, it seems that we can't hold on until midnight. These beetles will turn into grass. So, Master, please avoid them. When midnight comes, everything will disappear and our Bai Lu village will still be the same as before." Xiao Mao knew what Elder Wu said was true, but he also understood that the natives of Bai Lu village wouldn't be able to hold on until midnight. They would all become the beetles' food. "What you said earlier. What's the reason why the beetles attacked Bai Lu village?" Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked. "This Elder Wu hesitated again. He looked at Xiao Hua and said, "This can't be told to outsiders. Please understand, master. This is my big brother. My life is all thanks to him." Xiao Mao said angrily, "It's fine if others can't tell, but there's no privacy in front of my big brother." Elder Wu was still hesitating, but Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "Elder Wu, it's fine if you don't say it. But, Elder Wu, there's something that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Please tell me." Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't press him, Elder Wu's face relaxed. He looked at the approaching beetles and said hurriedly, "Elder Wu, why do these beetles only attack Bai Lu village on a sunny day? Don't they come out on a cloudy day?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Oh, that's right." Elder Wu said hurriedly, "These beetles are bisexual. They are most afraid of rain and humidity. If it's a cloudy day, even if they turn into beetles, they are still weak. Why would they come out? Needless to say, attack. You are masters. Old acquaintance. Please prioritize master's safety. Please advise master to avoid them." "Ha ha ha. There's no need to avoid them." Xiao Hua laughed and said, "I'll help you drive away the beetles. But before that, you have to answer my next question." "Ah? Please tell me." Elder Wu almost couldn't believe it. These beetles that covered the sky. Even he couldn't do anything. What could this Dao sect cultivator do? "Big brother, can you really do it?" Xiao Mao was also ecstatic. Xiao Hua ignored Xiao Mao and stared at Ji-Man. What was Ji-Man chanting in the sky just now? How did she manage to chant it? "Oh, this." Elder Wu thought Xiao Hua was going to ask something. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This is the witchcraft incantation used by the descendants of the 12 great gods of Meng Mountain. Almost all of Ji-Man can chant it. It doesn't need anything special. You should want to chant it too. But as far as I know, only the people of Meng Mountain, and only a few women can chant it. Dao sect cultivators definitely can't chant it. What the people below are chanting is different from this." Xiao Hua was very disappointed. He pointed down and said, "Yes, they are also chanting witchcraft incantations. But it's a kind of incantation that relies on instinct. It's different from what Ji-Man used. Your Excellency should just give up on this idea. Previously, many cultivators and swordsmen had sneaked into my Bai and stronghold. Although my Bai and stronghold didn't set up any defenses against them, it's impossible for them to practice soul arts." Elder Wu seemed to understand Xiao Hua's thoughts and directly told him, "Sigh, I'm afraid so." Xiao Hua understood that this was related to bloodline. He wasn't the descendant of the 12 great gods, so of course he couldn't chant their witchcraft incantations. If you have any tricks, please use them." Elder Wu reminded, "If it doesn't work, my lord still has a chance to dodge." "Ha ha ha, good. Then I'll let you see your lord's tricks." Xiao Hua pulled Xiao Mao and flew up into the sky. He secretly gave him some things and said a few words to him through voice transmission. Chapter 28:20. What? This is a yellow talisman for clouds and rain? Xiao Mao was stunned. There's such a boring yellow talisman in this world? TSK, hurry up and activate the yellow talisman. This is the thing that will save your people today. Xiao Hua was too lazy to explain to him. This yellow talisman and its refining method were also obtained from Misty Cloud's sex Yun Tengyu. He had used a lot of yellow talismans and refined a lot of them. Who knew that he would be able to use them again? Yes. Xiao Mao knew that this was an opportunity that Xiao Hua was giving him. The mana in his body surged, and he threw out the cloud and rain talisman. Hee, let your big brother cheer you on. Xiao Hua laughed softly and opened his hands. Suddenly, there was a roar in the sky. Layers of thick clouds surged through the beetles, and flashes of lightning appeared. In a moment, the entire sky was covered. Ka-cha-cha, a flash of lightning fell, and immediately shot down the beetles within a few feet. What was strange was that after the beetles fell a few feet, they actually floated up again, as if they were not afraid of the lightning. Yes, these beetles have the nature of grass. How can grass be afraid of lightning? Xiao Hua was enlightened. However, taking advantage of the gap when the beetles were shot down, Xiao Mao obediently threw the cloud and rain talisman outside the beetle swarm. Woo, the yellow talisman flashed, and countless water-type spiritual energy gathered, forming a hurricane. Whoosh, a flash of water could be seen, and a large amount of rain fell from the sky, right on the beetle swarm. Wherever the rain fell, the beetles dodged, and all the beetles that were hit by the rain turned green, as if their weight had increased dramatically. They could no longer fly in the air, and slowly fell down. Big brother, how can this yellow talisman be so magical? Xiao Mao was really shocked when he saw the power of the yellow talisman. Nonsense, this is personally made by Big Brother. How can it be bad? Xiao Hua waved his hand again, and several jade talismans were thrown out. Rumble! There was a loud rumble. Although the talisman smashed open many gaps in the beetle swarm, there were very few beetles that were actually ignited by the fire. Sigh, there's always something to conquer something. Who would have thought that? The rain is the bane of beetles. Xiao Hua understood and didn't use any other methods. A large amount of heavenly lightning struck down, creating a gap. He and Xiao Mao flew above the beetle tide. Xiao Mao laughed loudly and smashed down one after another. The water-type spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed into water, and it really looked like rain. It was also because of Xiao Hua's thoughtfulness that day. In order to solve the drought in the country of Xi and the country of Meng, he refined a lot of yellow talismans. Moreover, the power of these yellow talismans was really great. Xiao Mao flew in the air, one yellow talisman after another. It took him no less than an hour to use up all the cloud-traveling and rain-summoning talismans refined by Xiao Hua. An hour was enough for Xiao Mao to fly through most of the areas covered by the beetle tide. The rainwater produced by the yellow talismans was enough to disperse most of the beetles. Seeing that dusk was approaching and the sky was covered by dark clouds, the remaining beetles stopped attacking and dispersed. This disaster that was enough to wipe out the natives and soul warriors of the bird nest stronghold was actually so easily resolved by Xiao Hua. No, by Xiao Mao. Wah! Before Xiao Mao could land, countless loud cheers came from the ground. The natives and soul warriors who were chanting witchcraft incantations all knelt down on the ground, and saluted Xiao Mao with great sincerity. Xiao Mao glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Xiao Hua quietly landed, and Xiao Mao stood in the air. Ji woo woo. Xiao Mao spoke again with great enthusiasm, causing cheers to come from all over the mountain. The entire bird nest stronghold was in an uproar in an instant. When Xiao Mao landed, none of the natives of the bird nest stronghold were willing to leave. It was unknown where they got the torches and bonfires, but they actually danced happily on the spot. Master, as soon as Xiao Mao landed, Elder Wu and Ji-Man came to greet him. Elder Wu, in particular, had an unprecedented joy in his eyes. Ji-Man, with the help of two female soul warriors, forced herself to bow. Don't be so courteous. Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, You did your best to protect the bird nest stronghold just now, so you should rest more. Too bad. This is the first time I returned to Meng Mountains, so I don't have anything to reward you with. Oh, Xiao Mao, I forgot. Didn't you leave a jade box with me that day? I think it's best if you give that to Ji-Man. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he slapped his forehead, pretending to be enlightened. He took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao naturally didn't know what was inside the jade box, but how could he not know what Xiao Hua meant? After receiving it, he handed it to Ji-Man without even looking at it, and said, That's right, this is something I obtained in my early years. Today, I'll give it to you. Xiao Mao's words were very proper, but he didn't mention what was inside and what it was used for. Ji-Man was a little dazed, but she had to thank Xiao Mao for his gift, no matter what it was. Seeing her receive it with both hands, she said gratefully, Thank you for your gift, my lord. My lord saved the entire bird nest stronghold, and you still remember me. I can't thank you enough. Don't worry, don't worry. Xiao Mao waved his hand. Today, we were able to escape from the beetles' attack because of everyone's strength. I'm just standing on everyone's shoulders. Then Xiao Mao frowned slightly, looked at Elder Wu and said, Today's matter can only be temporary. If we can't find the reason for the beetles' attack, in the future, bird nest stronghold will still be in trouble. Xiao Mao naturally wanted to ask Elder Wu about the specific reason for the beetles' attack, but Xiao Hua was a little depressed. It was rare for him to be so generous and give something out, but who knew that although the other party was respectful, they didn't even look at it. How could he not be anxious? This. Elder Wu looked at Xiao Hua helplessly, then looked at Li Zongbao and the others in the distance, and smiled apologetically. Right now, I'm going to discuss with my lord. However, this is a secret of Meng Mountain, and we can't let outsiders know. My lord, please. Elder Wu. Xiao Mao's expression changed, and he said coldly, outsiders can naturally not know, but I've already said it. This is my big brother and to him, I don't have any secrets. Besides, you've also seen that his divine ability is not to be underestimated. Humph, I'm not afraid to tell you that the yellow talisman was made by my big brother, and it has nothing to do with me. Ah? Elder Wu and Ji-Man naturally didn't see Xiao Hua's action of passing the yellow talisman to Xiao Mao. Hearing Xiao Mao's words, they were shocked. After exchanging glances, Elder Wu nodded and said, if that's the case, I'm willing to explain this matter to my lord and the elders. However, the others definitely can't. Elders? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, but then he smiled bitterly. It seems that other than Xiao Mao's position as the lord, I've also gotten the title of an elder. Good, this elder title is good. Xiao Mao clapped his hands. Big brother is my Wu Stockade's elder. I'll arrange for the rest of the guests to rest. Ji-Man forced a smile and said, I can't accompany my lord anymore. You can go. Xiao Mao looked at Ji-Man and nodded. Then, Xiao Hua turned his head and sent a message to Fairy Hong Xia, asking them to rest first. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, Ji-Man, who had walked about 10 feet away, exclaimed. Then, she hurriedly turned her head, leaving the female spirit warrior who was supporting her, and staggered to Xiao Mao. Without waiting for Xiao Mao to say anything, she threw herself on the ground and cried, my lord, I'm not worthy of the treasure that my lord has bestowed. I beg my lord to take back this item. This item is of great use to my lord. And in her hand was the jade box that had been cracked open. The shock on Xiao Mao's face disappeared in a flash. He glanced at Xiao Hua, and Xiao Hua's face changed into a proud smile. Get up, Xiao Mao said in a low voice. This is something that you deserve. Even if this item is of great use to me, but now, you're the hero of Meng Mountain, only you are worthy of this item. My lord, Ji-Man was sobbing. She was so grateful to Xiao Mao's actions that she was in a mess. Unfortunately, Xiao Mao, who had a smile on his face, still didn't know what was inside the jade box. However, he could only be sure that this item was definitely not as precious as Ji-Man said. Perhaps, Xiao Hua had a lot of this item in his storage pouch. Elder Wu also seemed to be shocked, and advised in a low voice, Ji-Man, since this is a gift from my lord, you should keep it. After all, you've done a lot for the Bai Lu Stockade. Ji-Man raised her head and muttered a few words, but the content was not something that Xiao Hua could understand. Sure enough, Elder Wu was shocked again and quickly said, my lord, this item is indeed, say no more. Xiao Mao waved his hand and said, I've already bestowed this item. How can I take it back? Elder Wu, you've done a lot for me today. After a while, I'll also reward you. Many thanks, my lord. Elder Wu was overjoyed, and knelt down again. Sigh, everyone says that these millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain are uncivilized. Xiao Hua was happy to see this, and secretly laughed, but their etiquette is not any less than our Dao sect. Not to mention that Elder Wu and Ji-Man's speech and behavior are similar to cultivators. It's just that the etiquette of kneeling down is too thorough. Immediately, Ji-Man and Elder Wu stood up. Ji-Man led Fairy Hong Xia and the rest to rest, while Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao followed Elder Wu out of the square, and went straight to the back of the wooden house. Big brother, what exactly did you give him? At this moment, Xiao Mao asked Xiao Hua via voice transmission, did you take enough? Hee, it's just a kind of spirit tea. Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and replied, as for whether it's a lot or not, you can guess. Hee, of course I can't guess what kind of spirit tea it is. Xiao Mao laughed, but the amount of this spirit tea is definitely not small. Hee. Xiao Hua laughed, but didn't answer. Chapter 28-21. The two followed Elder Wu out of the plaza and passed through the reveling crowd. Everyone, regardless of whether they were natives or soul warriors, made way for them. Many natives even threw themselves on the ground. That kind of fanaticism made even Xiao Hua envious. After passing through the crowd with great difficulty, they arrived at the back of the plaza. There were a dozen or so soul warriors and soul beasts guarding the gate. Seeing Xiao Mao come over, these soul warriors respectfully saluted. Even the soul beasts respectfully lowered their heads. Elder Wu asked a few questions and received some answers. Only then did he nod and lead the way for Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao to enter the huge wooden gate. Behind the huge wooden door, there were also some rough wooden houses. Old Wu slowly led the way in front, and Xiao Hua had already impatiently released his Buddhist sense. However, after looking for a long time, he didn't see anything special. Elder Wu had clearly sensed Xiao Hua's position in Xiao Mao's heart. He even sensed the strangeness of the item Xiao Mao bestowed upon him. From time to time, he would turn around and address Xiao Hua as elder and say some casual words. Xiao Hua also answered indifferently. After passing through a large group of wooden houses, they also met some soul warriors who weren't on patrol. The three of them arrived in front of a slope. Jie, a bird's cry rang out. A blue witch feather flew down from the sky and landed right in front of Xiao Mao. The snake-like head now docilely crouched down in front of Xiao Mao's feet. Its tongue also stretched out and licked Xiao Mao's feet. This is that old blue witch feather. Xiao Hua suddenly understood. So this thing is here. This should be the secret of the shaman's stronghold. Sure enough, Elder Wu said with a smile. Master, this is that old and useless blue witch feather. This lowly one sent them to Grain Garden and had them guard this place. Immediately, Elder Wu waved his hand and took out the bone staff again. A faint green light fell from between his eyebrows. The skeleton on the bone staff caught it. Immediately, a green light like a tide sprayed out from the skeleton's mouth and rushed to the rows of withered trees on the slope in front of them. The withered trees repeatedly emitted green light, but it disappeared in a short moment. However, after the green light, the scene in front of him didn't change at all, and there wasn't any unusual movement. Xiao Mao frowned as he found it strange. Grandmaster Wu quickly explained, Master, the soul formation of Meng Mountains is different from the Taoist sex formation. It does not have any dazzling brilliance, nor does it have any camouflage technique. If you are not from Meng Mountains, you will never be able to see through the soul formation. Of course, perhaps the soul formation of Meng Mountains does not have the heaven-shaking and earth-shattering power of the Taoist sex formation, but, in terms of power, it might not be weaker than the Taoist sex formation. Xiao Mao nodded. He still looked at the slope in confusion. There were no wooden huts at the bottom of the slope, nor were there any natives. Other than some sparse branches and small trees, there was nothing else. Noticing that Xiao Mao was a little distracted, Elder Wu misunderstood and hurriedly explained, But my lord, the soul cultivation divine ability of Meng Mountain is far from what my lord heard in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. The almighty experts of Meng Mountain are the same as the cultivators of Taoist sect. They have the ability to turn the world upside down and... How did you know that I was in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation? Xiao Mao turned his head and asked coldly. This. Elder Wu was flabbergasted. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, My lord, please don't ask about this matter. This lowly one only heard some rumors. If this lowly one reports it to my lord, it will only make my lord even more confused. Then, Elder Wu pointed at the blue sorcerer feather at his feet and said, Just in time, my lord. We will take this opportunity to enter Su Garden. When my lord sees the situation in Su Garden, he will know. All right. Seeing that Elder Wu insisted on not saying anything, Xiao Mao knew that this matter must involve a lot of people. Although the other party was willing to swear loyalty, he did not dare to meddle too much. Xiao Mao did not force him and floated onto the blue sorcerer feather. The soul beast was originally 10 feet long, and its back was spacious. It was more than enough for Xiao Hua and the other 2 to stand on. The soul beast let out a clear cry, flapped its wings and flew down the slope. Beyond the slope should be the back mountain of Bai and Stronghold. Just like the front mountain, it was extremely large. Moreover, at the edge of the slope, they could vaguely see the shadows of some wooden houses. Under the full moon, they looked like monsters that were sticking their heads out. Ga. Another few clear cries rang out. Several blue sorcerer feather also swept across the sky. There were patrolling soul warriors passing by on them. However, after flying for nearly 10,000 feet and arriving at another slope, Xiao Mao was somewhat stunned when he did not see anything strange. He had released his divine sense and had been carefully inspecting. Moreover, under the full moon, the slope and even the bottom of the valley were clearly visible. Apart from some vegetation commonly seen in Meng Mountains, some dense stems that were more than a foot tall, and even some beetles, he really did not know what was here that was coveted by the beetles. As for Xiao Hua, he looked pensive. The blue sorcerer feather flapped its wings and landed on a natural platform on the slope. After the three of them jumped down, the blue sorcerer feather let out another cry and soared into the sky. "Master, please take a look." Since they were already here, Old Wu did not hesitate and went straight to the point. He pointed at the stems near the platform and said, "This is the root cause of the beetles' attack on Bibe and Stronghold. Moreover, this is also the reason why all the shaman strongholds in Meng Mountains were attacked by the beetles." What is this? Xiao Mao was dumbfounded. Old Wu was not surprised. It seemed that it was normal for Xiao Mao not to understand. He squatted down, looked at the 1-foot-long stem and sighed. "This is the millet. The millet that the people of Meng Mountains eat daily." "Millet garden. This must be the millet." Xiao Mao was enlightened. "Yes, this millet is similar to the rice that the people of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation often eat." Old Wu nodded. Xiao Mao also squatted down and looked at the millet carefully. The millet looked very similar to rice. However, millet grew on the soft soil of Meng Mountains and did not need to be planted in the paddy field. Moreover, on the 1-foot-long stem, there were 3 to 5 thin branches that looked like caterpillars. On the thin branches, there were grains of millet that were not much bigger than gravel. Old Wu looked at Xiao Mao, who was squatting opposite him, then raised his head slightly and looked at Xiao Hua. However, Xiao Hua did not walk over as he expected. Instead, he walked slowly to the edge of the platform, bent down, and looked at the millet growing there. After looking at it, he even walked down the platform and looked to the side. Old Wu did not care about Xiao Hua's behavior. It was best that Xiao Hua was not next to him. "Master," Old Wu said in a low voice, "do you see anything?" What can I see if I take it?" Xiao Mao said honestly, "I have already abstained from eating for a long time. I don't know how many years it has been since I tasted the food of the mortal world. Master's cultivation has improved. This humble one is also happy in my heart." Old Wu said with a smile. "This matter has to start from 50 to 60 years ago. Oh, maybe it's even earlier than that. However, as for the specific date of the change, even this humble one can't say it clearly." "Big brother." Xiao Mao saw that Old Wu was beginning to explain and hurriedly wanted to call Xiao Hua. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hua raised his voice from afar. "Let me leave for a while. I can take a look at the millet here. This thing. I seem to have seen it before." "Oh, okay." Xiao Mao knew that Xiao Hua did not want to make things difficult for him, so he did not say anything. Old Wu continued, "This millet is the food of the people of Meng Mountains. It is because of this millet and our bloodline that we are different from the people outside of Meng Mountains. Therefore, other than the bloodline, this millet is the foundation of Meng Mountains. Of course, this millet only grows in Meng Mountains. Even if someone brought this millet to the outside world to cultivate, they would not succeed." It seems like. At this point, Xiao Mao was somewhat enlightened. "When I was young, Master must have also grown up eating millet when he was young. There is no doubt about this." Old Wu said with a smile. "Only when you grew up and cultivated the magic of the Tao sect did you stop eating millet. Of course, if Master does not eat millet, then you will not be able to use the witchcraft of Meng Mountains." "And?" Xiao Mao nodded slightly. Because of this strange and ordinary appearance of millet, although the people of Meng Mountains rely on it, they have never paid attention to it. 100 years ago, this millet grew everywhere in the mountains, so we did not have to worry about it. Also, the beetles and the soul beasts of Meng Mountains all feed on this millet. In fact, the beetles are even more special. When they grow into grass, they often grow together with millet. Their reproduction and growth are also related to millet. However, I don't know when it started, but the weather of Meng Mountains changed. Originally, there was rain for 8 to 10 days, but gradually, it became 7 days, 6 days and finally, until now, there is no rain for 100 days. Drought. Xiao Mao nodded. This is not the most important thing. Old Wu nodded. The most important thing is that the millet produced by this millet has been decreasing year by year. Until now, it has gradually stopped producing millet. Even the millet itself can no longer survive. Ah? Is that so? Xiao Mao exclaimed. Then what do you all eat? When Old Wu and Ji Man from the other strongholds found out about this, they immediately reported it to their respective strongholds. In the end. At this point, Old Wu glanced at Xiao Mao. In the end, they reported it to the main stronghold of Xueqi. However, Xueqi's stronghold has always been a little chaotic, so they did not come up with a solution in time. By the time we came up with a solution, it was already a little too late. As Old Wu spoke, he walked to the valley and said, "That year, after a discussion with G-Man, I personally went to the country of Xi to take a look at their secular people's farming. I even invited over 100 old farmers to help me. All the millets behind this mountain were sown here by those farmer suggestions before they went extinct outside the stronghold. Fortunately, I humbly listened to those farmer suggestions and planted millets here. Although it is not enough to ensure the survival of all the people in the stronghold, but, at a critical moment, these millets can still play a certain role." Chapter 28-22. Over the years, other than hunting some wild beasts, the people of the village have also thought of many ways to fill their stomachs. Old Wu continued, "Unfortunately, the people of Meng Mountains can't leave these millet fields. Every once in a while, I will harvest some millet and distribute it to everyone according to the population of the village. But this is just a temporary measure. At this moment, all struggles are useless against the weather. Although the millets in this millet field are carefully taken care of, their condition is deteriorating. I'm afraid that in another year or so, these millets won't produce any more millet. When that time comes, it will be the day of the destruction of the people of Meng Mountains." Old Wu sighed. Yes, because these millets are necessary for the beetles, they always attack Shibai village because they want to use these millets. Xiao Mao understood. Yes, if these beetles fall, not only will they kill all the people of Shibai village, even if they sweep away all the millets, how long can Shibai village last? At this point, Old Wu lowered his voice and said, "Actually, it's already good that Shibai village can hold on until now. The other villages have already passed their limits. I'm sure you've already seen it when you came to Meng Mountains. For the sake of survival, the people of Meng Mountains have already killed their way into the sword domain. They want to find a way to survive in the sword domain and the 3 kingdoms of cultivators." Old Wu's voice was very soft. It seemed like he was guarding against Xiao Hua, revealing this great secret. However, he didn't use the language of Meng Mountains, so no one knew what he was thinking. Ah? So that's why. Xiao Mao always thought that it was a battle between soul warriors and swordsmen, and that it was a provocation by the swordsmen. However, he didn't expect that the millions of soul warriors of Meng Mountains had no choice but to expand for their own survival. But, aren't the people of Meng Mountains only allowed to live in Meng Mountains? Even if they go to Hung Country, what can they do? Xiao Mao was confused again. My lord. Didn't you grow up in the 3 kingdoms of cultivators? If you didn't come to Meng Mountains, wouldn't you still have a good life? Old Wu laughed. Besides, for so many years, countless cultivators and swordsmen have come to Meng Mountains, and countless soul warriors of Meng Mountains have gone to the 3 kingdoms of cultivators and the sword domain. Aren't they all living well? But, whether the native people of Meng Mountains can survive or not is still unknown. Of course, instead of waiting for death, why don't we charge out and take a look? Elder Wu added. Say. Xiao Mao stood up. He already understood the reason behind it, but what could he do? Master. This is a great opportunity for you. Elder Wu hesitated. Master is the descendant of great god Shibai. Your bloodline is extremely pure. When Elder Wu spoke up to this point, Xiao Hua raised his voice and said, "Elder Wu, let me ask you. If the millet in Meng Mountains is restored to its original state, do you still want to enter the 3 kingdoms of cultivators and the Huan kingdom?" Elder. Venerable Wu didn't find it strange that Xiao Hua could hear his words. With a wry smile he said, "Meng Mountains is the place where the descendants of the 12 great gods rest and recuperate. I've been living in this Biban stronghold since I was born, and I've never thought of living outside of Meng Mountains. If it weren't for such a calamity, Who would be willing to leave their home? Sigh, your Tao sect has always called my Meng Mountains as Million Meng Mountains. But how is my Meng Mountains only 1,000,000 li big? To be honest, my people of Meng Mountains have never thought of coveting your Tao sect's territory, because we simply don't care about the 3 kingdoms of cultivators. You've always considered yourselves as the orthodox Tao sect, but how can you compare to the orthodox Tao sect's 12 great gods of Meng Mountains? You say we're uncivilized people, but the uncivilized ones are your Tao sect. Hee, Elder Wu, you talk too much. Xiaohua didn't argue with him, and said with a smile, I just want to ask you if I can solve this problem, what will you do? What? How is that possible? Elder Wu had already understood Xiaohua's meaning, and thought he was just asking. But when he heard that Xiaohua could really solve this problem, he couldn't help but be shocked. How will you solve it? Unexpectedly, Xiaohua didn't answer his question, and instead turned to Xiao Mao and said, Come with me. After saying that, Xiaohua flew into the air, and flew towards the depths of the valley. Xiao Mao didn't dare to delay, and hurriedly flew over. Elder Wu stood on the platform, and his face was filled with surprise and joy, and even a little anxiety. But Xiaohua didn't call him, and he didn't dare to go over. He was really worried about his gains and losses. Big brother. Xiao Mao was naturally anxious, and asked in a low voice, Can you really solve such a huge problem? Xiaohua shrugged, and shook his head slightly. Such a huge problem, how can Big Brother be sure? But, if there's even a sliver of hope, we'll have to try. After all, it's the lives of countless Meng Mountains natives, and the lives of my Tao sect and Sword Region swordsmen. Yes, that's right. Xiao Mao nodded. Million Meng Mountains is really mysterious. If they come out in full force, my Tao sect won't be their match, and the sword cultivators of Huan country won't be able to either. If they really fight, the land will be filled with whales. In addition, what Elder Wu said is also extremely correct. Since you're born in Million Meng Mountains, in the future, I'm afraid you'll be involved in Million Meng Mountains as well. If you can make the first move, that's the best. This merit can definitely help you to do what you want to do. Xiaohua thought for a while, and slowly said, according to what Big Brother knows, the changes in the millet and the weather are related to the changes in the natural energy, and it involves the entire Meng Mountains. That's a distance of millions of miles, much larger than the 3 cultivation countries. It's far beyond our imagination. If you can control such a huge place, it'll be much more useful than Xuanyan School. Think about it. Is it possible for you to be the sect leader of Xuanyan School? But within Million Meng Mountains, with your bloodline and background, it'll be easy for you to get it. Of course, the scope of this matter is too big. You alone can't completely control it. In Big Brother's opinion, it's better to borrow the help of Elder Wu and G-Man of Bibe and Stronghold, and even the natives and soul warriors in the Stronghold. Let them, who are your people, work for you first. It won't be too late for you to stand out when there's a clear picture of the development of this matter. To tell you the truth, Big Brother is the same as you. I also have some difficulties that I can't speak of. Right now, I can't tell anyone. Xiaohua thought for a while, and then said, Unless Big Brother has absolute confidence, you can only endure it. Big Brother? You, with your current cultivation level, you can't do it? Xiao Mao was a little surprised. This was the first time he heard Xiaohua talk about his own secret. That's right, that's exactly it. Xiaohua didn't say much, although your opponents, the ones who harmed your parents and expelled them from Million Meng Mountains, may not have a high cultivation level, but for you, they're much stronger than Big Brother's opponents. Not only are they hiding in the dark, they also have many subordinates. You're all alone. You're definitely not their match. So, your current plan is to use this opportunity to gather people's hearts, and maximize your advantage. Turn all the descendants of great god Shibai into your people. Only then can you have your revenge. But, this is Big Brother's merit. Xiao Mao was a little hesitant. Little brother, hee, what's mine is yours. Xiaohua laughed. How can a generation's merit, cultivation level, and spirit stones compare to having a family member like you in this world? If it were you, think about it, even if a spirit stone mine was placed here, and it could be exchanged for your parents' lives, you would definitely not take a second look at it. Xiao Mao's heart was burning, and he didn't know what to say. This kind of concern, this kind of giving, was indeed more generous than a blood brother. After a while, Xiao Mao nodded firmly. Yes, little brother understands. Little brother will listen to big brother. Good, that's good. Xiao Hua laughed, and then looked left and right. Let's go, we'll walk around and see the situation of Su Garden. Yes. Xiao Mao originally thought that Xiao Hua would immediately tell him the method to save Meng Mountains. But who knew that Xiao Hua actually wanted to fly for a while, so he could only nod and agree. Su Garden was actually a part of Bai Lu's stronghold, and it was no different from what Xiao Mao and the others saw at the beginning. But this time, millet was planted on the mountain, and not those withered branches and thorns. After flying for a while, Xiao Mao's heart was moved, and he whispered, Big brother, little brother remembers, when G-Man was injured, what did you give her? It actually made her so grateful? Hee, it really was some spirit tea. Xiao Hua thought for a while, then took out a storage pouch from his chest, and handed it to Xiao Mao. Take this, I reckon you'll have a use for it in the future. Oh, Xiao Mao took it naturally, and used his divine sense to check it. There was indeed a lot of spirit tea inside, and each of them was abnormally emerald green. What's the use of this? Why was G-Man so excited? Xiao Mao asked curiously. How would I know this? Xiao Hua waved his hand. That day, at a secret auction in Sky Patrol City, someone was selling it, saying that it could be used by soul cultivators, but no one bid, and in the end, the price was ridiculously cheap. Big brother loves to take advantage of others, and he didn't even think about it, so he got a lot of it. But who knew that when he just took out a piece, it actually made her like this? I thought she was interested in that jade box. Oh, if you want to know, you can ask Elder Wu. He definitely knows the origin. You can also tell me while you're at it. All right, little brother will go over now, big brother. Let's walk for a while more. Xiao Mao smiled. I want to take a closer look. You tell Elder Wu before dawn. I'm afraid I can't tell him the specific method. I know. Xiao Mao smiled, and flew back to the platform. Seeing Xiao Mao coming back from afar, Elder Wu hurriedly went over and asked, Master, what did the elder say? Big brother said. He can't make a decision before dawn. He needs to think carefully. Xiao Mao said with a smile, however, my big brother has always been very mysterious. Unless he's not confident, he will definitely not say it. Chapter 28-23. All right. Although Elder Wu said so, he still looked up at the pitch-black valley. How could he be at ease if he didn't get a real answer? This was a matter of life and death for the shaman village. Elder Wu, what is this? Xiao Mao said as he took out a twilight moon. Master. Master has this. Elder Wu was shocked and said hurriedly, this is a secret shaman item from Hutu village. It's called. At this point, Elder Wu said a strange word and then explained, in the past, there was a Taoist cultivator who called it the Twilight Moon. It lives up to its name. Twilight Moon? This is a secret item from Hutu village? Xiao Mao was puzzled. Master has obtained this item, but you don't know where it came from? Elder Wu was surprised. G-Man and I thought you knew. All right, I'll give this to you. Xiao Mao handed the Twilight Moon to Elder Wu and said, you just need to tell me the secret of the Twilight Moon. No. Elder Wu hurriedly refused. This item is very important for the bloodline awakening of the descendants of the 12 great gods. It's exactly what you need. Giving it to me is a waste. Are you not going to listen to me? Xiao Mao said calmly. Elder Wu hesitated and fell to the ground, crying. Master has treated me with great kindness. I can't repay it even if I die 1,000 times. I swear in the name of great God Shibai that I will be loyal to you from now on. If I have any other thoughts, please let the divine snake bite my heart and die. Then, Elder Wu mumbled a few more words. Get up. Xiao Mao smiled. I know that I've returned to Meng Mountains alone and that I'll have to rely on Elder Wu and G-Man for everything in the future. However, I can also swear in the name of great God Shibai that as long as you are loyal to me, I'll give you all the benefits. Master, please don't swear. I can't let you do that. Elder Wu hurriedly stopped him. To be able to serve you is my honor and duty. Master is my master. You don't have to do that. Xiao Mao wouldn't stop. He mumbled a few more words, which made Elder Wu panic and hit his head on the ground. Get up. Xiao Mao helped Elder Wu up. I still need to discuss with you. There's no need to be so polite. Yes, I understand. Elder Wu hastily replied. At this moment he suddenly realized that he seemed to have gone off topic again, so he hastily replied. All right, this lowly one knows. This twilight moon is a shaman item cultivated by the descendants of the Hutu stronghold's great gods. Most importantly, it has a miraculous effect on the bloodlines of the 12 great gods' descendants. However, we lowly people didn't know that it was used like this. Secondly, this item could nurture soul awareness, making it a holy item for cultivating soul techniques. Of course, the soul power that we've lost can also be quickly recovered under the nourishment of this holy item. In fact, I can even use this sacred object to improve my soul technique. Xiao Mao nodded. But, Old Wu continued, this item has always been kept in the Hutu village, and it has never been given to anyone else. Besides, ever since the change of the weather in Meng Mountains, this item has also been affected. I heard that it's almost extinct. As such, both G-Man and I were greatly shocked when we saw His Highness take out this item. All right, Lord, no matter how many of this item you have, you must hide it well. Don't let others know about it, or else it will cause others to covet it. And I understand. Xiao Mao nodded. This item can also be used as a reward. That's true. Elder Wu had no objection to this. As the descendants of the great gods and even the 12 great gods, they all want to obtain this holy item. It would be most appropriate for our Lord to reward them with this item. Elder Wu, what's the situation in Meng Mountains? I didn't grow up in Meng Mountains since I was young, so I really don't know much about it. Since our Lord has asked, this lowly one can't keep quiet. However, I hope that our Lord can be a little more cautious in these matters. At this point, Elder Wu no longer used the language of the Taoist sect, and began to whisper to Xiao Mao. This conversation went on for several hours, and only when the sky turned bright did Elder Wu stop. He raised his head and looked at the valley where Xiao Hua's shadow was nowhere to be seen. My lord, this lowly one doesn't have any vigilance against Elder Wu, but after all, he's not from Meng Mountains and doesn't know how powerful the 12 great gods are, so he might not be loyal to Meng Mountains. This lowly one understands the trust that our Lord has for Elder Wu and the brotherly affection between our Lord and Elder Wu. But our Lord is the descendant of the great gods, and is destined to have an extraordinary life. Humph, don't say any more. Big brother can't hear you. Xiao Mao waved his hand lightly. Can you actually measure his tolerance? However, I really do know what you mean. I will tell Big Brother about it, and with his personality, he won't listen to it, so don't worry. Yes, this lowly one understands. Elder Wu seemed to be relieved, but when he looked at the sky, he was a little anxious. Wait a moment. I'll go find Big Brother now. Xiao Mao released his divine sense, looked around, and flew down the platform. He saw Xiao Hua meditating with his eyes closed far away. When he saw Xiao Mao coming over, he opened his eyes and said, "How is it? Did you get the information?" Hee, more than that. Xiao Mao smiled and told him about the matter of Daybreak Moon, and then said, Elder Wu also mentioned a lot of things about Meng Mountains. Hee, don't say any more, that old ghost won't let you say it. Xiao Hua waved his hand, as if his ears were following Xiao Mao, and said with an indifferent expression, if it involves your background, you can talk about it, but other things. Big Brother isn't interested. Sigh. This Elder Wu's mouth is very tight. Although he swore loyalty, he obviously doesn't want to get involved. He didn't say anything. Xiao Mao said helplessly. Damn it, he swore loyalty, and he still dares to hide it. Xiao Hua was a little angry. It seems, it's not that simple. Xiao Mao smiled and said, it must be this little brother's family matter. Elder Wu, as an outsider, it's not good to offend anyone. Isn't this just going with the wind and staying out of it? What is loyalty? Xiao Hua smiled. Xiao Mao shook his head. This loyalty is probably different from what we think. The one they should be loyal to is Great God Shibai, and not this little brother, right? Forget it. It's your business. Xiao Hua waved his hand. Let's go, it's time to give that old ghost an answer. Big brother, wait. Xiao Mao hurriedly waved his hand, took out 3 bone boxes, and handed them to Xiao Hua. Big brother gave this little brother so many good things, and this little brother just happens to have 3 treasures that G-Man Jean gave this little brother. This little brother has no use for them, so I might as well give them to you. These are treasures that were given to Xibai village. They are definitely extraordinary. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Hee hee, this little brother will get more of these treasures in the future. Xiao Mao smiled. Moreover, Big Brother came to Meng Mountain. How can you go back empty-handed? Instead of waiting for Big Brother to have more treasures in the future, you should take advantage of the time when Big Brother has nothing to give. Don't you think so? Ha ha ha, good. Xiao Hua did not hold back, took the bone boxes, and sent them into his space without even looking at them. He smiled and said, "You are also some emperor, so there will be more things to show filial piety to you in the future. Big Brother has no one to show filial piety to, so it's a waste not to take your things." Hee hee, others show filial piety to little brother, so little brother will show filial piety to Big Brother. Isn't it the same as others showing filial piety to Big Brother? Xiao Mao smiled. Stop flattering me. Xiao Hua smiled. Do you think Big Brother doesn't know that you are still thinking about your people? Big Brother is wise. Xiao Mao did not deny it. Then the two flew towards the platform. Over there, Elder Wu had been anxiously waiting for a long time. Seeing the smile on Xiao Mao's face, not the slightest bit embarrassed, far from what he was worried about, Elder Wu could not help but feel relieved. He hurriedly went up to greet him, and actually used the etiquette of the three kingdoms to salute. Master, does Elder have a countermeasure? Elder, how should we cast the spell? Unexpectedly, Xiao Mao's words shocked Elder Wu. Of course I do, but I haven't asked yet. His words were brimming with trust. Elder. Old Wu looked at Xiao Hua. He was really impatient, as if he didn't feel that calling Xiao Hua elder was so demanding. It's actually very simple. Xiao Hua said with a smile. This Xiao naturally cannot change the astronomical phenomenon of the Million Meng Mountains. I believe that in the entire Xiaoyu continent, there is absolutely no one who can change it. Hearing this, Elder Wu could not help but refute. Elder, you are wrong. Although you cannot change it now, but if Master can control the bloodline power of great god Xibai, it might not be impossible. Seeing that Elder Wu actually interrupted him to clarify the name of great god Shibai's bloodline, Xiao Hua could not help but smile, and asked with interest, why is that? Actually, Elder Wu regretted his words as soon as he spoke. Now that he heard Xiao Hua's question, he knew that if he did not answer, Xiao Hua would not continue to speak, so he could only explain, great god Shibai is a great god who can control the weather. If Master can control the bloodline power, he can definitely affect the astronomical phenomenon. Oh, is that so? Then what about the other 11 great gods? What do they control? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Immediately, Elder Wu understood that Xiao Hua was dissatisfied that he did not let Xiao Mao tell him about the secrets of Meng Mountains. Left with no other choice, Venerable Wu forced a smile and said, Elder, this is the foundation of Meng Mountains. It's not a secret. If Elder likes it, please tell us in detail. Elder, please tell us how to help our Bai and stronghold survive this calamity. Haha. Big Brother, you should tell us. Xiao Mao also laughed. Hee hee, Elder Wu, you are wrong. Not only your Bai and stronghold, but the entire Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua smiled. This is all thanks to Xiao Mao. At this moment, although Elder Wu was shocked, he kept his mouth shut, determined not to say a single word. Since we can't affect the astronomical phenomenon, then, we can only change the grain. But, Elder Wu could not help but say 2 words, and then he closed his mouth again. Yes, that's right. Elder Wu must have tried your best, but to no avail. Look at this grain garden. It is also Elder Wu's years of hard work. Xiao Hua smiled, waved his hand and said, Last night, I took a look around the grain garden. Elder Wu's merit is not to be ignored. Elder Wu still did not say a word. Seeing Elder Wu being obedient, Xiao Hua said again, Actually, I observed the grain garden for an entire night. Not only did I want to see how the grain garden looked like, the most important thing was, I wanted to know if this grain garden is the same as the grain garden that I obtained in the Kuai Sea. Kuai Sea? Hearing Xiao Hua point at the Kuai Sea that was miles away from millions of Meng Mountains, Elder Wu and Xiao Mao were stunned. How is that possible? Elder Wu could not help but shout. How can the Kuai Sea have the grain garden that Meng Mountains use? Hee hee, Elder Wu. How would you know if you don't try? Xiao Hua smiled. Besides, I obtained a lot of grain garden seeds there. I'm afraid. It's enough for millions of Meng mountains to use. As he said that, Xiaohua touched his chest and took out a small storage pouch. He handed it to Xiao Mao and said, "Big brother, take out this little bit first and see if it works. If it works, it won't be too late to take out the rest." "All right, thank you, big brother." Although Xiao Mao had some doubts in his heart, he was very confident in Xiao Hua. Just as he was about to take it, he heard Xiao Hua raise his head and sneer. "Is it Jiuxia? How long have you been hiding here? Is there something you don't dare to see?" Chapter 28-24. Suddenly, in the sky far away from Su Garden, following Xiao Hua's voice, a ripple of light flickered. Jiuxia's face was filled with astonishment and disbelief as he appeared. He still called out, You are Taoist Master Xiao? How is this possible? How is this possible?" A strange expression flashed across Xiao Hua's face. He understood that he did not discover Jiuxia's whereabouts early on. When he took out the storage bag, Jiuxia must have discovered the truth that he was Taoist Xiao. She must have revealed her aura in her astonishment and was discovered by him. However, he did not know that as a high-level disciple of a large Tao sect, how could Jiuxia know Taoist Zhao's name? This was really strange. What Taoist Xiao? How come I don't know? Xiao Hua laughed. But, with such beautiful scenery, why did little sister Jiuxia come here instead of accompanying your sister and taking a walk in the countryside? Brother-in-law. After the astonishment flashed across Jiuxia's face, she seemed to have understood something and regained her calmness. She smiled and said, "Do you know what is the most beautiful thing in this world?" "Spirit stones," Xiao Hua said without hesitation. "Tsk, brother-in-law is really a miser." Jiuxia said angrily, "Actually, in little sister's opinion, the most beautiful thing in this world is a confusing secret. All the secrets are hidden behind countless false appearances. Finding the truth from these fragmented clues is the most beautiful thing." "Don't." Xiao Hua slapped his forehead and said, "These are too profound. I can't even find the direction, so why bother with these? It's better for me to guard my spirit stones." Immediately, Xiao Hua's expression changed again, and he said indifferently, "Jiuxia, I know you are not an ordinary person. Why did you come all the way from the Three Kingdoms to find Xiao Mao? At this time, you followed behind him and came here. Presumably, you have already spied on many of the secrets of millions of Meng mountains. I am not talented. I can ignore the matters of millions of Meng mountains, but Xiao Mao's matter. I must take care of it. Little sister Jiuxia, please explain the matter clearly." "Actually, Miss Jiuxia, these days, we have been getting along very well." Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, "If I can help, I will definitely help. You being so mysterious is really not good for our relationship." Ha, Jiuxia laughed. She was like the sparkling dew at dawn. Extremely beautiful. Even people like Elder Wu fell into a daze. I originally asked Xiao Hua for help, but later I realized that I was wrong. I should have asked Xiao Mao for help, but today I realized that I was still wrong. I should ask Taoist Master Xiao for help." Jiuxia laughed and said, "But since I've already discovered Taoist Master Zhao's whereabouts, and I've also discovered it, I don't need to ask for Taoist Master Zhao's help at all." Ha. Jiuxia laughed loudly and flew into the air. She bowed and said, "Brother-in-law, I've asked for your help and you've already helped me. Little sister is extremely grateful to you. But I still have other matters to attend to, so I won't be bidding farewell to you. Fate has brought us together. Let's meet again in the future." As she spoke, Jiuxia's figure transformed into a rainbow and shot out of Su Garden. "You want to leave?" Xiao Hua sneered, "Even if you want to leave, you still have to explain the reason clearly." As he spoke, Xiao Hua's body trembled with the sound of thunder. His figure flashed and he chased after Jiuxia. "Damn it, what's going on?" Xiao Mao looked at the two people disappearing at an extremely fast speed and was somewhat baffled. Although Jiuxia's figure flew extremely fast, Xiao Hua was not slow either. The two of them left Guanlu's stronghold in an instant and flew straight out of Meng Mountains. Xiao Hua, who was flying in the air, was very puzzled. This Jiuxia was really mysterious. Her appearance was strange, and her disappearance was even more strange. The time she spent with everyone in between was even more baffling. Xiaohua chased after Xueqi, not because he wanted to make her stay, but because it was really as he said. If you want to come, then come, and if you want to leave, then leave. There had to be an explanation. Moreover, he was really confused. He really wanted to figure it out. Looking at Xueqi's fleeing light again, it seemed like she was not really trying to escape. She did not seem to be dodging at all, and just flew straight and slowly. Sometimes, she even seemed to be afraid that Xiaohua would get lost, and would stop for a moment. As a result, Xiaohua's anger grew even more. Seeing that they were about to cross Drifting Cloud Lake and enter the territory of Huan country, Xueqi stopped in midair. She turned around and looked at Xiaohua with a smile, saying, "Ayo, brother-in-law, could it be that you really don't want your little sister to leave? You chased after her for so long. Aren't you afraid that big sister will think too much?" The lightning on Xiaohua's body receded. He said indifferently, "This Xiao has always been open and aboveboard, unlike some people who hide their heads and tails. Why would I be afraid of others pointing fingers at me and casually overthinking things?" "Hee, brother-in-law, aren't you talking about me?" Xueqi did not hide it. She was as innocent as a real little sister and said with a smile, "Actually, little sister has something to say to you alone. I was afraid that big sister would be unhappy, so I led you here." "You knew that I was going to chase after you?" Xiaohua was stunned. "Hee, brother-in-law, do you think that little sister would not know that you were going to chase after me?" Xueqi said with a smile, "If I did not want brother-in-law to come, would little sister reveal my tracks? Forget it, even if you deliberately let me come." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "You have called me brother-in-law for so many days. You should at least let me know the origin of this little sister of yours." "Hee, let's not talk about little sister's origin first." Xueqi was still smiling happily, as if there was no more worry in her heart. She said, "Little sister will first ask brother-in-law, have little sister and brother-in-law ever threatened big sister or brother-in-law in these few years?" Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Your cultivation is deep, and your divine abilities are unfathomable, far above me. If you have any disloyalty towards us, we will not have any power to fight back. Moreover, you really did not do anything to us." "Excellent." Xueqi clapped her hands. "If brother-in-law says so, little sister's heart will be at ease. Actually, little sister also feels that it is strange. Little sister has never met a cultivator like brother-in-law, who does not seem to be on guard against anyone. Even towards a stranger like little sister, you treat her with sincerity." "Fine. Don't flatter me." Xiaohua waved his hand. "I admit that I am not your opponent, so what's the use of taking so many precautions?" "Brother-in-law is wrong." Xueqi shook her head. "This is a matter of character. It is not a matter of attitude. Some cultivators, even if their cultivation is shallow, and they know that they are inferior to others, they will still use every possible means to scheme against others, hoping to obtain benefits from them. If it is someone else, they might scheme against little sister halfway, wanting to take little sister for themselves and snatch little sister's divine abilities." "You think I don't want to?" Xiaohua curled his lips. "Your big sister is next to me, so I have to dare." "Hee, brother-in-law, big sister is not here, you do it." Xueqi shrugged her shoulders, and the two buds on her chest slightly stuck out. Xiaohua sweated profusely, unable to resist Xueqi's charm. He turned his head and said, "Xueqi, if you want to say it, then say it. If not, I am leaving." "Hee, don't go." Xueqi laughed. "Little sister actually likes you from the bottom of her heart. I am leaving." Xiaohua's body flashed with lightning. "Hee, I am not going to say it." Xueqi hurriedly said, "Little sister will tell brother-in-law the whole story. These two people, one ran and one chased. After catching up, one stopped chasing, and the other wanted to let go." "And quickly say it." Xiaohua frowned, but he did not dare to look into Xueqi's eyes. "Actually, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help in Million Meng Mountains." Xueqi slightly restrained herself and said in a low voice, "I know. You are the leader of the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. I am not an idiot. How can I not see it?" Xiaohua interrupted Xueqi and said, "But you clearly want to ask Xiao Mao for help. How did it become me?" "Brother-in-law, Listen to little sister's explanation. Xueqi said sweetly, the matter that little sister wants to ask brother-in-law for help is very big. Little sister also does not know what exactly brother-in-law needs to help with. This is also what little sister said earlier. I believe brother-in-law does not believe it at all, right? Of course. Xueqi patiently listened and answered. Because the matter is very big, it can be said that it is not something that little sister or brother-in-law can do with your cultivation level. Therefore, little sister does not dare to directly tell brother-in-law. Xueqi said again, I do not know where to start, so I asked brother-in-law and the others to go to the Wu village in Million Meng Mountains. Sigh. Can you explain it more clearly? Xueqi sighed. I am still confused after hearing this. Actually, it is very simple. Xueqi thought for a while and said decisively, little sister wants to ask brother-in-law to stop the war between Million Meng Mountains and Sword Domain. How is this possible? Xueqi was shocked, not to mention that I am powerless to stop it. Even if I can stop it, what does this have to do with me? Yes. This is also what little sister was thinking when I saw you that day. Xueqi also had an innocent look on her face, as if she was a little female cultivator who had lost her spirit stone. I spent a lot of effort in divination before I was able to predict that at that time in the sword domain, I would be able to meet someone who could stop the war. But I did not expect that it would be brother-in-law, the famous terrifying phoenix. You really think too highly of me. Xueqi smiled bitterly. I can kill a few illusory swords, but how can I stop the war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators? When you saw this Xiao was being chased by an old woman at the first grade of the sword transformation stage. If it was not for the old woman chasing you, how could you see little sister? Xueqi said with a smile. However, brother-in-law does not need to be troubled, because Xueqi is unable to do it, but Taoist Xiao can definitely do it. Chapter 28-25. Oh. Xueqi suddenly understood and nodded. You're right. The million soul cultivators of Meng Mountain attacked Huan Country with the purpose of leaving Meng Mountain and going to Huan Country, Lian Country, Meng Country, and Shi Country to find a way out for the soul cultivators. If the spirit seed I obtained by chance was effective, their crisis could be solved smoothly, and they wouldn't have to invade Huan Country again. This war between soul cultivators and sword cultivators wouldn't have to happen again. That's right, brother-in-law. If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to solve the matter I asked of you? Xueqi looked at Xueqi meaningfully and said, could you watch the millions of God's children starve to death in Meng Mountain? Could you watch the sword cultivators and cultivators get killed by the soul cultivators one by one? Alas, I'm afraid I wouldn't. Xueqi sighed and said, but even if I didn't meet you, I'm afraid I would still do the same. You don't have to thank me. Brother-in-law, if I didn't go, would you be able to reach Sword Edge Mountain in time? Would you be able to save my sister? If she didn't recover, would you be able to go to Meng Mountain? Xueqi said with a smile. Everything happened because I asked brother-in-law for your help. That's why brother-in-law could go to Meng Mountain and help me. I'm very clear about this. Yes, that's true. Xueqi already had some understanding of the hand of karma. Hearing Xueqi's words, many profound understandings suddenly became clear, and he said indifferently. Seeing Xueqi's indifference, Xueqi's eyes flashed with astonishment. She rolled her eyes and said, but after thinking for a long time, I could only guess the result. I never thought it would be such a way to solve it. I also didn't expect brother-in-law to be Taoist Xiao. That's just a title the secular people of the three countries gave me. Seeing Xueqi mention Taoist Xiao so early, Xueqi didn't hide it anymore. Other people might not know the weight of the three words Taoist Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Xueqi pursed her lips and said, but because of the matter of Meng Mountain, I tried my best to send many people to Xiaoyu continent to look for people. As for the matter of Meng Mountain, I personally went there. But little sister is only Xueqi. If it weren't for Taoist Xiao, he wouldn't have been able to find the spirit seed in Xueqi Sea, and he wouldn't have been able to solve the disaster in Meng Mountains. However, Taoist Master Xiao dealt with it the moment he made a move. Xueqi sighs and says, the situation in the Dawn Rain continent has changed greatly. Taoist Xiao is a person favored by the heavenly Tao. It's not that serious. Xiao Hua shrugged his shoulders and didn't really approve of it. This Xiao obtained a large area of strange breed in QC. I didn't expect that it would actually be able to solve the disaster of Dawn Rain Continent. Alas, that's right. Why is it spiritual master Xiao and not Jiuxia? Jiuxia sighed. That's the difference. Although little sister racked her brains to solve this problem, how could it compare to brother-in-law's random opportunity? This was the unfathomable heavenly Tao. This is the most beautiful scenery in the world. Perhaps. Xiao Hua naturally couldn't point out the strangeness of the situation, so he gave an ambiguous answer. Otherwise, how could you know that I have innate jellyfish and innate gold mother? Hee, brother-in-law. You finally understand. Jiuxia jumped up in midair and said with a smile, you, the Tao sect cultivator who played with that Lu girl until she hovered between life and death, actually only understood now. If Lass Lu finds out about this, she's going to bang her head against the wall. Played. Until she hovered between life and death? Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. Is there anyone who speaks like you? Immediately, Xiao Hua looked into the distance, took a deep breath, and said, my Tao sect cultivators have always felt that Lu Ruochang's plan was inconceivable, but I didn't expect that after Lu Ruochang, there would be someone like you who knows everything. To actually encounter an opponent like you, it would be strange if my Tao sect cultivators could win. That might not be the case. Among your Tao sect cultivators, there are also many who are good at strategizing, so you might not lose this battle. Jiuxia shook her head and said, of course, the battle between the gold core cultivators is already over. The result was both beyond my expectations and also within my expectations. As for the result of the battle between the nascent soul cultivators, I'm already powerless to divine, so I don't know what the result is. What do you mean? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled. In terms of the battle between the gold core cultivators, what was unexpected was that your Tao sect cultivators actually only sent out intermediate gold core cultivators. There wasn't even a late gold core cultivator, and there wasn't even a single disciple who knew how to strategize, so how could they not lose? Jiuxia explained, but if that's really the case, the swordsman of the sword domain will definitely be able to achieve a great victory, which is different from the sword cultivator's tragic victory that I divined. That day, I already told that Lu girl that she should follow the will of the heavens and stop while she's ahead. She just had to have an extreme temper, and insisted on killing the cultivators one by one. Who would have thought that a nameless nascent soul cultivator like you would appear and wipe out her painstaking efforts, causing her to fall into a situation where she failed on the verge of success? This war. Xiao Hua naturally knew what Jiuxia was talking about, and also knew his role in this war. He sighed and turned to look in the direction of Mount Million Meng, saying, the war actually originated from Mount Million Meng. Because the Soul Warriors wanted to leave Mount Million Meng to find a way out, they invaded Huan Country, and Huan Country couldn't win against the Soul Warriors, so they had no choice but to attack the 3 countries of cultivation. However, because they couldn't attract the attention of the nascent soul cultivators of the Tao sect for no reason, they used the matter of Zhang Yuhe and Zhang Yutong as a reason to start the war. The cultivators of the Tao sect thought it was just an ordinary war, so they didn't pay much attention to it. However, as the war went on, they gradually fell into your scheme. In fact, your goal was to occupy Lian Country before the soul cultivators invaded Huan Country. At the very beginning, you fainted at the cultivation families of Lian Country and Shi Country. Then, you captured the spirit veins, thinking that it was because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then, you occupied the territory of Shi Country, making people think that you were from a cultivation family there. Then, you retreated in defeat, and most of your forces were sent to Lian Country. After 10 years of war, you finally took Lian Country's territory in your hands. Jiuxia, oh Jiuxia, you really played everyone in the palm of your hand. Hee. Most of what brother-in-law said is right. Jiuxia pursed her lips and said, however, the reason why Mount Million Meng invaded Sword Domain at the very beginning wasn't because of the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but because they were looking for a person. But later, because some of the Soul Warriors invaded Sword Domain, the Soul Warriors of the Wu village woke up and started to have designs on Sword Domain. If it was as you said, Sword Domain would have fallen into the hands of the Soul Warriors long ago. The swordsmen of Sword Domain wouldn't be able to calmly set up so many formations in front of cultivators. Looking for someone? Looking for who? Xiao Hua was stunned. They weren't looking for someone in Mount Million Meng. but in Huan country. Who knows? They were looking for someone called Zhang Xiaohua. Jiuxia shrugged her shoulders in an extremely cute manner. At first, the sword domain swordmasters didn't know. Later, they were attacked by the soul warriors and became anxious, so they sent people to Mount Million Meng to inquire. Only then did they understand. Brother-in-law? Hearing the name Zhang Xiaohua, Xiaohua's entire body quivered, and his mind buzzed. He didn't see Jiuxia's extremely cute shrug at all. When Jiuxia noticed that Xiaohua was in a daze, she hurriedly asked, "Could it be that brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua?" "No. I don't know her." Xiaohua woke up and shook his head slightly. This name sounds very familiar, but it seems that this Xiao has never known her before. Hee, Xiaohua, Xiaohua. Isn't Xiaohua the same as Xiaohua? Jiuxia pursed her lips and laughed. Unfortunately, even if brother-in-law knows this Zhang Xiaohua, it's too late now. Soul warriors need to survive now, not look for someone. Sigh, in this war. Do you know how many cultivators and swordsmen died? Xiaohua looked at Jiuxia, throwing the distracting thoughts in his mind to one side, and sighed. Chapter 28-26. "Oh, brother-in-law, don't tell this to me," Jiuxia hurriedly says with a smile. "Although the Great War of Dao and Sword was planned by me, it was actually the idea of those swords. I only gave them advice because I couldn't refuse. Besides, I don't know any other cultivators apart from brother-in-law, big sister, and a few other cultivators. How many cultivators die has nothing to do with me." "Maybe." Xiaohua doesn't know whether he should blame Jiuxia or not, so he says, "Maybe the danger of Million Meng Mountains has been solved, the soul cultivators have retreated, and the war between sword cultivators and cultivators is about to end." Hee, how could it be so simple? Brother-in-law. Jiuxia shakes her head. Brother-in-law, although the spirit seed is a method to eliminate the roots, it still takes time. During this period of time, the soul cultivators can't retreat, and the war can't end. Moreover, the soul cultivators are still fine. If they weren't forced, they wouldn't have left Million Meng Mountains. But the swords of the sword domain, their ambition isn't something you can imagine. How about this? Brother-in-law, because of the blood oath, I can't reveal too much to you. I just want to remind you that the most dangerous place is the safest place, and the safest place? It's also the most dangerous place. What do you mean? Xiaohua is stunned. I can only say this much. Whether or not brother-in-law can remember is not something I can control. Jiuxia says slyly. The most complete? The most dangerous? Xiaohua mutters to himself. After a while, he suddenly shakes and exclaims, "Could it be? Brother-in-law. Since you know, don't say any more." Jiuxia hurriedly stops him. "Think about how you got the innate item, maybe you'll know more." Jiuxia. Xiaohua sighs. "How can I say it? This? No one could have thought of it." Brother-in-law is wrong. Jiuxia shakes her head. Someone must have thought of it. But they just had to guess that they would also set up there. But in the end, that's not right. Jiuxia, you. At this point, Xiaohua suddenly realizes something. You shouldn't be from Huan country, right? You don't have any reason to tell me this, right? Hee. Brother-in-law is so charming. Little sister will change sides. All right? Jiuxia giggled. If it weren't for the fact that big sister treated me so well, I would have snatched you away. No. This Xiao doesn't think that I'm that popular, so don't have any ideas about this Xiao. Xiaohua hurriedly waved his hand. But Jiuxia's expression was faint as he looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, you're wrong. I came to Sword Domain for you, and I acknowledged Kai Hongxia as my elder sister for you. You are the person I have been looking for in this lifetime. You are the most desirable person in my heart. I'm leaving." Xiaohua's heart jumped. Lightning once again lingered around him. "You can leave. Don't wait for me to finish speaking. If you leave, I will chase after you." Jiuxia's face was filled with hidden bitterness, as if he was really looking for Xiaohua in this life. "Great aunt. Hurry up and say it." Xiaohua was really helpless. He was really afraid that Jiuxia would stick to his side. "Xiaohua, don't misunderstand. I won't treat a man I've only known for a few years as my lover. Jiuxia looked at Xiaohua and said solemnly, "And if I want to treat you as my lover, even if Kai Hongxiao is by my side, I will definitely not pay attention to her. Because she can't compare to me at all." As she spoke, a five-colored brilliance flashed around Jiuxia's body. An indescribably beautiful, indescribably graceful, indescribably lovable woman appeared in the air. This woman's beauty could no longer be described with words, and it was a beauty that Xiaohua had never imagined. If it was said that she was a beauty that could topple the world, it would be normal. Xiaohua was stunned. He was truly stunned. This kind of beauty was something that no man could resist. An uncontrollable impulse was born from the bottom of Xiaohua's heart. But at this moment, a brilliance flashed around Jiuxia's body, and she returned to her original appearance. Then she pointed her hand, and a cold light seemed to be born from her finger, and pointed between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Hiss! At this moment, Xiaohua came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. Xiaohua, at this moment, a slight blush appeared on Jiuxia's face, and she said faintly, "You are the first man to see my true appearance." Xiaohua was also speechless. That kind of beauty was truly peerless. Although it was only a fleeting moment, it had already been engraved in Xiaohua's mind. When he heard Jiuxia's words, it clearly had other meanings, so how could he dare to casually reply? "You don't have to be afraid." Jiuxia said softly, "I won't pester you, and I don't need you to be my lover. I only need to find a position between acquaintances and lovers." "Ai Jiuxia." Xiaohua smiled bitterly, not daring to let her continue, and said, "You also know my character. If you have anything that you need my help with, just say it. You doing this is really making things difficult for me." Xiaohua, Jiuxia also smiled bitterly. "I naturally know your character, and I also believe in your character. However, what I want Xiaohua to do is really too difficult. I don't dare to believe in a person's character, don't dare to believe in the vicissitudes of life, and even more don't dare to believe in the passage of time. After 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, you can still remember me. I have no choice but to use this method. If Xiaohua is disgusted by my actions, then I can only allow Xiaohua to be disgusted." "What? 1,000 years? 10,000 years? 100,000 years?" Xiaohua was dumbfounded. He knew that what Jiuxia said was an extremely difficult matter, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. She sent him to 100,000 years later, and actually wanted him to use 100,000 years to do it. "Xiaohua, don't be impatient." Jiuxia pursed her lips and smiled. Although her smile was still the same as before, how could this smile not make Xiaohua think of that indescribable beauty from before? Just as Xiaohua thought, "I'm not from Sword Region, and I'm also not from Dawn Rain Continent." Jiuxia stared at Xiaohua and said calmly, "I hid here, and when I came here, I already knew through divination that the person I'm looking for is here. However, this divination is also illusory, making it difficult for me to find any trace of him. But because of the matter of million years in Meng Mountain, I knew about it, so I have to believe in the divination, and I don't necessarily have to believe it completely. Just now, I already sense that Xiaohua is the reason why I came to Dawn Rain Continent, and he's the person I'm looking for." "You? What do you want me to do?" Xiaohua lowered his head and looked at himself, then shook his head and said, "Xiaohua, remember, you're definitely not an ordinary cultivator." Jiuxia smiled and said, "You're Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua might not be able to help me, but Taoist Xiao is definitely the person I'm looking for." "Forget it." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Not to mention Xiaohua, or Taoist Xiao, what do you want me to do?" "Hee, Xiaohua, don't be impatient." Jiuxia smiled and said, "It's 100,000 years, and it's still a long time. I don't want you to make any promises, and I don't want you to have any burdens. Wait until you have the ability to help me, then I'll definitely come to find you. If you really can't help me, then I definitely won't blame you or anything." After saying this, Jiuxia clapped her hands and took out two odd-shaped jade pendants, saying, "Xiaohua, your current cultivation level is too low, so knowing too much is useless. It's better for you to cultivate first. I have two secret techniques from my clan. One is the divination technique that I've been talking about, and the other is a technique to strengthen the primordial spirit. Naturally, you won't be able to use this divination technique. Moreover, you must not look at it for the time being. However, this is a gift from me to you, to let you know that I'm not talking nonsense, but am extremely sincere. As for the second one, it's different from the primordial spirit-strengthening technique of your Dawn Rain continent. Although I can see that you have the strength of a nascent soul, you don't have the pressure of a nascent soul. If you fight with a nascent soul who has transformed into a sword, you'll be at an extreme disadvantage. This secret technique is precisely to help you make up for this deficiency. You can take them both. Xiaohua looked at the two jade pendants in front of him. He knew that the technique inside was mystical, but he also knew that if he took them, the matter that Xueqi said would take 100,000 years to complete would truly be placed on his shoulders. Take or not? Xiaohua hesitated slightly. However, when he raised his head to look at Xueqi, he saw her slightly red face and clear eyes, as if she had a card up her sleeve. He couldn't help but feel surprised and asked, "Do you think I should take them or not?" "I've never used divination on my family," Xueqi said indifferently, "unless my family has met with a disaster." Take, not take. Take, not take. Xiaohua really couldn't make a decision. However, when he saw the smile on Xueqi's lips again, he suddenly understood and laughed loudly, saying, "The karma has already been planted, and I'm still hesitating here. It's really unwise." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the two jade pendants fell into his hand. Good. Xiaohua is indeed a good person. Xueqi smiled. "I knew Xiaohua would take pity on me." "Hee, you're wrong," Xiaohua said with a smile. "You are indeed peerless in your generation, and there is no one else in this world who can compare to you. However, Hongxia is my Hongxia, and no one can replace her. Even you can't. Therefore, there has never been anything like comparing or not comparing. For your own plans you can reveal your own beauty, and this beauty is already one of your methods. How can it compare to my Hongxia's pure beauty?" When Xueqi heard this, her face couldn't help but turn pale, and she seemed to have lost her soul. She almost didn't dare to believe it, saying, How is it possible? How can there be someone in this world who won't be charmed by my beautiful dreams?" "Didn't you say it already? There is nothing absolute in this world." Xiaohua smiled, then clapped his hands and took out a communication talisman. He wrote something inside and handed it to Xueqi, saying, "If you want me to help you, that's fine. Today, you have to help me first." "What is it?" Xueqi still hadn't recovered from her disappointment, and couldn't help but ask. "Take this communication talisman to Chen Di Hang of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the Sky Patrol City. I have something to tell him about the great battle," Xiaohua said without hiding anything.